If you are hearing this now, it is no accident. The divine has timed this moment. A hidden orchestration has led you here. A sacred arrangement of whispers, delays, and divine nudges that guided your soul to this very point. You did not stumble upon these words by chance. You were brought to them. For many seasons, you may have prayed, wondered, and questioned. You may have asked silently, when will my breakthrough come? When will the doors of wealth open for me? When will I be free? And though it seemed the heavens were silent, they were never absent. What you mistook as delay was divine timing aligning unseen pieces in the background of your life. This prayer you are about to receive is not ordinary. It is not a ritual of empty words. It is a sacred key, forged in the fire of truth, designed to unlock what has always belonged to you. For 2 days, just 2 days, you will speak it. And in those 2 days you will enter into alignment with spiritual law. And when alignment comes, doors respond, invisible gates swing open, pathways appear where walls once stood. Florence Scovel Shinn, one of the clearest voices of metaphysical truth, revealed again and again that the spoken word is the bridge between the unseen and the seen. Words are not sounds in the air. They are commands written into the structure of the universe. They are seeds carrying the design of harvests yet to come. And when you speak with faith, your words become divine messengers, carrying your decree to the infinite supply. But here is the struggle that many live with. The doors of wealth feel blocked. Cycles of lack repeat like unending seasons. You may rise with hope only to be struck down by another bill, another closed opportunity, another voice in your head whispering, it will never change. This struggle has made countless souls weary, and yet, the truth is unshaken. Wealth has never been withheld from you. It has only awaited the right alignment, the right vibration, the right key. Think of it this way. Imagine a vast palace filled with treasure, every room overflowing with abundance. The palace belongs to you, but you stand outside, peering through locked gates. The key has never been missing. It has always been within your reach. But until you recognize it and place it into the lock, the gates remain closed. This prayer is that key. In the next 2 days, as you speak it with faith, you are not begging for wealth. You are not pleading for scraps. You are claiming your inheritance. You are aligning with the law of divine supply, a law as certain as gravity, a law that responds not to fear or desperation but to confident command. For Florence taught, the game of life is a game of boomerangs. Our thoughts, deeds, and words return to us with astonishing accuracy. When you speak words of lack, lack answers. But when you speak words of divine wealth, wealth responds. And now hear this. The reason you are here in this moment is because something within you has grown tired of lack's voice. Something within you has refused to settle. The divine has heard your resistance to despair and has chosen this hour to hand you the key. You are being invited into a sacred shift, from limitation into alignment, from delay into divine timing, from blocked doors into open gates. For just 2 days, you will walk in this prayer. And as you do, let every word settle not only in your mind but in your soul. See yourself speaking into the silent gate of destiny. See the lock turn, hear the hinges move, and watch the doors swing open before you. Close your eyes, even now, and imagine it. The invisible gates rising like great golden doors, the sound of wealth flowing like rivers beyond them, the feel of peace washing over you as you step inside. This is not imagination. This is alignment. For what you can see inwardly, you will hold outwardly. Do not fear if your past has been filled with struggle. Do not fear if your present feels tight and uncertain. 2 days may feel impossibly short for a miracle, but divine timing does not measure itself by calendars. The shift of a moment can rearrange years of limitation. The key that turns in an instant can open doors that were closed for decades. This is why you are here. To remember that the wealth of God has never left you. To be reminded that your tongue holds the power of life and death, poverty and prosperity, bondage and freedom. To be given the sacred prayer that turns the key in the lock. So prepare your spirit. Quiet the noise of doubt. Lay aside the heavy cloak of fear. For the next 2 days, you are stepping into a covenant of words that will awaken gates of wealth, long waiting for your arrival. You are stepping into the flow of divine supply. You are stepping into alignment with the law. The call has been sounded. The prayer is waiting. The gates are ready to open. And now your soul is ready to receive the hidden law of wealth doors. There is a law so subtle, yet so powerful, that it decides whether the doors of wealth before you swing open with ease or remain stubbornly closed. It is not a law taught in schools. It is not explained in the markets. It is whispered only to those who are ready to hear. Today, you are hearing it. This is the law of non-resistance. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that life moves in divine rhythms, and those rhythms cannot be forced. Wealth, like a river, flows in perfect harmony the moment you fight it. The moment you struggle against its current, you lose its blessing. Yet, when you align with its movement, you are carried without effort. Many live as though wealth is a door that must be broken into. They pound against it with fear. They push with desperation. They chase money as though it is running away from them. But here is the sacred truth. Wealth does not run from you. It waits for you. The door of supply has never been locked. It simply opens not to force, but to faith. Picture a golden garden gate. On the other side, abundance blossoms. Rivers of provision run clear and full. A table is set with every need already prepared. Those who come in fear rattle the gate, bruising their hands as they try to break through. But the gate does not move. Yet one who arrives with quiet certainty, holding the key of faith, touches the lock lightly, and the gate swings wide as if it had been waiting for them all along. This is how the universe responds to you. When you declare lack, when your words drip with worry, you are slamming the gate upon yourself. But when you speak in alignment with divine truth, your word becomes the key. Florence called it simply, your word is your wand. What you speak either imprisons or liberates you. Think of it this way, every thought you rehearse, every word you utter, is a command sent into the unseen. Say, money is hard, life is a struggle, nothing ever works for me, and you will stand before closed doors, wondering why nothing moves. Say instead, I am one with divine supply. Every door appointed for me opens now, and watch how walls dissolve into pathways, how blockages turn into bridges, how what once resisted, now welcomes you. This is the mystery most overlooked. They think wealth comes through effort alone. They think force is power, but the highest power is alignment. The law of non-resistance teaches that you cannot beat life into submission. You must harmonize with it. You must become like the water that bends around stone, yet moves with unstoppable strength. Imagine the river. It does not argue with the rock. It does not complain that the mountain stands in its way. It flows around, over, through, until even the hardest surface yields. This is how divine wealth moves, not through struggle, but through inevitability. And when you align with this inevitability, doors open not as a favor, but as a certainty. Pause for a moment and notice your own heart. How many battles have you been fighting inside yourself? How often have you declared, I can't take this anymore, I need money now, why is it not working? These words are not keys, they are chains. The law does not punish you for them, it simply reflects them. But now, in this moment, you are being given the master key. The key is your word aligned with faith. Speak in the language of certainty, and certainty will meet you. Speak in the tone of fear, and fear will lock the door tighter. Try this now. Whisper it as though the universe itself leans in to hear you. I walk in perfect faith. Every door meant for me opens with ease. Feel the shift within as those words take root. The tension loosens, the striving melts, your spirit rises into alignment. You no longer chase, you magnetize. Florence would remind her students again and again, you cannot force the tide, you can only move with it. So it is with wealth. Do not force, align. Speak the word that harmonizes with the divine orchestra of supply. Trust that the doors appointed for you cannot be missed, cannot be stolen, cannot remain shut when you arrive in faith. Picture yourself standing before one of these golden doors now. See its brilliance. Notice how it radiates a quiet power. You do not push, you do not knock in desperation. You simply hold the key. The key is your word. Speak. This door opens for me now. And it does, effortlessly, as if it had been waiting all along. This is the hidden law of wealth doors. It is not about chance, it is not about luck, it is about resonance. When your inner song matches the frequency of abundance, the universe must respond. Doors cannot resist the soul in harmony with divine law, so release resistance now. Release the idea that wealth is far away. Release the thought that you must battle for every blessing. These are illusions born of fear. Wealth is near, wealth is natural. Wealth is inevitable when you are aligned with the flow. Remember this truth as you walk forward. The universe is not against you, it is for you. It is waiting for you to speak, as one who already belongs, as one who already knows. Your word is your wand. What you speak either imprisons or liberates you. Think of it this way. Every thought you rehearse, every word you utter, is a command sent into the unseen. Say, money is hard, life is a struggle, nothing ever works for me, and you will stand before closed doors, wondering why nothing moves. Say instead, I am one with divine supply. Every door appointed for me opens now, and watch how walls dissolve into pathways, how blockages turn into bridges, how what once resisted, now welcomes you. This is the mystery most overlooked. They think wealth comes through effort alone. They think force is power, but the highest power is alignment. The law of non-resistance teaches that you cannot beat life into submission. You must harmonize with it. You must become like the water that bends around stone, yet moves with unstoppable strength. Imagine the river. It does not argue with the rock. It does not complain that the mountain stands in its way. It flows around, over, through, until even the hardest surface yields. This is how divine wealth moves, not through struggle, but through inevitability. And when you align with this inevitability, doors open not as a favor but as a certainty. Pause for a moment and notice your own heart. How many battles have you been fighting inside yourself? How often have you declared, I can't take this anymore, I need money now, why is it not working? These words are not keys, they are chains. The law does not punish you for them, it simply reflects them. But now, in this moment, you are being given the master key. The key is your word, aligned with faith. Speak in the language of certainty, and certainty will meet you. Speak in the tone of fear, and fear will lock the door tighter. Try this now. Whisper it as though the universe itself leans in to hear you. I walk in perfect faith. Every door meant for me opens with ease. Feel the shift within as those words take root. The tension loosens, the striving melts. Your spirit rises into alignment. You no longer chase, you magnetize. Florence would remind her students again and again, you cannot force the tide. You can only move with it. So it is with wealth. Do not force, align. Speak the word that harmonizes with the divine orchestra of supply. Trust that the doors appointed for you cannot be missed, cannot be stolen, cannot remain shut when you arrive in faith. Picture yourself standing before one of these golden doors. Now, see its brilliance. Notice how it radiates a quiet power. You do not push, you do not knock in desperation. You simply hold the key. The key is your word. Speak. This door opens for me now, and it does, effortlessly, as if it had been waiting all along. This is the hidden law of wealth doors. It is not about chance. It is not about luck. It is about resonance. When your inner song matches the frequency of abundance, the universe must respond. Doors cannot resist a soul in harmony with divine law. So release resistance now. Release the idea that wealth is far away. Release the thought that you must battle for every blessing. These are illusions born of fear. Wealth is near. Wealth is natural. Wealth is inevitable when you are aligned with the flow. Remember this truth as you walk forward. The universe is not against you. It is for you. It is waiting for you to speak as one who already belongs, as one who already knows. Your word is your wand. Use it to unlock, not to bind. And as you hold this truth, let it guide your steps to the next revelation. For what is coming is not only the knowledge that doors open, it is the realization of the prayer that moves them, the sacred words that turn keys in invisible locks. You are ready. The law has been unveiled. The gate is before you. Now we walk together into the next mystery, where prayer itself becomes the force that makes wealth undeniable. The struggle of lack and the turning point of faith. You know the weight of lack. It is not just numbers on a bank screen, not just unpaid bills stacked on a table. It is a heaviness that settles in the chest, a quiet ache in the soul that whispers, maybe I am forgotten, maybe I am not enough. You have tried. You've pushed harder than most. You've worked longer hours, stretched yourself thin, done what was asked, and more, and yet the doors stayed closed, the promises delayed, the breakthrough withheld. There is a fatigue that comes with this cycle, isn't there? The fatigue of striving and still feeling stuck, the exhaustion of wondering why others seem to flow into abundance while you wrestle with shadows of insufficiency. It feels unfair, it feels lonely, and if you are honest, sometimes it feels hopeless. Scarcity is not just the absence of money, it is the echo of not enough playing through your mind like a broken song. It is the hidden voice that says, you are overlooked, you are forgotten, you are on your own. But hear this truth. Lack is not a substance. It is not a reality fixed in stone. Lack is a shadow, and a shadow has no power when light enters the room. Florence Scovel Shinn revealed the spiritual law that destroys the illusion of lack, the law of substitution. She taught that you cannot banish fear by wrestling with it, nor dissolve poverty by hating it. You must substitute, you must replace. When a fear thought rises, you speak a divine truth in its place. When the shadow of not enough tries to cling to your mind, you flood it with the light of God is my unfailing supply. Imagine standing before a wall where shifting shadows make it look as if bars of a prison are holding you in. You can press your hands against those shadows all day, but you will never break free. Why? Because they are not real bars. They only appear real in the absence of light. Once you turn on the light, the bars vanish. This is the mystery of lack. It has no substance of its own. It survives only when you believe in it. Think of how many years you may have pressed against those shadows, pushing harder, begging louder, trying to break through what never truly existed. This is why the struggle feels endless, because the battle is not against a wall, but against a thought, and thoughts yield not to force, but to substitution. Let me speak directly to you now. You have prayed, you have pleaded, and you have wondered if heaven even heard. But the turning point is nearer than you think. The shift begins not when the bank balance changes, not when the opportunity arrives, but when you release the grip of fear. The moment you say, I will no longer live as a beggar before shadows. I will live as a child of God, already supplied. That is the moment the atmosphere around you begins to shift. This is the paradox of faith. The door that stayed shut while you pushed begins to open the moment you surrender, not surrender to defeat, but surrender to divine order. The struggle ends not because you gave up, but because you chose to lean into the higher law. Feel this with me now. Place your hand gently on your heart, breathe deeply, as if you are inhaling the very breath of spirit, and speak these words aloud. I release fear, I choose faith, I align with divine supply. Do not say it as a whisper of doubt, say it as if the heavens are leaning in to hear you. Say it as if your words are chiseling through the stone walls of impossibility. Say it until the cells of your body vibrate with truth. Your inner dialogue is the gatekeeper of your reality. If your thoughts remain chained to fear, the outer world mirrors it back to you as delay, struggle, and lack. But if your words carry faith, even when your senses see no evidence, the doors that once mocked you will begin to unlock with ease. It is here, in this sacred moment of surrender, that the true turning point emerges. You are not defined by what has been withheld. You are not imprisoned by your past attempts. You are not sentenced to a lifetime of not enough. Those were shadows, and shadows disappear in the light of your spoken word. Close your eyes for a moment, and see yourself standing in front of a great golden door. For years, you have pushed against it, pounded upon it, begged it to move, and yet it never opened. Now see yourself stepping back, see yourself unclenching your fists, feel yourself breathing deeply, resting into faith, and in that silence, notice the door begin to move, not because you forced it, but because you surrendered to the key of prayer. This is what Florence meant when she said, your word is your wand. It is not your effort that breaks the lock. It is your word spoken in faith that aligns you with the rhythm of divine abundance. So I invite you again, hand on heart, whisper and declare with power, I release fear. I release faith. I align with divine supply. Let these words become your shield against every illusion of lack. When the shadow of insufficiency tries to creep in, substitute it at once. Replace I can't with I can through the infinite. Replace it's impossible with all things are possible now. Replace I am forgotten with I am divinely remembered and supplied. This is not wishful thinking. This is alignment with divine law. When you shift your inner dialogue, your outer world must reflect it. The prison doors you feared were locked will reveal themselves as open passages. The silence of delay will transform into the symphony of divine timing. You have carried the burden of lack long enough. Now is the turning point. You are not waiting for the world to change before you believe. You are choosing to believe, and the world will rearrange itself to match your faith. Feel the release, feel the weight lifting. The struggle has been long, but the struggle was never the truth of you. The truth is this: you are supplied, you are guided, you are remembered by the divine. The shadows are fading now. The light is breaking through, and as you take this breath, as you speak these words, you are stepping into the great reversal, the end of lack, and the dawning of divine plenty. Breakthroughs have come when someone shifted from pleading to declaring. A woman once whispered in her fear, "Please let me be healed," and nothing moved. But when she rose one morning, fire in her spirit, and declared, I am whole now. By divine law, her body began to align with the command. A man once begged endlessly, "God, send me supply," and the heavens were silent. But when he finally spoke, "Wealth is mine by divine right, and I command it into expression," the channels opened, contracts came, opportunities appeared, doors that had long been sealed moved on their hinges. This is the law. Begging creates distance. Commanding collapses the gap. Now, take a moment to examine your own inner dialogue. What are the words you release when lack thoughts creep in? Do you shrink and whisper, "Maybe someday, maybe if I'm lucky"? Or will you begin to reframe, in power? Wealth is mine by divine right, and I command it into expression. Say it now. Speak it with authority. Not from the lips of fear, but from the fire of certainty. Again, wealth is mine by divine right, and I command it into expression. Feel what happens inside you. A shift, a lifting. The trembling stops. The begging voice fades. Something stronger takes its place. That is your soul reclaiming its throne. Visualization is a powerful ally in this shift. Each morning, see yourself not as an outsider, but as an heir. See yourself walking through that golden door, shoulders straight, eyes lifted, no hesitation, no timid knock. You are not hoping for entrance, you are taking your rightful seat at the table of abundance. And as you walk in, see the radiant light of supply surrounding you, gold spilling like sunlight, opportunities shimmering like jewels. Every resource already prepared. This is the truth that begging blinds you from, but commanding makes visible. Your words are the key. Florence Scovel Shinn often reminded her students that the subconscious mind does not respond to pleading. It responds to direction. It waits for your command, just as a servant waits for the master's instruction. And when you speak with authority, the subconscious goes to work, summoning circumstances, aligning people, moving unseen forces to obey your decree. So let your new inner dialogue be sacred and steady. When fear rises, command peace. When lack whispers, command wealth. When delay threatens, command divine timing. Your tongue is the rudder of your destiny. With it, you turn your ship toward prosperity, or drift endlessly on the tides of want. Here is a prayer, not of pleading, but of power. Speak it aloud with faith. I am not a beggar. I am an heir. Wealth belongs to me by divine inheritance. Every divine door swings wide for me now. My words are commands, and spirit obeys. I walk through the golden gate of supply with confidence, gratitude, and joy. It is done. Do you feel the shift? That stirring in your chest is not imagination. It is the awakening of authority. It is the remembrance that you were never meant to crawl for crumbs when the banquet has been set before you. The law of non-resistance reminds us not to struggle against appearances. You do not need to battle lack. You need only to command abundance. Resistance keeps you in begging. Surrender and declaration open the flow. When you stand in this posture, you move with the rhythm of divine timing, and everything you need begins to appear without force. Let this truth sink deeply. You are not waiting on God. God is waiting on you, waiting for your word, waiting for your authority, waiting for you to stop begging for scraps and start declaring your rightful inheritance. As you step into this new way of prayer, understand that it is not about volume or force, but about certainty. A whisper of command carries more power than 1,000 cries of fear. When you say, "It is mine by divine right," you align your heart with the eternal law that cannot fail. And so the shift continues, from pleading to proclaiming, from hope to faith, from asking to receiving. The journey is not about convincing God, it is about convincing yourself of who you already are. Carry this affirmation into your mornings and nights. Let it shape the rhythm of your thoughts, and with every declaration, know that the golden door swings wider, your path brightens, your supply flows freer, because once the inner shift is made, the outer must follow. It is law, and from here, we step even deeper. For once you learn to command with authority, you will discover the true rhythm of wealth, unfolding where spoken word and silent faith unite in harmony. The proof of alignment. Signs doors are opening when you step into divine alignment. The universe begins whispering back to you. It does not always roar at first. It comes as a quiet shift, a subtle stirring, a confirmation that heaven has heard your command. Many miss these gentle signs because they expect fireworks, but spirit often begins with a candle flame, not a bonfire. You may notice a small check in the mail, unexpected but perfectly timed. You may receive a discount at the store, a meal paid for by a stranger, or a debt released. These are not coincidences, they are proof. They are the cracks of light slipping out from beneath the door that is about to swing wide. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that when you are aligned with the divine, even the smallest events carry the fragrance of destiny. You may feel peace in situations that once filled you with fear. You may find yourself smiling without reason, sensing a quiet joy that nothing external can explain. This is alignment. This is God saying, the prayer has been heard. The law is already at work. The law of divine timing reminds us, the moment you spoke your word, the command was set in motion. The seed was planted in the soil of spirit. A tree does not sprout to its full height in an instant, yet its life has already begun the moment it breaks the earth. So it is with your wealth. Do not curse the soil by demanding to see the fruit immediately. The fruit is inevitable if the root is planted in faith. Imagine yourself standing before a golden door. At first, you only see the faint glow of light beneath it. Many people walk away at this stage, thinking nothing is happening. But those who wait in faith, who celebrate even the cracks of light, are the ones who live to see the door swing wide and reveal the treasure within. The glow is the promise. The door is already unlocking. Do not despise small beginnings. Celebrate them. When you find a forgotten bill in your pocket, say aloud, this is proof my abundance is unfolding. When you receive unexpected kindness, affirm, I am aligned with the flow of wealth. Every small sign is a messenger sent ahead of the great flood of prosperity that is already on its way to you. The ego wants to rush. The ego says, if it hasn't appeared in full, it's not working. But your spirit knows better. Your spirit knows that alignment is not measured by millions in the bank, but by the certainty in your heart. The moment fear loosens its grip and peace takes its seat, the miracle has already begun. So, watch for these signs. You will know alignment is working when a door closes and instead of despair, you feel relief, knowing a greater one is opening. A bill arrives, and instead of panic, you say, this too will be paid in full by divine supply. A thought of lack comes, but you replace it immediately with the truth. Every day I am guided to wealth. Every moment reveals proof of my alignment. This affirmation is not empty poetry. It is a key. Speak it often, not as a beggar hoping to be heard, but as a sovereign declaring what is already true. Let it echo through your consciousness until it becomes the rhythm of your life. Take a moment now, breathe deeply, place your hand over your heart. Say it with me. Every day I am guided to wealth. Every moment reveals proof of my alignment. Feel how these words shift your atmosphere. Feel how they summon calm, clarity, and confidence. That is alignment in motion. And here is a tool I give you for the next 2 days. Keep a journal. Write down every small sign of abundance you notice. Did someone give you a compliment that lifted your spirit? Did you save money unexpectedly? Did an opportunity arise out of nowhere? Write it down, because the act of noticing multiplies the blessing. Attention is spiritual fertilizer. What you water with your awareness grows. Do not compare your signs to others. Your journey is orchestrated by the divine conductor of your life. A small note of abundance today is part of the grand symphony of wealth that is building. Trust the tempo. Trust the pauses. Trust the crescendo that is coming. You may feel tempted to dismiss these proofs as too small, but let me remind you, every river begins as a trickle. Every sunrise begins with the faintest light on the horizon. Every miracle begins with a whisper before it becomes a shout. To ignore the small proofs is to dishonor the great blessing that is preparing itself for you. So I tell you, celebrate every crack of light. Clap your hands at every sign. Smile at every divine wink from the universe. For each proof is not the end. It is the announcement. It is the prelude to the symphony of abundance about to play through your life. Your alignment is real. The law has already gone out before you, and even if your physical eyes do not yet see the full manifestation, your spiritual eyes can recognize the proof all around you. The signs are speaking, the doors are shifting, and wealth is already moving in your direction. Stay awake to it, stay faithful to it, and prepare your heart, for the glow beneath the door will soon become the full blaze of divine provision flooding into every corner of your life, the sacred closing, declaring the open door. You have walked the path. You have felt the shift. From the shadows of lack you rose into the light of faith. From the silence of unanswered prayers, you stepped into the certainty of divine response. Every word you spoke was not wasted breath, but a seed carried by the eternal winds of spirit. And now, here you stand, not before a locked door, not waiting in the cold, but at the threshold of wealth itself. This is the sacred moment where your declaration becomes law. What was once an inner whisper now takes its place in the divine orchestra of creation. Every instrument of the universe tunes itself to your command. Every note resounds with one truth: the door is open. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. Pause and breathe that in. Feel the shift in your chest. This is not imagination alone, this is alignment. The proof is not only in the signs you have begun to see: the unexpected blessing, the peace that has replaced worry, the opportunities that seemed to come from nowhere. It is in the power that now courses through you as you stand in agreement with divine law. Hear this truth: wealth is not something you chase. It is not a prize you earn by desperate striving. Wealth is the natural rhythm of a soul in harmony with God's abundance. And by your prayers, your affirmations, your surrender, you have stepped into that rhythm. So now, declare with me: by divine law, my wealth doors are open now and forever. Speak it slowly, speak it boldly. Feel the vibration of those words in your body. The power of the tongue is the power of destiny. What you speak today echoes into eternity. The journey of these 2 days was never meant to be an ending. It is a beginning. The prayer you carried is not a ritual that expires with time. It is the seed planted deep in the garden of your subconscious. Faith is the water, gratitude is the sunlight. Daily declaration is the soil that keeps it rooted. The more you tend to it, the more it grows, not just into small blessings but into a forest of lasting wealth. Imagine this with me now. See before you the radiant gate. It is no longer closed. It stands wide open, glowing like molten gold. Beyond it, a garden overflows with streams of silver, trees heavy with fruit, and flowers that never fade. This is not fantasy. This is the symbol of what already exists for you in the unseen. And as you step forward, you realize something powerful. You are no longer waiting outside. You are inside. You are walking in the garden of abundance. You are in the house of wealth, and it is yours by divine right. Let gratitude wash over you. Every past fear, every lingering doubt, every thought of unworthiness dissolves here. The house of wealth has no locks, no guards, no gatekeepers. It is your inheritance. It is the Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. And this kingdom contains riches beyond measure, peace that silences anxiety, provision that outlasts need, joy that no circumstance can steal. Now affirm once more, by divine law, my wealth doors are open now and forever. Say it until it feels like it belongs to you, until it moves from words on your tongue to truth in your bones. This is your triumph. This is your victory. You are not standing in the waiting line of life. You are seated at the banquet table, and every plate is overflowing. But remember this: do not stop here. This prayer is not a one-time key that works only once. It is the eternal code of abundance. Speak it daily. Let it become the anthem of your mornings and the lullaby of your nights. Every declaration builds momentum. Every word strengthens the bridge between the unseen and the seen. When fear tries to creep back in, speak it. When doubt whispers its lies, speak it. When luck tries to dress itself as your reality, speak it. And the echo of your declaration will scatter every shadow. Here is your sacred closing prayer. Divine Spirit, I thank you that the door of wealth is no longer hidden nor locked. I stand within the flow of your endless provision. I walk in the garden of divine abundance. I live in the house of wealth, secure in the truth that it is mine by right of birth and by decree of law. Let every step I take be guided by faith, every word I speak be filled with power, and every day of my life reveal more of the riches you've prepared for me. Amen. Now, I charge you with this: do not keep this truth sealed in silence. Share it. Let your testimony become a beacon for others. Each time you speak of an opened door, you strengthen the vibration for your own life and awaken it in the lives of those still waiting. The sacred challenge is this: practice daily. Declare it aloud for the next 12 days and beyond. Write the signs you notice. Celebrate even the smallest openings, for each one is proof that the great flood of wealth is on its way. Then return and bear witness. Tell your story of the doors that opened, the fears that dissolved, the blessings that multiplied, because you are no longer the one knocking at the door. You are no longer hoping for a miracle. You are living in it. The house of wealth is not ahead of you. It surrounds you now. Every wall sings with abundance. Every room glows with peace. Every window opens to opportunity. And the key was never outside of you. It was always your word, your faith, your surrender. Say it again one final time with all the power in your spirit. By divine law, my wealth doors are open now and forever. Carry this declaration, walk with it, live by it, and let it mark the end of lack in your life and the beginning of divine plenty. You are not standing before the door, you are inside the house of wealth, and it is yours now, tomorrow, and forevermore. Pause for a moment and recall the last words you spoke about money. Were they words of confidence or words of complaint? Did they open a door or close one? Did they speak of abundance or of lack? Most people do not notice the trail of sentences they scatter through the day. They complain about bills, joke about being broke, sigh about opportunities lost, and without realizing it, those very words become the invisible architects of their reality. Here is the awakening truth. Your words are the currency of your future. They spend themselves into the fabric of your destiny. Every sentence you speak is either an investment or a debt. Every phrase is either building your palace of wealth or dismantling it brick by brick. Billionaires are not merely people with more money. They are people who have mastered a language that aligns with wealth. They speak with precision, with expectation, with faith. While the world around them might cry lack, they declare possibility. While others speak fear, they affirm certainty. This is not a coincidence, it is law. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the tongue is the key that unlocks the treasure house of the subconscious. Words are not casual, they are commands. When you say, "I can't afford this," you do not just describe your state. You program your state. You instruct your mind and spirit to obey lack, and the universe operating under law reflects it back to you. Every word is a seed, and seeds never stay seeds. They grow. Speak doubt long enough, and doubt becomes your harvest. Speak wealth long enough, and wealth begins to manifest in ways you could not predict. It is not magic, it is divine mathematics, cause and effect. Imagine with me, each word you release is a brick placed in the unseen mansion of your destiny. Complain, and you lay fragile bricks that crumble under the weight of time. Declare faith, and you set stones of marble that hold for generations. Your future home is being built not next year, but now, in every casual sentence, in every whispered phrase, in every self-talk moment no one else hears. Think of the contrast. The poor say, money is hard to come by. The wealthy say, money circulates freely and returns multiplied. The struggling say, I'll never get ahead. The abundant say, every step I take moves me closer to my fortune. Which language is your tongue fluent in? Here is a deeper truth. Wealth begins not in the bank, but in the breath. It begins in the choice of words spoken before there is proof. Billionaires train their language before they see billions. They speak as if the gate is already open. They call wealth by name until wealth cannot ignore their voice. Close your eyes and imagine this. You stand before a golden gate. Behind it is every resource, opportunity, and connection you have ever desired. The gate does not open with a key made of metal, it opens with a key made of words. Every time you speak wealth, the gate shifts. Every time you affirm abundance, the hinges loosen. Every time you declare I am provided for, the lock dissolves. And one day, when your language has matured into alignment, the gate swings wide. The subconscious does not argue, it obeys. It does not distinguish between truth and jest, between faith and sarcasm. If you joke about being broke, it writes it down as a command. If you sigh, I never catch a break, it engraves it as instruction. But when you declare I prosper wherever I turn, it receives it as law. The question is not whether your words have power, the question is whether you have learned to wield them. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote that your word is your wand. With it you shape circumstances, summon opportunities, and align with divine supply. The careless scatter their words like dust, and they reap dust. The conscious speak as if they are kings and queens, and they reap kingdoms. So let us name the shift. This journey is not about speaking like everyone else. It is about speaking like a billionaire. It is about shifting from careless speech to conscious wealth language. It is about treating each phrase as sacred currency, never wasted, always invested. Visualize a seed pressed into the soil. At first it is unseen, buried in darkness. But in time the seed obeys the law. It breaks open, it pushes upward, it becomes a tree. Your words are those seeds. Speak poverty, and you plant weeds. Speak abundance, and you plant oaks that shelter generations. What you speak in private becomes what you live in public. Now hear this. The language of wealth is not complicated. It is not a vocabulary reserved for the elite. It is available to you the moment you choose. Begin by refusing to curse your life with your own tongue. Replace "I can't" with "I will find a way." Replace "It is too hard" with "It is being made possible for me." Replace "I never have enough" with "My supply is endless and comes in perfect timing." You may feel resistance. The old language may feel more natural. That is because you have rehearsed it for years. But the law of substitution tells us that one thought, one word, can be replaced with another. You do not fight the old language. You simply choose a new one until it becomes the only one. Here is a divine affirmation for your lips. Speak it slowly. Speak it with reverence. I speak words of wealth, and wealth answers me. I declare abundance, and abundance finds me. I release lack, and lack releases me. Say it again. Feel the vibration in your chest. Words carry energy. The sound of your own voice is an activation. It is the vibration that tells your subconscious which road to walk. Beloved soul, your language is the soil of your destiny. Your words are the architects of tomorrow. Every sentence spoken today is either a bridge toward wealth or a wall against it. Billionaires did not stumble into their speech. They shaped it. They refined it. And in refining their language, they refined their lives. The mansion of your destiny awaits. The golden gate of wealth stands before you. The key is already in your mouth. Will you use it? This is your awakening. From this moment forward, treat your words as sacred currency. Spend them with intention. Invest them in abundance. Speak them with the authority of one who knows the law. For when your language changes, your world must follow. And so we begin. Listen closely. Every syllable you release is not just sound. It is decree. It is command. It is law. The universe bends to the rhythm of your tongue, whether you are aware of it or not. This is the invisible law of speech. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "Your word is your wand." She meant that every phrase you speak carves out the unseen corridors of your destiny. Your mouth is not casual. It is the architect's pen, drafting the unseen blueprint of your tomorrow. Pause for a moment and recall your last sentence about money. Was it drenched in fear or crowned with faith? Did you mutter, "I can't afford it," or did you whisper, "It is provided for me in divine right order"? Did you sigh, "Life is hard," or did you breathe, "Life unfolds in my favor"? These differences may seem small, but in the language of the spirit, they are the chisel or the hammer shaping your very world. Most people wander through life speaking curses disguised as ordinary conversation. "I'll never get ahead." "That always happens to me." "I just can't win." These phrases are not harmless. They are silent contracts with lack, binding agreements with struggle. Each word is like ink pressed onto the scroll of fate, and life has no choice but to honor what you continually decree. But listen, this is where the law reveals its hidden mercy. The moment you awaken, the moment you recognize the power resting in your tongue, you can turn the entire current of you, or destiny. You can tear up the old blueprint and draft a new one, line by line, declaration by declaration. Imagine your words as divine blueprints rolled out before the heavens. With every phrase, angels and unseen forces take their assignments. Speak defeat, and they dutifully arrange obstacles. Speak victory, and they swiftly remove barriers. Speak poverty, and the soil hardens beneath your seed. Speak wealth, and the ground blossoms with favor. The tongue is the master key. With it you either lock yourself in prison or swing open the gates of abundance. That is why the scriptures insist, death and life are in the power of the tongue. To ignore this law is to walk blindfolded through your own mansion, stumbling over treasures you never claimed because your speech barred the door. Now, I must rebuke something directly, because too many have been lulled into careless speech. Never again say, "I'm broke." Never again say, "It's impossible." Never again sigh, "That's just my luck." These words are chains, forged by your own mouth, clasped around your own ankles. Break them now. Say instead, "I am divinely provided for. Wealth flows to me with ease. My luck is the favor of God unfolding before me." Do you feel the shift? One set of words drags the soul into shadow, while the other pulls it into morning light. It is not about pretending. It is about aligning your speech with divine law, which always leans toward life, expansion, and abundance.
Let me give you an image. See your tongue as a golden pen in the hand of a divine architect. Every phrase you speak becomes a stroke upon the canvas of the unseen. Whisper enough times, "I cannot," and the lines darken into walls that box you in. Declare, "I can and I will," and the lines curve upward, shaping windows, bridges, towers of possibility. Before long, your speech becomes the skyscraper you dwell in. Now, take this into practice. I want you to journal, not just thoughts, but specifically the phrases you repeat daily. Ask yourself, what limiting sentences live in my mouth? What curses have I normalized in my conversations? Write them down. Do not hide from them. Bring them into the light of your awareness, because what is revealed can be healed. Then, craft replacements, not shallow cliches but living words charged with faith. Instead of, "I never have enough," write, "The divine supply meets me in perfect measure." Instead of, "Everything goes wrong," declare, "All things are aligning in my favor." These are not just affirmations, they are spiritual commands, and when spoken consistently, they reprogram your subconscious and summon life into obedience. Speak them in the morning when the veil is thin and your spirit is most receptive. Speak them at night when your subconscious prepares to dream. See yourself standing before the blueprint of your destiny. Each word is a stroke of ink, each sentence a new foundation stone. Do not waste them on despair. Build with intention, build with reverence, build with the language of wealth. Here is a brief prayer you can carry. By divine law, my tongue is aligned with life. Every word I speak plants seeds of wealth, favor, and peace. I release all speech of fear, and I command my words to serve the higher design of my destiny. Now close your eyes for a moment and visualize. See your words as streams of golden light leaving your lips. Watch them flow outward, forming pathways that turn into highways, bridges, gates. See lack dissolving as these pathways expand. See wealth, opportunity, and divine right connections walking toward you across the bridges your words have built. This is not imagination for its own sake. This is spiritual technology. You are programming the subconscious mind and instructing the universe with every syllable. Do not neglect this power. You may have thought wealth belonged only to those born with advantage, but the truth is wealth belongs to those who speak in harmony with it. Billionaires speak wealth long before it materializes. They talk in possibilities, in vision, in expectation. While the poor unconsciously repeat defeat, the wealthy declare futures. Their tongues draft the architecture of empires before a single brick is laid, and so can you. Begin today. Guard your speech as a sacred treasure chest. Place inside only what you wish to multiply. Refuse to lend your tongue to lack. Refuse to rent your voice to fear. Let every word be a decree, conscious and deliberate. Because here lies the hidden law. What you decree becomes law in your life. Not sometimes, not maybe, always. Your speech is covenant. Your declarations are contracts. Your words are not echoes. They are creations. So I leave you with this challenge. From this day forward, banish the careless phrases of defeat. Replace them with decrees of abundance. Journal them, speak them, live them. Watch as the blueprint shifts, the skyscraper rises, the golden gate opens. And remember, your next season does not begin when circumstances change. It begins the moment your speech changes. Speak life, and life will come. Speak wealth, and wealth will come. Speak destiny, and destiny will arrive. The invisible law of speech is waiting for your command. Use it wisely. For every word is a seed, and the harvest is certain. There is a kind of language that binds the soul in invisible shackles. Words that sound casual, almost harmless. Yet they summon lack like a shadow that never leaves. You've spoken them. You've heard others repeat them. I'm always broke. I can't catch a break. Money never stays with me. These are not simple sentences. They are spells, chains spoken aloud. Poverty does not begin in the wallet, it begins in the mouth. Each word of despair is like a padlock on your future, each complaint a bar across the gate of opportunity. Some of you have wondered why, no matter how hard you work, money slips away. Look back at your words. Your lips have been the builders of your prison. I speak to you now with rebuke, because truth must confront. Stop cursing your own harvest. Stop giving life to lack. Do know Say again, I can't afford it. Do not repeat, it's too hard. For each time those phrases escape your tongue, you kneel before the idol of limitation and call it master. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, your word is your wand. With it you either carve out a palace of abundance or dig a pit of despair. Which has your wand been drawing? Let me tell you a story. There was once a man who lived with talent in his hands, but bitterness in his speech. He could fix, he could build, he could create beauty from nothing, yet whenever someone asked about his life, he replied, I'm always broke. Nothing works out for me. He said it laughing sometimes as though it were a joke, but the law of words is not swayed by humor. It is impartial. Day by day his circumstances mirrored his confession. Money came in, but just as quickly it vanished. Opportunities arrived, but his spoken decree had already shut the door, and soon the very life he feared most stood before him barren, joyless, chained by the echo of his own tongue. This is the law. What you continually decree, you will eventually see. But hear this with your spirit. Chains can be broken in a moment. The prison door can swing open as soon as you decide to speak differently. Poverty talk is not eternal. It is a pattern, and patterns can be shattered. The instant you choose a new language, the instant you command a higher decree, your atmosphere begins to shift. This is the law of substitution. The universe abhors a vacuum. If you silence destructive words without replacing them, the old patterns return. But when you substitute poverty talk with prosperity declarations, when you exchange curses for blessings, lack for abundance, fear for faith, you rewrite your reality. Do you see it? Your tongue is the divine architect's pen. For too long, you have been sketching ruins. It is time to draft palaces. So let us practice the substitution now. Old phrase, I can't make money. New decree, money flows freely to me from divine sources. I am guided to every channel of supply. Old phrase, I'm always broke. New decree, I walk in divine abundance. My wealth is secure. I am never forsaken. Old phrase, nothing ever works out for me. New decree, everything in my life aligns for my highest good. What is mine cannot be lost. What belongs to me arrives in perfect timing. Do you feel the difference? Words are energy. They carry charge. They vibrate through your body, echo into the invisible, and draw back their equal. Speak lack and lack bows before you. Speak wealth and wealth finds its way to your door. I want you to try this sacred exercise tonight. Take a journal and write at the top of the page, what limiting phrases have I been repeating daily? Write them without judgment, without fear. This is the unveiling, these are the chains, and once you see them, speak their replacements aloud. Do not whisper, declare. You must feel the shift in your own chest, hear it in your own ears. When you speak, imagine this. Every destructive phrase breaks like iron against stone, chains fall at your feet. The smoke of poverty lifts and turns to light. You are no longer a prisoner, you are a commander. Let us seal this moment with prayer. Spirit of infinite supply, I release every idle word of lack I have spoken. I command my tongue to speak only life, only wealth, only truth. Let my words align with the abundance of heaven. Let my decrees open doors no man can shut. From this day, my speech is sacred. My mouth is the fountain of prosperity, and I will drink deeply. Amen. Beloved, understand this. You are not cursed. You are not bound by fate. The only chains that held you were woven from words, and now those chains are shattered. You are stepping into a new reality, carried on the wings of a new language. The divine orchestra is waiting. Your words are the conductor's baton. Speak and the symphony responds. Command wealth and watch as the instruments of heaven tune themselves to your decree. You were never meant for poverty. You were meant for overflow. So lift your head, open your mouth, and let the language of abundance roll out like thunder. This is your new foundation. This is your silent gate of destiny. And with every word you speak in truth, in faith, in alignment with divine law, you walk further into freedom. Now as we move forward, I will show you how to not only replace words but to anchor them until they become the permanent vibration of your life. Because the breakthrough is not in a single declaration, it is in the continual decree, the rhythm of truth spoken daily until it becomes the air you breathe. Listen closely. The difference between a billionaire and the one who struggles is not first in the bank account, it is first in the mouth. Wealth begins not with possession, but with proclamation. Before gold touches their hands, it is already flowing from their lips. Their inner dialogue is a treasury. Their outer words are instruments in a divine orchestra, striking chords of certainty, while the world around them trembles in confusion. When a crisis erupts, the average person cries out, "I am finished." Their words wrap chains tighter around their own destiny. But the billionaire spirit enters the same room, sees the same storm, and speaks differently. Where others see collapse, they say, "This is an opening, this is my chance." And as those words leave their tongue, doors unseen begin to move on their hinges. Their language carries the vibration of victory long before victory is visible. Their words are keys, and those keys unlock halls of destiny before their footsteps arrive at the threshold. Do you see the difference? One tongue builds a prison, the other builds a palace, and every day, every hour, every moment, you are either building one or the other. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your word is your wand. It strikes the air, it directs invisible forces, it summons the conditions of your life, and what you repeat with conviction becomes the soil in which your future grows. The billionaire tongue is not casual. It does not waste itself on complaint, on gossip, on fearful chatter. It speaks as though the silent gate of destiny is always listening. It speaks with reverence, with faith, with vision. When the world pushes against them, they do not resist with bitterness. They practice the law of non-resistance. They do not argue with conditions. They command outcomes. They do not fight the waves. They instruct the sea, and the sea obeys. Picture a man named Daniel, who once walked into the collapse of his own company. Employees were panicking, investors were fleeing, whispers of ruin filled the air. But Daniel did not join their chorus of despair. He stood tall, lifted his head, and spoke one sentence. "This moment is the birth of our greatest victory." His words broke the fog of fear. His employees steadied. His investors paused. Within months, the ashes of collapse turned into the foundation of greater success. Not because of luck, not because of rescue, but because the tongue of vision refused to bow to the tongue of fear. Your own life waits for this shift. Every day, unseen crises surround you: bills, debts, doubts, broken expectations. If you speak of lack, you fortify lack. If you speak of ruin, you multiply ruin. But if you stand, breathe, and declare, "This too is my opportunity. This too will bless me," you align with the rhythm of the divine orchestra. You stop resisting. You start commanding, and the universe, hearing the certainty of your tongue, rearranges the stage on your behalf. The billionaire tongue is trained. It is disciplined like a warrior. It does not spill careless words into the soil of reality. It plants intention. It sows prophecy. It waters the future with faith. It says, "I am equipped." It says, "Doors are opening." It says, "Wealth is my divine inheritance." And as it speaks, the very cells of the body vibrate with agreement. The subconscious, like a faithful servant, begins shaping behavior to fulfill the command. Now let me give you a daily tool, one that has shaped empires, one that has crowned ordinary men and women with the mantle of greatness. The Mirror Declaration. Each morning, stand before your reflection. Look into your eyes, for they are the windows of your soul, and speak, not timidly, but with the authority of one who knows. Say, "I am wealth, I am vision, I am guided, I am sustained by divine supply." Every word I speak opens doors that no man can shut. Watch your reflection, and notice, as the words leave your lips, a golden crown of energy seems to form above your head. You are clothing yourself in royalty before you step into the world. Do not dismiss this as imagination, for imagination is the womb of reality. Speak with faith, and the unseen will bow. Speak with certainty, and doors will unlock. Speak with vision, and the future will rush to greet you. Remember this: billionaires are not fortune's favorites, they are language's masters. They understand that their words must align with their vision, or their vision will starve. They know that wealth cannot survive in the mouth of doubt. They guard their tongue as kings guard their treasures, and so must you, for every careless word is a seed, and the harvest is inevitable. Right now pause, hear your own inner dialogue. What have you been telling yourself? Have you been repeating, I can't make it, I'm not ready, it's too hard? Those phrases are daggers stabbing your destiny. They are smoke that blinds the eye of your soul. Replace them. Substitute them with words of power. Instead of, I can't make money, speak, money flows freely to me from divine sources. Instead of, I'm always struggling, speak, I am lifted daily into greater supply. Instead of, things never work for me, declare, everything is aligning for my highest good. This is the law of substitution. What you replace, you transform. Your tongue is the architect of your fortune. Your words are the builders of your house. If you want to live in a palace of abundance, speak the blueprint with conviction. Speak until the walls rise. Speak until the roof covers. Speak until your house is complete. And once it is, guard it with the same tongue that built it. Do not let words of ruin creep in. Do not let whispers of lack gnaw at the foundation. Be faithful to the language of wealth, and wealth will be faithful to you. So today, as you rise, speak like a billionaire, not with arrogance, not with hollow boasting, but with certainty, with vision, with a tongue that knows it carries the authority of heaven. For when you do, crowns of opportunity appear. Doors of destiny swing open, the divine orchestra begins to play your victory song, and your life step by step aligns with the wealth that was written for you before time began. And now, with your tongue awakened, we must go deeper still. For words not only shape wealth, they summon timing, and timing is the secret gate where patience meets fulfillment. Let us now walk through that gate together. There is a voice within you that never sleeps. It speaks when your lips are sealed. It whispers when no one is listening. And whether you notice it or not, it is shaping your life more powerfully than any outer declaration ever could. Many people speak affirmations into the air, but curse themselves in silence. They say, I am wealthy, yet within their secret thoughts they whisper, but I never will be. They smile outwardly, but inside they hear the echo of unworthiness. This is the fracture of the soul, when the outer tongue declares life while the inner tongue pronounces death. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your subconscious mind is like fertile soil. It does not reason. It does not question. It simply receives the seed you plant, whether of blessing or of fear. Every inner whisper, every unspoken word, every secret dialogue is a seed, and the soil of your subconscious makes no distinction between what is good or harmful. It simply grows what you allow to be sown. This is why we must enter what I call the inner temple of words. Imagine within yourself a sacred chamber, silent yet alive, where every word you speak to yourself becomes a decree. It is not a temple of stone but of spirit. Its walls are made of memory, its floors are laid with belief, and the echoes inside this temple carry out into the world, shaping what you call reality. Pause for a moment and ask yourself, what has my inner voice been saying about me today? Did it call me enough? Did it call me strong? Or did it whisper doubt, fear, and shame? This is your inner temple audit, a gentle but powerful self-examination. Journaling these whispers exposes them to the light. When you write, today I caught my inner voice saying I am not capable, you are not condemning yourself. You are revealing the hidden intruder, and once revealed, it can be replaced. Here lies the law of substitution. You cannot simply push away a thought and leave a void. You must replace it. Darkness cannot be argued out of a room. You must turn on the light. So when your inner voice whispers, you are too late, you replace it with, I move in divine timing, and nothing is withheld from me. When it says, you are not enough, you respond, I am made in the image of God, complete and perfect now. This is the true work of the spiritual warrior, not the outer battle of proving, but the inner mastery of listening and replacing. Your subconscious hears every word, it records every judgment, and it obeys. Now visualize this. You stand in the center of your inner temple. Around you, the walls echo with old whispers, voices from your childhood, opinions from those who never saw your worth, fears that settled in your bones. But as you open your mouth, something shifts. You begin to declare with authority, I am chosen, I am supplicity. I am guided by infinite wisdom. Suddenly the echoes change, the whispers of defeat dissolve, the chamber resounds with divine affirmations until the very walls of your temple vibrate with truth. This is not imagination, it is creation. For every new inner word spoken with faith becomes a new law engraved in your subconscious. And as the temple is cleansed, your outer life aligns. Let us create a practice together. Each evening, before you sleep, sit in stillness, close your eyes and enter your inner temple. Listen, what did your inner voice speak today? Do not judge, simply record. Then take your journal and write a new decree, one that replaces the old whisper. If the voice said, I cannot, your decree becomes, through divine power, I can. If it said, I am forgotten, your decree becomes, I am remembered by heaven and favored by destiny. Each new decree is a stone, and soon your temple is rebuilt, holy and unshakable. And in the morning you seal your temple with sacred speech, stand before your mirror and declare, today, my inner temple sings with truth, my words build worlds, my thoughts echo with abundance, I live as one aligned with divine law. As you speak, imagine a golden light crowning your head, sealing your temple. This is more than affirmation. This is consecration. Do not resist the old whispers. Do not fight them. Here we return to the law of non-resistance. To resist is to give power. Instead you acknowledge and then you substitute. You allow the old to pass like shadows while you keep your gaze fixed on light. Some will say, but I have been speaking affirmations for years and nothing has changed. Beloved soul, it is not the outer repetition that transforms, it is the harmony between outer and inner speech. The outer voice without the inner agreement is like a song sung in two conflicting keys, discordant, ineffective. But when your inner temple and your outer tongue sing the same truth, you create a divine orchestra, and life cannot help but rearrange itself to the music you command. Remember this sacred truth, the most important conversation you will ever have is the one you have with yourself. Others may bless you or curse you, but it is your inner dialogue that holds the final authority. Do not neglect it. Do not dismiss it as harmless. For within the silence of your thoughts lies the architecture of your destiny. So now, begin to listen, enter the temple often, cleanse its echoes, fill it with words that align with heaven, and as you do, you will notice life bending toward you differently. Doors open with less effort, people respond with more favor, opportunities arrive without struggle. Why? Because your inner and outer worlds are no longer at war, they are in sacred agreement, and when your temple of words is aligned, you no longer strive to attract wealth, love, or peace. You become the magnet, you become the command, you become the living decree. Carry this with you. Before you change your world, you must change your whispers. Before you speak to the crowd, you must speak to the temple, and as this inner temple strengthens, it will prepare you for the next step of your journey where your words not only heal yourself, but ripple outward to transform the lives of others. There is a timing written into the fabric of creation, a hidden clock that does not hang on your wall, nor sit on your wrist. It ticks in silence, yet it governs everything seen and unseen. It is the divine clock, and every word you speak, every declaration that leaves your lips sets its gears in motion. When you speak with faith, you do not simply release sound, you release an order into the cosmos. You send forth an instruction that the universe cannot ignore. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the perfect law of divine order. What you speak is planted, and in its appointed hour, it must appear. But here is the challenge. Most people do not understand timing. They declare, they affirm, they pray, but then they dig up the seed with impatience. They curse their own harvest with words of doubt. They say, it isn't working, I don't see results, maybe it wasn't meant for me. And in that moment, the gears of the divine clock pause, not because God withholds, but because disbelief has jammed the mechanism. Impatience is the thief of miracles. Doubt is the shadow that robs declarations of their light. You cannot speak like a creator one moment and then cancel your decree the next. For the divine clock is not moved by hurry, it is moved by faith. And faith is not anxious, faith is steady. Faith knows that when the gears turn, though you cannot see them, all things are aligning for your good. Picture this. You speak a word, I am wealthy in divine supply. In that instant, gears begin to move in the unseen realm. Conversations are shifted. Opportunities are placed in motion. People you have not yet met are walking toward you. Doors you do not yet see are preparing to open. The stars themselves realign in obedience to the divine decree spoken from your mouth. Yet, if you collapse into fear, the gears slow. If you complain, the alignment scatters. But if you remain still, trusting the invisible, the timing of heaven delivers with precision. The law of divine timing is not a punishment, it is protection. For what good is receiving a blessing too soon, before you are ready to hold it? What good is wealth if your spirit is still ruled by lack? What good is opportunity if your inner voice still whispers unworthiness? The divine clock ensures that you do not simply receive, but that you can sustain. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn would say, "Infinite Spirit, open the way, not open it now, but open it in the right way, at the right time, under grace." Because divine timing is not delay, it is orchestration. It is the perfect rhythm of the divine orchestra. It is the silent gate of destiny swinging open at the precise moment your soul is prepared to walk through. Listen, your declarations are not lost. Every word you spoke in faith still lives. They have not vanished into the air. They are circling the divine clock, waiting for alignment, waiting for the second hand of destiny to strike the appointed hour. So rebuke doubt. Say to it firmly, "You are not my portion. I walk in faith, not by sight. What I speak is law, and in divine order it comes." And then release it. Let the gears turn. Let heaven arrange. Let patience become your worship. Do you see it now? Every impatient word is like shaking the clock hands trying to force the hour. But when you force, you break. When you surrender, you align. And when you align, manifestation cannot miss you. Close your eyes for a moment. See a great cosmic clock suspended in the heavens. Its face is infinite, its gears golden, its pendulum steady. Each time you speak in faith, a spark touches that clock. The gears move, the pendulum swings, the hands advance toward the exact moment when the unseen becomes the seen. That is the law, that is your security, that is your assurance. Affirm this with me now. My words set wealth in motion, and in divine order it comes to me. Say it with patience, say it with quiet authority, say it knowing that the divine clock does not miss a second, does not lose alignment, does not fail. And when doubt whispers again, and it will, you answer with faith, not with anxiety, not with desperation, but with certainty. You say, "The clock is already ticking, my good is on its way, I will not rush, I will not fear, I am aligned with divine timing." Write it down in your journal. Mark the day you spoke, and instead of checking the ground every hour for the seed to sprout, water it with gratitude. Every morning, instead of asking when will it come, say, "I bless the gears already moving, I bless the doors already opening, I bless the wealth already forming." This is how you speak in alignment with the divine clock. You release the word, you anchor it with faith, you surrender the timing, and you live in expectancy. Not nervous expectancy, but sacred expectancy, like the stillness before sunrise. You do not command the sun to hurry, yet you know without doubt that it will rise. So too with your spoken word, it is impossible for it to return void. It must fulfill its appointed purpose. It must appear when the divine clock strikes the hour. And as you live in this rhythm, something shifts. You stop striving. You stop comparing your timeline with another's. You stop fearing that you are late, for you understand you are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where the divine clock has placed you, and the moment you are ready, destiny opens without resistance. So speak now with confidence. Trust the unseen gears. Rest in the timing of heaven. Your word is law. The divine clock is ticking, and your wealth, your healing, your breakthrough is already in motion. There is a difference between speaking casually and declaring with authority. Casual words fall like pebbles on the ground. Declarations fall like seeds into fertile soil, awakening unseen forces that rearrange your destiny. When you begin to treat your speech as sacred, your life begins to align with sacred order. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that words are not mere vibrations in the air. They are commands sent into the invisible, shaping matter, timing, and opportunity. Every declaration is a decree written into the divine blueprint of your life. That is why careless speech produces careless outcomes, and intentional speech produces intentional blessings. This is why today I am giving you a practice, not theory, but a living ritual that you can use to retrain your tongue, your mind, and your destiny. This is not superstition, and it is not empty affirmation. This is the sacred practice of commanding wealth into form, aligning your spoken word with divine law. Here is the practice. 3 times a day at sunrise, at midday and at evening, you will stop, breathe and speak. You will not mumble. You will not doubt. You will speak as one who has been given authority. In the morning as the sun rises, you are to declare, stand still, breathe deeply, and say with conviction, the dawn of this day brings me wealth in divine order. What is mine by right of consciousness cannot be delayed, cannot be denied, and cannot be lost. These words open your inner gates. They awaken your subconscious to expect provision instead of lack. At noon, when the world feels busiest, when chaos pulls at your attention, pause and center yourself. Then declare, I walk in the rhythm of divine supply. Even now wealth is moving toward me, opportunities are finding me, and provision is locating me. This declaration shifts you from stress to surrender, from impatience to certainty. It reminds you that supply is not random, it is divinely timed and divinely tracked. At night, before your head touches the pillow, speak a closing word to your day. Say, the wealth I have spoken lives in the silence. As I rest, the universe works. As I sleep, my declarations multiply. I wake to abundance prepared for me. This plants seeds in your subconscious that will sprout while you rest. Your dreams will align with prosperity. Your energy will align with peace. Your faith will rise like the morning sun. These are 3 anchors, morning, noon, and night. They bind your day into a sacred rhythm. They keep your speech from wandering into complaint, fear, or despair. But declarations must be more than words repeated. They must be visualized, felt, and believed. When you speak, imagine the words leaving your mouth like golden light. See that light forming rivers, flowing out before you, carving new pathways for opportunity to reach you. See contracts sliding across desks. See open doors that once were locked. See checks. See favor. See healing. See every form of wealth that belongs to you. When you speak wealth, you are not only calling for money, you are calling for everything that makes life rich: peace of mind, health in the body, love that heals, and resources that empower your destiny. If you reduce wealth to currency alone, you shrink the universe's supply. But when you speak of wealth as wholeness, you invite heaven to pour itself into your life without limit. Now, let us add 2 more declarations to your practice. These are for when fear tries to rise and choke your words. Keep them ready like a sword. The first, I rebuke the voice of lack. It has no authority in me. I am aligned with infinite supply, and I live in overflow. This statement silences the enemy of doubt. It cuts off the cycle of fear that whispers you will never have enough. The second, every word I speak is seed. Every seed I plant grows. My harvest is certain. This keeps your eyes on the long vision. A farmer does not dig up the seed to see if it is growing. A wise soul speaks, believes, and allows divine timing to work. Write these affirmations on cards and carry them with you. Place 1 in your wallet where your money is. Put 1 beside your bed. Keep 1 in the kitchen, 1 in your office, 1 where you cannot escape it. Each time your eye catches the words, speak them aloud, whisper them in the silence, or declare them boldly when courage rises in your chest. Record your own voice saying these words and listen before sleep. Let your own tone become the echo that heals you. When you hear yourself declaring truth, your subconscious begins to accept it as identity. What you hear often enough, you become. You may ask, why morning, noon, and night? Because these are thresholds. At morning, you step into a new day. At noon, you step into the core of action. At night, you step into rest where the subconscious is most alive. By sealing each threshold with wealth declarations, you sanctify your entire cycle of life. Now imagine this, a sunrise. You speak, and golden light radiates from your mouth, filling the room, spilling into the streets, weaving itself into contracts, bank accounts, and opportunities. At noon, your words rise above noise and rush, creating a sphere of calm around you, where supply can find its way without interruption. At night, as you lie down, your words ascend like incense into the invisible, and the angels of order move on your behalf. This is the sacred practice of wealth declarations. It is not merely repetition. It is not wishing. It is command. It is alignment. It is the realization that the power of life and death rests in the tongue, and you choose life, you choose wealth, you choose divine overflow. So I ask you, will you speak as one who doubts, or as one who commands? Will you let careless speech rob you, or will you declare with precision and authority? Wealth is waiting for the sound of your voice. Heaven is waiting for your decree. Your subconscious is waiting for your instruction. Start now. Do not delay. Take this practice as sacred. Declare in the morning, declare at noon, declare at night, and watch how the river begins to flow, how the divine orchestra begins to play, how the silent gate of destiny begins to swing open for you. Because the truth is this: every word you speak is a builder of worlds. And today, you have been given the tools to build wealth, to call it forth, and to live it fully. Let the words be spoken, let the vision be seen, let the harvest be gathered. This is your practice, this is your authority, this is your inheritance, and as you rise into it, the next law will reveal itself with greater power. The journey has brought you here, from the shadows of careless words to the radiant throne of conscious speech. You began with whispers of doubt, words tossed like seeds into barren ground. But now, you have learned to speak with authority, to command as one who knows the divine hears every syllable and rushes to fulfill it. This is your transformation, the crossing of the silent gate of destiny into a new way of being. Florence Scovel Shinn once said, "Your word is your wand," and you now hold that wand. You no longer utter idle phrases that bind you to lack or limitation. You have chosen the higher speech, the language of creation. This is the speech of billionaires, not because of money alone, but because of the consciousness that refuses smallness, that knows abundance as its birthright. Take a breath, let your soul receive this truth. Your tongue was never ordinary. Every word is a decree, and the universe is the scribe that writes it into form. You are not waiting for life to happen, you are authoring it line by line, phrase by phrase, and today your story has changed. Say within yourself now, I speak words that build, not break. I speak life, not death. I speak increase, not loss. I speak destiny, not delay. These words are not weak affirmations, they are spiritual law. The power of the tongue is no metaphor, it is the divine mechanism by which unseen substance takes form. When you speak, heaven bends near, angels move at the command of a God-filled voice. Think of the careless words you once spoke. I can't, it's too hard, nothing works for me. Those phrases were chains disguised as sentences. They kept you bound to patterns of scarcity, tied to cycles of frustration. But now you know better. You can feel it in your bones. Every careless syllable carried weight, and now every conscious declaration carries freedom. The transformation is complete when you decide to never again speak against yourself, against your path, against your God. The law of substitution is your ally. When fear arises, replace it instantly. When the mind whispers, I might fail, you declare, I am already victorious. When the shadow says, I am not enough, you proclaim, I am the chosen vessel of abundance. This substitution is not denial, it is alignment. You are choosing the higher octave of truth. So hear me now. Declare it aloud with me, not as repetition, but as a decree. I now speak like a billionaire, and my world reflects it. Feel the words rise. See from your spirit. Let them sit in your chest like fire. These are not just sounds, they are currents of energy, reshaping the architecture of your life. Every room you enter will echo with this decree. Every conversation will be colored with it. Every silent thought will bow to its authority. And what of fear? What of doubt? They will still attempt to return, like shadows stretching across a golden morning. But now you know their game. Fear is a ghost. Doubt is a vapor. You no longer negotiate with them. You rebuke them. Speak it now. Fear, you are a liar. Doubt, you are dismissed. Lack, you have no jurisdiction over me. As these words pass your lips, the atmosphere shifts. Your inner court is cleared of intruders. The throne of your soul belongs only to faith, vision, and divine abundance. Blessing follows such speech. Imagine the dawn breaking over a city skyline. Golden light touches every rooftop, every street, every hidden alley. That light is your word covering the world you live in. It seeps into your relationships, your finances, your health, your dreams. Nothing is untouched when you speak in alignment with divine truth. Take this moment now as your ceiling. Whisper softly, I am wealthy in spirit. I am abundant in speech. I am unstoppable in vision. My mouth is the key, and the door of destiny opens as I speak. Do you feel it? That subtle shift in your body, like a new atmosphere rising within you. That is not imagination. That is the divine orchestra tuning to your new frequency. Every cell in your being is catching the rhythm of abundance. Understand this. Your practice does not end here. To speak like a billionaire is not a one-time event. It is a daily discipline, a sacred rhythm. Each morning, let your first words set the tone of your day. Each night, let your final words seed the dream of your tomorrow. If you fall, rise again with speech. If you forge it, return with speech. The power of your tongue will never diminish, but your commitment to it must remain unshaken. I bless you now. May your mouth be a fountain of life. May your words gather wealth, opportunities, and divine partnerships to you. May you be known not only as one who prospers, but as one who heals, uplifts, and transforms by the sheer sound of your voice. May your speech break generational curses and establish generational blessings. May your tongue become a river that waters dry places and makes them flourish again. And as you walk from this moment, remember, you are not echoing empty affirmations, you are commanding reality. The unseen is waiting for your voice. The gates of abundance respond only to words spoken in faith. So rise, speak, and watch heaven conspire to fulfill your decree. Say it one last time with all of your heart. I now speak like a billionaire, and my world reflects it. Let that sentence reverberate through your mind like the final note of a sacred song. It is done. The law is sealed. The transformation is complete. The sunrise of your destiny has begun. And as you step forward, know this: you are not walking alone. This channel is your companion on the journey, a place where divine truths flow daily to keep you aligned, inspired, and empowered. Stay connected. Walk with us in this practice. Together, we will continue to speak life into being until the whole world shines with the light of awakened speech. Your transformation has been spoken. Your breakthrough has been declared, and your abundance has already begun. If you are hearing this, it is not by accident. Your soul has been led here. A greater order has guided your steps, and this moment has been written into the silent script of your destiny. You may think you clicked a video. In truth, the video has called you. The words you are about to hear are the chime of a divine clock striking at the exact hour appointed for your breakthrough. Life is not chaos. There is an order, a rhythm, a sacred orchestration moving unseen, and right now, that order is whispering through these words. Every delay you have endured, every prayer you thought was unanswered, every night you wondered if the heavens were silent, they were not wasted. They were aligning, they were preparing. The silence was not neglect, it was divine timing. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that nothing truly yours can ever be withheld from you. What belongs to you is bound to you by divine law. No force, no person, no circumstance can keep it away. And if something has not yet appeared, it is not because you are forgotten. It is because the sacred clock has not yet struck, but now it has. That is why you are here. Picture it. Imagine a vast cosmic clock tower, each gear turning with precision, each movement exact, each second perfect. The hands move not one breath too early, not one breath too late. And now the chime sounds, the bell rings, the door to your breakthrough creaks open, and light begins to pour through. This light is not new, it has always been prepared for you. What is new is your awareness that it is already in motion. You have thought of yourself as waiting for change, waiting for signs, waiting for permission. But this moment is not about waiting, it is about stepping. You are not outside your breakthrough, knocking and pleading for entrance. You are already inside the unfolding of it. You are already in the current. You are already in the blessing. Ang's motion. Let that sink deep. Let it shift something within you. You are not a seeker scrambling in the dark. You are the chosen one hearing the divine signal. The universe is not against you. It has been working with you, carrying you, weaving the threads of your life into a pattern you could not yet see, and now the tapestry begins to reveal itself. Say these words aloud and feel them vibrate in your spirit. My breakthrough blessing is already in motion. I align with it now. Again, my breakthrough blessing is already in motion. I align with it now. This is not affirmation for the future. It is declaration of the present. It is truth spoken into form. Every time you say it, the gears of the sacred clock move, the door widens, the light grows stronger. Every word you speak is a step into alignment. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine standing before a door. It is heavy, ancient, carved with symbols you cannot fully understand. For a long time it has been closed. But now, as you place your hand on the handle, it begins to shift. Slowly it opens. A warm flood of light rushes out, wrapping around you like a promise. You step inside. You do not beg for permission. You do not question if you are worthy. You belong here. This is your appointed place. This is your moment. The divine orchestra is playing, and you are the note that was always meant to sound at this precise measure. Nothing in your life has been wasted. Every detour was part of the map. Every silence was part of the song. Every delay was part of the timing. And now the music swells, carrying you forward. You may feel fear. You may feel doubt. That is natural. But let the fear know that it no longer commands you. Let the doubt know that it no longer defines you. The signal has been given. The gates have opened. You are walking in a different light now. Whisper within yourself. I am no longer waiting. I am receiving. I am no longer questioning. I am trusting. I am no longer outside. I am inside my divine breakthrough. Take a deep breath. Release the old story of being stuck, forgotten, or delayed. Breathe in the new story, the one that says you are chosen, aligned, and already moving in the current of your blessing. This is the sacred urgency of the hour. Not to rush, but to recognize, not to grasp, but to allow, not to fight, but to align, because when the divine clock strikes, nothing can hold you back, and beloved soul, the bell has already rung. From this moment on, carry this awareness with you. Walk as one who knows the door is open. Speak as one who knows the blessing is in motion. Think as one who has already stepped into the light. The world responds to your inner posture, and today, your posture has shifted. Say it again, with faith, with finality, with fire. My breakthrough blessing is already in motion. I align with it now. And as these words leave your mouth, know that they are not merely spoken. They are released into law. They are planting themselves in the soil of the universe. They are calling forth the unseen into the seen. You are not waiting for your breakthrough. You are awakening inside of it. If you are listening right now, your spirit is ready to hear what many never discover. The reason so many plead, struggle, and wait endlessly for their breakthrough is not because God has denied them. It is because they are unknowingly standing in their own way. They are holding the blessing back with clenched hands when heaven has already placed it at the door. There is a hidden law, a sacred current that governs every breakthrough. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the law of non-resistance. This law declares that what belongs to you does not come by struggle, but by release. Your blessing cannot be forced into existence. It can only be allowed. Think of the times you tried to push something into being. You begged, you worried, you forced. But the more you strained, the further it seemed to slip away. Resistance creates delay. Resistance is a wall you unknowingly build between yourself and your answered prayer. The moment you surrender, the wall dissolves. The moment you release, the blessing rushes forward like water freed from a dam. This is why surrender is not weakness but strength. To let go is not to lose control, but to align with the greater control of God's perfect timing. Picture a river. Imagine the heavy stones stacked across its path, blocking the flow. The water presses and builds. The pressure grows. It feels like nothing is moving. Yet the river does not fight. It does not resist. It simply keeps flowing. And in the exact right moment, the stones shift, the wall collapses, and the current bursts through with unstoppable force. That is what your breakthrough looks like. It may appear delayed, but it is never denied. The blessing is pressing against the barrier of your resistance. The moment you release your grip, the river of divine good pours into your life. Resistance whispers in the language of fear. What if it never happens? What if I am left behind? What if I am not enough? But release answers with divine truth. What is mine is already on its way. What belongs to me cannot be lost. What God ordains cannot be withheld. This is the shift that accelerates everything. You stop chasing, you stop begging, you stop demanding life to move faster, and you step into a higher knowing. What is for me will not pass me. My part is not to force, but to align. So let your heart say it now. Let your spirit echo the affirmation of freedom. I release all resistance. What is mine flows to me with ease. Speak it again, not as empty words, but as a key unlocking your inner gates. I release all resistance. What is mine flows to me with ease. And as you speak, imagine yourself sitting by a river at dawn. The sky soft with golden light. The water gliding past you, steady, unhurried, eternal. See the water kissing the rocks, shaping them, breaking through them without struggle. See how it flows around obstacles instead of colliding with them. This is the wisdom of the law of non-resistance. You do not fight your way into blessing. You flow your way there. Feel the peace in this vision. Feel how your body softens when you stop pushing. Feel how your chest opens when you no longer grip the outcome with fear. This is the divine art of letting go, not into emptiness but into fullness, into the certainty that God's orchestration is more perfect than your plans. Ask yourself with sacred honesty, where in my life am I still resisting what God is trying to give me? Is it in the way I doubt my worth? Is it in the way I cling to what has already ended? Is it in the way I repeat old fears instead of declaring new truths? Write it down, put pen to paper and expose resistance where it hides, for when you name it, it loses its grip. When you confess it, you reclaim power. Now, reframe it with words of release. If resistance said, I don't know if I can trust, your release will say, God has never failed me. I surrender this fear. If resistance said, I must make this happen, your release will say, I rest in divine timing. What belongs to me arrives without struggle. If resistance said, I am not worthy, your release will say, I am a child of God. Worthiness is my birthright. This is not passive waiting, this is active alignment. When you let go of resistance, you make room for divine movement. When you open your hands, heaven places gifts in your palms. Do not mistake stillness for nothing happening. Beneath the soil, roots are spreading. Beneath the surface, waters are rising. Beneath the silence, a divine orchestra is tuning its instruments. The music of your breakthrough is already prepared. The conductor is waiting only for you to stop covering your ears with worry and listen. Release turns chaos into order. Release turns delay into acceleration. Release turns struggle into flow. So today, whisper this prayer with me. Spirit of God, I let go. I surrender my will for yours. I trust your timing. I trust your wisdom. I step aside, and I allow the river of divine good to carry me forward. As you breathe out this prayer, imagine the stones of fear lifting from your river. See the water rushing through. Hear the sound of breakthrough as the current carries you into a wider, freer, brighter place. This is the hidden law many never learn. You cannot wrestle your way into what God has written for you. You can only align, release, and allow. The blessing is already moving toward you. The river is already flowing. The more you relax, the faster it comes. So the question is not when will it happen. The question is, am I resisting or am I allowing? And the moment you choose allowing, the moment you choose trust, you shift from waiting for breakthrough into living inside it. Your life does not unfold by force. It unfolds by divine flow. Step into that flow now, and watch resistance fall away like shadows before the rising sun. Because in truth, your breakthrough is not waiting to begin. It is waiting for you to let it in. The greatest mistake so many souls make is believing nothing is happening simply because nothing is visible. Yet every miracle begins underground, hidden from the eyes, wrapped in silence. Think of a seed pressed deep into the soil. To the impatient eye, it appears forgotten, buried, lifeless. But within, roots are spreading, foundations are being woven, life is moving in secret preparation. The absence of sight does not mean the absence of progress. The silence is not a void, it is sacred construction. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that every word we speak is a seed planted in the fertile ground of the subconscious. Whether words of faith or fear, they cannot remain dormant forever. They must take root, grow, and eventually appear in form. If you have spoken words of truth, declared your desire with faith, and released it into divine hands, then the seed has already been sown. Do not curse the ground by digging it up in doubt. Do not call yourself barren when life is already beneath the surface. So many fall into despair because they demand proof before the season is ready to reveal. They beg, they plead, they question, where is my blessing? Why don't I see it yet? But spiritual law whispers back, look again, not with physical eyes but with the vision of the Spirit. Just as the farmer does not hover over the soil in fear, you too must learn to wait with trust, knowing unseen forces are doing what only they can do. Your breakthrough does not begin the moment the blessing appears in your hand. It begins the moment the seed is spoken, the prayer is released, the intention is planted. From that instant, divine law goes to work, arranging, aligning, opening pathways. The form may not yet be visible, but the energy is alive. A hidden seed does not announce itself with trumpet sound, yet the potential it carries could feed nations. Think of this, a single seed carries within it the possibility of a forest. What looks small, what looks insignificant, already contains multiplication beyond your imagination. The same is true for your blessing, the job offer, the open door, the divine connection. It may begin as a whisper, as a flicker, as a nudge in your spirit. Do not dismiss the small beginning. Do not despise the hidden phase, for the seed is not less than the tree. It is simply the tree in a different form. You may be walking through a season where everything feels still. The bills are still on the table. The body still aches. The relationship still feels uncertain. And yet, beneath the appearance of lack, the seed of breakthrough has already been planted. Heaven does not operate on delay, only on timing. The invisible stage is not punishment, but protection, allowing your blessing to grow roots strong enough to last. Here is the sacred affirmation for this moment. I trust the unseen. My seed of blessing is alive and growing. Speak it with the certainty of one who knows the soil is not empty but full. Speak it until your heart begins to soften, until the tension leaves your chest, until you feel the quiet assurance of divine order. Close your eyes for a moment. See yourself holding a seed in the palm of your hand. But this is no ordinary seed. It glows with divine light, warm and alive. Within this small form exists the blueprint of an entire forest. As you gaze at it, you realize it already contains the tree, the branches, the shade, the fruit, the generations it will nourish. You place it into the soil of your life and cover it with trust. You step back in gratitude, not because the tree is visible, but because you know it is inevitable. This is how you begin to see differently. This is how you walk by faith and not by sight. You no longer demand proof from the outer world. You recognize the inner confirmation. The soul's compass points you to what is already set in motion. The silent gate of destiny has opened, even if your physical eyes see only darkness. So here is your daily practice. Each morning before you rise, whisper gratitude for what you cannot yet see. Thank God for the blessings in progress. Thank the divine for seeds alive beneath the soil. Say quietly, I give thanks that my blessing is unfolding now, in perfect ways, at perfect time. Gratitude is water for the seed. It nourishes what is hidden until it can no longer remain concealed. If you find yourself doubting, if fear tries to convince you that nothing is happening, return to the image of the glowing seed. Return to the truth that silence does not mean stagnation, and waiting is not wasting. Instead of asking, when will it come, begin to declare, it has already begun. Instead of thinking, nothing is changing, affirm, everything is moving on my behalf. The hidden law of growth is this: what is sown must grow. The subconscious does not lose C. D. The divine does not misplace prayers. What is spoken in truth, what is planted in faith is already alive. Your role is not to force, not to pry open the soil before its time, but to hold steady in trust, watering with gratitude, resting in certainty. Recognizing the seed of your blessing is recognizing that your breakthrough has already started. You are not waiting for it to begin, you are waiting for it to reveal, and the one who trusts the seed will never be left barren. As we continue this journey, hold this truth: your unseen blessing is not uncertain. It is alive. It is moving, it is multiplying, and soon, what has been hidden will stand before you in full bloom. There is a language your soul already knows, a language not made of grammar or letters, but of vibration, rhythm and command. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the law of the word. She declared, "Your word is your wand." The wand does not argue, it does not hesitate, it simply creates according to the hand that directs it. And so it is with your life. Your words are not idle. Every sentence you whisper, every phrase you repeat, every declaration you throw into the unseen is seed and substance. They are invisible architects shaping visible walls. But here is where the struggle begins. Most people sabotage their own construction site. They ask for abundance, yet complain about lack. They pray for healing, yet rehearse their pain. They call for love, yet speak loneliness into the air. This is why so many remain trapped in cycles they long to escape. The soil of their life is not barren, it is fertile, but it is fertile with whatever words are planted within it. Imagine a gardener who curses their soil. Each morning they walk into the field and mutter, "Nothing ever grows here. This land is useless. It will never bring forth fruit." Day after day their breath becomes a poison to the ground. How foolish would that gardener seem? And yet, is this not what many do with their own lives? How many times have you spoken, "I'm stuck, it's not working, I'll never see my breakthrough"? Yasi. A word is like salt poured on the soil of your destiny. The divine law does not mock you, it simply returns to you what you send into it. This is the law of substitution. Every time you are tempted to speak fear, you may replace it with faith. You cannot serve two masters, and you cannot water both weeds and flowers. You must choose. When your mouth wants to say, "It's impossible," stop and substitute. With God all things are possible. When the old voice rises with, "I am too late," substitute it with, "Divine timing is never late. My good arrives right on time." Words are not suggestions to the universe, they are commands, they are golden keys turning in unseen gates. Each phrase spoken in alignment with truth swings open a silent door you did not even know was there. "I can't," locks the gate. "I can and I will," unlocks it. "I am stuck," chains the door. "I move in divine flow," dissolves the chain. Your life is a reflection of the words you are brave enough to speak, so let me speak directly to your heart. I know you have prayed, I know you have waited, I know you have wondered why the blessing has not yet arrived. The answer may be hidden in your own tongue. Your word is either your liberator or your captor. The law does not bend. What you declare with conviction becomes the order stamped on the scroll of destiny. Listen carefully. You cannot casually joke about your struggles and then expect divine strength to move mountains. You cannot repeat, "I'm broke," as a melody and then expect the symphony of wealth to play for you. The divine orchestra plays the sheet music you hand it. If you keep handing it songs of despair, you will not hear a song of triumph. But here is the miracle. At any moment you can begin a new song. At any moment you can reverse the pattern. The law of substitution is mercy itself. It does not hold you hostage to yesterday's words. The moment you speak differently, the soil begins to respond differently. You need not undo the past. You simply plant new seed today. Speak after me, and feel the vibration move through you. I speak life. I speak abundance. I speak divine timing. Let these not be empty syllables, but rivers of power flowing from your chest. Say it again slowly, as if engraving truth upon your own subconscious. I speak life. I speak abundance. I speak divine timing. Do you feel the shift? That is no coincidence. That is alignment. When you speak words drenched in faith, your entire being vibrates differently. You begin to see the world with spiritual eyes instead of physical ones. You begin to treat delay not as denial, but as divine orchestration. You begin to walk with a new confidence because you realize that every phrase you utter is a decree written in the unseen. Now close your eyes for a moment. Imagine your words as golden keys in your hand. Each time you speak a word of faith, you insert a key into a hidden lock. You turn it, and a gate creaks open. Behind one gate, your provision waits. Behind another, your healing. Behind another, the relationship, the opportunity, the dream. Do not leave the gates closed with careless talk. Every key matters. Every turn shifts something in the invisible realm. The practice is simple, but it requires devotion. 3 times a day, pause whatever you are doing and declare, "My blessing is already in motion, and it reaches me now." Say it in the morning, as sunlight rises over the horizon. Say it at midday, when fatigue tries to whisper doubt. Say it at night, as your body rests but your subconscious continues its work. These are not mere phrases, they are divine commands instructing unseen forces to align with your highest good. Do not be surprised when old habits resist. The tongue is trained by years of careless repetition. But every time you correct it, every time you substitute fear with faith, every time you speak blessing instead of curse, you are reprogramming the soul's compass. Soon, your tongue will flow naturally with the language of be. React through. And when you hear yourself declaring truth without effort, you will know, the gates are already opening. The blessing you prayed for is not delayed. It is unfolding, accelerated by your own command. Remember this eternal principle. Your tongue is the steering wheel of your destiny. Where it turns, your life will follow. Guard it, guide it, use it as the divine instrument it was created to be. The seed has been planted in earlier silence. Now the word waters it. Each affirmation is a gentle rain. Each declaration is warm sunlight. Do not curse your soil again. Bless it daily. Honor it with words that build instead of break. For what you speak is not empty air. It is the very breath of creation moving through you. Your word is your wand. Wield it with reverence. Wield it with courage. Wield it with joy. For every phrase is prophecy and every sentence is shaping tomorrow. And so we step forward, carrying this sacred awareness. The language of breakthrough is not future, it is present. It is here, in your own mouth. Speak it, and the unseen will bow to the sound of your decree. There is a moment every soul encounters on the path of manifestation. It is the moment when desire is declared, prayers are spoken, affirmations are made, and then silence follows. The outer world does not shift immediately, and the mind begins its restless questioning. But when? But how? Why not now? This inner dialogue is the greatest thief of blessings. Doubt is the shadow that whispers delay, even when divine order is already moving unseen. I want you to hear me clearly. Your doubt does not mean God has abandoned you. It simply means the mind has forgotten what the soul already knows, that the unseen is building, that the divine architect is at work. Imagine a grand cathedral being constructed. You walk past the empty land and see only dust. You wonder, where is the promise of the massive structure? Yet behind closed gates, artisans are shaping stone, wood, and glass. The blueprint exists, the design is exact, the foundation is laid. Though your eyes see emptiness, the reality is already in motion. This is how the law of divine timing works. God's clock does not tick according to human impatience. His time is perfect, not rushed, not delayed. The sacred hour is chosen long before your question is asked. To resist this timing is to fight against the current of the river. To trust it is to rest in the arms of certainty. Your mind may cry out, "When will it happen?" But your spirit is wiser. It knows to answer, "It is already happening." That single reframe is not a trick of words, it is a command of alignment. Doubt collapses, faith rises, energy shifts. Let us practice this shift now. Breathe in deeply, feel the tension of impatience leaving your body. With every exhale, surrender the demand to know the exact hour. With every inhale, receive the truth that the blessing is already prepared. Speak this with me. I rest in divine timing. What is mine is on the way. It cannot be late, it cannot be denied. It belongs to me, and it finds me at the perfect hour. Every time you speak this, you silence the storm of the doubting mind. You tune your inner ear to the divine orchestra where every note is perfectly placed. Now let us use a sacred visualization. Close your eyes and see before you a vast celestial clock, its hands shining like gold. This clock does not measure human minutes. It measures divine order. Watch as the hand moves steadily, not too fast, not too slow, and then see it strike the precise moment when your blessing arrives. Feel the joy of that hour echoing in your chest. Know that it is already scheduled, and nothing can move it off its track. This vision is not fantasy. It is the soul's reminder that your destiny has a divine appointment. But I want to give you a tool to anchor this even deeper. Take your journal and write a letter not from your present self, but from your future self. Write as if the blessing has already arrived. Begin with gratitude. I am so grateful that I now stand in the reality I once prayed for. Everything unfolded in divine timing. It came with ease, and it came with perfection. Describe the details of what you see, how you feel, what has changed. Let your pen move freely, as if you are walking in that future. Why is this powerful? Because the subconscious does not argue with imagination. When you write from your future, you step into the vibration of fulfillment. The mind stops asking when, because the soul begins to feel now. Every time doubt creeps in, return to this practice. Read your letter, breathe the words, visualize the celestial clock, and speak the affirmation, I rest in divine timing. What is mine is on the way. Beloved soul, hear this truth. The blessing is not waiting for permission. It is already being delivered. Your role is not to chase it, but to align with it, to trade impatience for trust, to exchange worry for rest, and as you rest, you become magnetic. The very energy of your surrender draws the blessing closer. This is the paradox of divine law. What you release flows faster, and what you clutch in fear moves further away. So today, make the inner shift. Step out of doubt, step into faith. Let your words be calm, your heart steady, your spirit open. For the architect is building, the blueprint is complete, the hour is marked on heaven's clock, and when the moment strikes, it will not be almost, it will not be partial, it will not be delayed, it will arrive whole, radiant, perfect, and right on time. Now let us continue deeper, for the journey does not end in timing. The next step is learning how to embody the vibration of receiving so fully that nothing can stand between you and what has already been written for you. There comes a moment on the soul's journey when waiting transforms into welcoming, when the heart no longer asks, "KS, will it come?" but begins to declare, "It is already here." That moment is the gateway where blessing begins to flow. Blessings are not stumbled upon by accident, they are drawn, tuned, and received by those who align with the invisible current of divine order. And now it is time for you to step fully into that current. Think of your life as a divine receiver. When a radio is out of tune, the signal is lost in static. But when you adjust the dial, even by a fraction, the frequency comes alive, and the music flows clearly. The blessings of God are already playing in the divine orchestra. They are not absent, they are not delayed, they are simply waiting for your inner receiver to tune itself to the right frequency. How do you tune in? You begin with practice, not a heavy, burdensome duty, but a light, joyful practice that opens your spirit. Stand before your mirror each morning. Look into your own eyes, not with doubt, not with impatience, but with reverence. The mirror is not glass, it is a portal. It reflects not just your face, but your faith. Speak these words aloud. I welcome my breakthrough now. Feel each word strike the air like a key unlocking the invisible vault of heaven. Do not whisper it timidly. Speak with the calm authority of one who knows. For your words are seeds, and your reflection is the soil. Gratitude, too, is a sacred frequency. It is the magnet of miracles. The world teaches you to give thanks after something arrives, but Spirit teaches you to give thanks before, because gratitude is not a reaction, it is a declaration of trust. When you say thank you in advance, you announce to the universe that you are already carrying the gift in unseen form, and the unseen always precedes the seen. So practice this. Wake up and give thanks not only for what you can touch, but for what is still invisible. Thank God for the door that is already opening, though you cannot yet see the handle turn. Thank Him for the financial provision already written into your future. Thank Him for the healing, the relationship, the opportunity that is now stepping into form. Each thank you is a beacon, drawing the blessing closer, until what was hidden becomes visible. Florence Scovel Shinn taught a principle that must become your living truth. Faith knows it has already received, not will receive, not might receive, already received. Faith does not beg, faith does not bargain, faith celebrates as though the answer has already been delivered. Close your eyes for a moment, imagine yourself holding what you once only desired, feel it, sense its weight in your hands, see the colors, the textures, the details, let your body respond with joy as though it is done. That joy is not fantasy, it is frequency, and that frequency is how you receive. Now let me guide you into a sacred affirmation sequence. Speak each line slowly, let it reverberate inside your soul. I am tuned to the frequency of my blessing. I walk in the current of divine provision. My words shape the channels through which my good flows. I welcome abundance, health, and joy now. What is mine by divine right is unfolding in perfect order. Say these not as a chant of desperation, but as a melody of certainty. Each statement is a tuning fork aligning your heart with heaven's design. And now, I invite you into a visualization. Close your eyes again and see yourself standing at the edge of a golden stream. The water glows as though liquid sunlight flows before you. This is the stream of blessing, the eternal current carrying gifts with your name upon them. Step into it. Feel the warmth surround your ankles, then your knees, then rise to your heart. Imagine the stream carrying toward you wrapped treasures, opportunities, breakthroughs, answered prayers, all gliding on the current. They are not rushing past you, they are moving toward you. Stretch out your hands and receive. Feel the flow. Let your spirit whisper, yes. This visualization is not imagination, it is activation. Each time you enter that golden stream in your mind, you rewire your subconscious to believe and to allow. And the subconscious, once aligned, cannot resist bringing into form what it has accepted as true. Here is a tool you can practice tonight. Before bed, take a journal and write down 3 blessings already in motion. Not 3 blessings you hope for, 3 blessings already in progress. Perhaps it is the unseen job interview already being scheduled, the financial opportunity quietly preparing itself, the friendship that is drawing nearer. Write them down as though you are recording a fact, for in spirit, they are facts. By writing them, you anchor the invisible into your conscious awareness. Each night, as you repeat this, your mind will begin to shift. Instead of seeing what is missing, you will start to notice what is moving. Instead of asking when, you will whisper, now. Instead of doubting, you will thank. And that shift is the very lever that moves blessings from potential into manifestation. Understand this, activating the flow is not about force. You cannot push the river. You cannot demand the orchestra play faster. You must align, not strain. You must welcome, not wrestle. The law of non-resistance ensures that what you allow flows more swiftly than what you chase. When you rest in the frequency of joy, ease, and trust, you find that blessings arrive with surprising speed. So each day, align your receiver, look into the mirror and declare, I welcome my breakthrough now. Each day, lift your heart in gratitude for what is unseen but already unfolding. Each day, tune your inner frequency with affirmations of certainty, not longing. Each day, walk again into that golden stream in your imagination and feel the current of blessings carrying treasures toward you. Each night, write 3 blessings already in motion and seal them with thanksgiving. This is the rhythm of activation, a rhythm not of labor, but of alignment, not of fear, but of faith. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Soon you will not ask, is it coming? Assumption, you will simply live as though it is here, and then it will be. For the soul that activates the blessing flow is like a tree planted by rivers of living water. It bears fruit in its season, its leaves do not wither, and everything it sets its hand to prospers. That is the divine promise, that is your promise. Step into it, live from it, and watch the flow carry to you everything written in heaven's design for your life. And as this flow grows stronger within you, you will notice something even more profound. Blessings will not only come to you, they will begin to flow through you, touching lives, uplifting others, and multiplying joy. For the divine current does not stop with one soul, it expands, it overflows, it blesses without end. And now, as you feel this flow moving in your spirit, you are prepared for the next step, to understand the greater purpose behind the blessing, the reason it seeks you, and the higher calling it is designed to fulfill. For blessings are not the end, they are the beginning of a larger divine story. Beloved soul, we have journeyed together through the inner chambers of divine law, through the rivers of faith, through the landscapes of your unspoken prayers, and now we arrive at the holy moment of closure, which is not an ending at all but a beginning. The atmosphere around you has shifted. The frequency of your being is no longer what it was when you first opened your heart to these words. You have been lifted, you have been tuned. And now, it is time to seal this journey with a declaration that cannot be broken, shaken, or reversed. If you are reading this, your breakthrough blessing is already in motion. No man, no fear, no delay can stop it. This is not a hope. This is not a wish. This is law. The divine orchestra has already struck the opening note of your victory song. The silent gate of destiny has opened its hinges, and what was once locked away from you now comes rushing toward you. Every moment from here forward carries the fragrance of answered prayer. Take a breath with me now, not a shallow breath, but one that reaches the core of your being. Inhale, and as you do, imagine drawing in golden light, the light of certainty, the light of faith, the light of divine completion. Hold it for a moment in your chest, and then release it slowly, as if you are exhaling the final remnants of doubt. Let that breath be the whisper of release. Now say with me quietly but firmly, if I am reading this, my breakthrough blessing is already in motion. Feel those words press against the inner walls of your soul. They are not just sound, they are living codes. Each syllable rearranges the unseen, calling into order what was once scattered. The power of the tongue, as Florence Scovel Shinn declared, is no metaphor, it is law. Words spoken with faith create the framework of tomorrow. Picture yourself now standing before a wide-open divine gate. Beyond it stretches a path bathed in golden light. This is not imagination, it is revelation. That gate is the threshold of answered prayers. See yourself stepping forward. Notice the way the ground feels firm under your feet, as if all of creation has been waiting to carry you across. On the other side of that gate, abundance is not delayed, it is flowing. Healing is not postponed, it is unfolding. Peace is not temporary, it is eternal. Pause here. Do not rush past this vision. Let yourself truly walk through. As you do, allow the old garments of struggle to fall from your shoulders. Release the cloak of fear. Drop the weight of doubt. Let go of the inner dialogue that once whispered, "What if it doesn't happen?" It has already happened in the unseen. Faith knows it has already received. You are simply stepping into alignment with what was prepared before time began. I invite you now to speak this sacred affirmation aloud. My breakthrough blessing is in motion. Again, my breakthrough blessing is in motion. And once more, with the full authority of your soul, my breakthrough blessing is in motion. Feel the shift in your energy as these words leave your lips. They are not empty, they are not hollow. They reverberate through the spiritual atmosphere, calling angels to attention, aligning circumstances, softening hearts, moving mountains that once looked immovable. Beloved, this is not the moment to ask, when, or how. The law of non-resistance teaches us to release those questions, for they are born of fear. Instead, surrender to the knowing. The divine current is carrying you. You need not paddle in exhaustion. Simply allow, simply flow. The river of blessing has already claimed you. For the next 14 days I call you into a sacred practice. Each morning, before the noise of the world has entered, place your hand on your heart, look into the mirror of your own eyes, and declare with unwavering certainty, my breakthrough blessing is in motion. Speak it until the words stop sounding like words and start feeling like truth. Speak it until your cells remember. Speak it until your atmosphere bends around the vibration of your faith. This 14-day spoken challenge is not a ritual of repetition, it is an initiation into certainty. Every time you speak it, you are chiseling away at the old story of delay, poverty, fear, and lack. You are engraving a new decree onto the tablet of your subconscious. You are reminding your soul's compass of the true north of your destiny. And when resistance rises, as it sometimes will, remember the law of substitution. Replace every fearful thought with this divine declaration. If your mind whispers, "It's taking too long," you answer, "My breakthrough blessing is in motion." If your heart says, "What if it never comes?" you reply, "My breakthrough blessing is in motion." If circumstances mock you with contradiction, you stand firm and declare again, "My breakthrough blessing is in motion." Let these words become your shield. Let them be the sword with which you cut down doubt. Let them be the melody you hum in silence, the rhythm that carries your steps, the anthem that escorts you into the new. Close your eyes for a moment now. Feel the joy that comes when you know you cannot lose. Imagine your life 6 months from now, looking back at this very moment as the turning point. See yourself smiling, remembering that this was the day the blessing took root. This was the day the shift was sealed. This was the day you chose certainty over fear. Can you feel the celebration? Heaven is not silent about your life. There is rejoicing already taking place in the unseen. You may not hear the music with your ears, but your spirit recognizes it, the symphony of completion, the song of fulfillment, the chorus of promises kept. Beloved soul, I remind you of this truth. This message did not find you by accident. It has reached you by divine appointment. The same hand that wrote your destiny has guided your steps to this very word. There is no coincidence. There is only orchestration. So let us close together, not in ending, but in sealing. Take one final breath of faith. Exhale the residue of the old, and now, declare once more with me, if I am reading this, my breakthrough blessing is already in motion. No man, no fear, no delay can stop it. Carry this declaration as you would carry sacred fire. Speak it, live it, breathe it, for it is not only a statement, it is a prophecy fulfilled, and so it is. If you are hearing this right now, it is not an accident. This is your moment. This is your divine summons. For 12 days, your words can end your broke days forever. I want you to pause and breathe deeply, because I know how heavy it feels to be broke. It is more than numbers in a bank account. It is the weight on your chest when the bills pile higher than your courage. It is the sting in your gut when someone asks you to join them, and you silently decline because you cannot afford to say yes. It is lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering if tomorrow will finally bring relief or just another storm. Being broke is not only about lack of money, it is about the silent shame that creeps into your soul. The voice that whispers, "You are behind, you are not enough, you are forgotten." And yet I tell you with all authority, that voice is a lie. Your spirit was never created to live in lack. Your soul was never designed to bow to poverty. There is a law higher than your circumstances. There is a word stronger than debt. There is a decree greater than the shame you carry, and for 12 days you are about to step into that law. This change is not about striving. You do not need to fight your way into prosperity. You do not need to force the river to flow. The law I am speaking of responds not to force but to word. Words are not casual. Words are not decoration. Words are spiritual commands. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Your word is your wand. Your word summons, your word decrees, your word sets in motion the invisible machinery of God. And the truth is this, you are not broke because of money. You are broke because of words you have allowed to become your law. Every time you said, I cannot afford this. Every time you sighed, I am broke. Every time you believed, money always slips through my fingers. You wrote the script of your reality, and the universe, obedient and precise, fulfilled what you spoke. But here lies the mystery and the miracle. If your words once locked you out, then your words can also unlock. Imagine before you a great locked door, heavy, immovable, sealed shut against your knocking. Behind it is the wealth you have prayed for. Behind it is the provision you have dreamed of. Behind it is the life you have longed to taste. And you have tried everything to open it. You have pushed against it with effort. You have kicked against it with worry. You have wept at its threshold with despair. But none of these open it. Why? Because this door does not open to struggle. It opens to sound. It opens to the correct spiritual password. And that password is your word, aligned with divine law. For 12 days, you will speak not as a beggar but as an heir. For 12 days, you will not bow to the lie of being broke. For 12 days, you will use the power God has placed on your tongue to decree your freedom. This is not superstition. This is law. The same way gravity never fails, the same way the sun never forgets to rise, the law of the tongue never fails to produce. The words you speak today shape the wealth you will hold tomorrow. This is your covenant, a covenant with the source that never runs dry. For the next 12 days you are not repeating empty phrases. You are declaring spiritual contracts. You are setting decrees into motion that angels will carry out. You are writing wealth into the atmosphere of your life. Listen to me. When you speak as God directs, your broke days must end. They cannot survive the fire of divine word. They cannot exist in the light of decreed abundance. So hear this truth. You are not waiting for money. Money has been waiting for you. Waiting for you to speak the words that open the invisible vault. Waiting for you to align with the divine orchestra already tuned to your abundance. Waiting for you to say, with unwavering authority, I am not broke. I am forever supplied. Let this awaken you. Let it stir the sleeping giant within you. You are not helpless. You are not forgotten. You are not trapped in lack. You are standing at the threshold of change, and the key is in your mouth. Now, I invite you to whisper these words with me. Whisper them softly, yet with conviction, as if every syllable were a command etched into the eternal law of life. God is my instant and eternal supply. I am never broke. I am always provided for. Say it again, slower this time. Let it seep into the bones of your belief. Let it replace the old words you once spoke against yourself. God is my instant and eternal supply. I am never broke. I am always provided for. This is the beginning. This is your awakening call. The next 12 days are not ordinary. They are sacred. They are an agreement between your tongue and the divine treasury. And every time your lips open in faith, the locked door of wealth swings wider. You have just spoken the first key. Now prepare, because the journey has begun. There is a law that moves beneath every coin, every note, every exchange of energy you have ever experienced. It is not the law of banks, not the law of governments, but a higher law, the law of the word, the law of the divine decree. Every word you speak is a seed cast into the fertile soil of your subconscious. Your mind is not a storage place, it is a living field, always waiting, always listening, always creating from the sound of your speech. Words are not empty air, they are blueprints, they are commands, they are orders written to the unseen forces that shape your reality. Imagine for a moment a divine architect standing in the unseen. This architect waits at your lips, sketching every line you describe with your speech. When you say, "I am broke," the architect draws walls of lack. When you say, "I cannot afford this," the architect seals doors that might have opened. When you declare, "Money is always leaving me," the architect paints a leaking vessel that can never hold fullness. Yet when you speak divine plenty, the architect's blueprint shifts. When you say, "God is my endless supply," the architect builds a treasury that cannot be emptied. When you whisper, "Wealth flows to me with ease," rivers of gold are etched into the design. When you declare, "I am open to divine prosperity," the doors of the inner temple swing wide. This is the law. What you decree with your tongue, you authorize with your spirit, and what you authorize, the universe must obey. Now here is where many stumble. They speak against money while praying for it. They resist wealth with one breath and call for it with the next. This is where the law of non-resistance comes into play. The law of non-resistance teaches us that what we fight, we bind ourselves to. When you say, "Money never stays with me," you are resisting the very flow you seek. When you complain, "I'm tired of being broke," you are fastening yourself to the condition you want to escape. Resistance hardens the heart, it builds walls where rivers should flow. But when you stop fighting money and instead align with it, the current begins to move in your favor. You begin to see money not as a master or an enemy, but as a servant of divine good. You begin to let it flow without fear, without struggle, without clinging. You stop cursing it and start blessing it. You stop speaking against it and begin speaking with it. Think of a stream. If you try to dam it with stones of negativity, it will overflow in chaos or dry out around you. But if you allow it to flow freely, blessing every drop, the stream becomes a river. The same is true of your financial life. Resistance creates drought, alignment creates overflow. So I ask you now, what are the 3 money phrases you speak most often? Do you often say, "I can't afford that"? Do you say, "I'm always struggling"? Do you sigh, "It's never enough"? Write them down. Look at them as if they are chains, because they are. Each phrase is a chain around your mind, binding you to the picture of lack. Now rewrite them. Transform them into divine affirmations. Let "I can't afford that" become "Everything I need is supplied at the right time." Let "I'm always struggling" become "I walk in the ease of divine prosperity." Let "It's never enough" become "I live in more than enough, pressed down, shaken together, and overflowing." Your words are not powerless whispers, they are spiritual decrees. They are the code of your reality. Hear this sacred affirmation, and let it sink into the chambers of your being. I banish the word broke from my life. I speak only abundance, supply, and divine plenty. Let it roll across your tongue. Feel how different it is. Notice how your body softens when you say it. Notice how your spirit lifts when the word broke is cast out of your vocabulary. You are not broke. You are not poor. You are not lacking. Those are lies, shadows, illusions created by old words that no longer belong to you. You are rich in spirit, supplied in substance, and wealthy in the divine treasury of heaven. Speak that truth and it becomes your experience. Florence Scovel Shinn once said that every time you speak, you are decreeing your destiny. That is no small responsibility, but it is also your greatest power. Imagine your words as keys. Some keys lock you into rooms of lack. Others unlock gates of overflowing supply. Which keys are you carrying? Which words are you choosing? Every time you open your mouth, you are either sealing yourself into your past or opening yourself to your future. That is why your broke days can end, not in 12 years, not in 12 months, but in 12 days, if you are willing to govern your words with divine authority. Because the law does not delay, the law does not hesitate, the law moves instantly when you align with it. And the instant you stop declaring lack and begin to declare divine abundance, the blueprint shifts, the architect redraws, the doers are open, the flow begins. Take this moment as a holy invitation. Sit with your journal and write the phrases you have been speaking. Do not condemn yourself for them. Simply notice, then take your pen like a sword and cut them away by writing their divine replacements. Speak them aloud morning and night. Speak them until the sound of lack no longer has a place in your mind. Affirm this with me. I now choose words of abundance. I speak life into my finances. I command the architect of the unseen to design my life according to divine plenty. My broke days are finished. My wealthy days have begun. Let that decree be your compass. Let it be the seed you plant 12 days in a row, and you will see how swiftly the soil responds. For the universe has no choice but to obey the law of your word, and your word, spoken with faith, is a key that no gate can resist. There is a hidden chain that binds so many souls, and it does not begin in the wallet or the bank account. It begins in the whispers that leave the lips. It begins in the careless sentences spoken in passing, words that sound harmless but carry the weight of law. Poverty, my friend, is not born in the pocket. It is born in the mind, and it is sealed by the tongue. Imagine a man with a shovel in his hands. Every morning he wakes and says, "I'm broke." With each declaration he thrusts the shovel into the earth. Each word digs the hole deeper. "I can't afford it." Another shovelful. "Money never stays with me." The soil rises higher around him. He believes he is simply describing his condition, but in truth he is constructing his own prison. His words are not just sounds in the air. They are bricks in the wall. They are the blueprint of his confinement. Until, without realizing it, he stands buried in a pit of his own decrees, unable to see the horizon of possibility. This is how many live, chained not by the lack of money itself, but by the constant naming of their lack. Each phrase of defeat sends a signal through the body, impressing the subconscious with grooves of limitation. Just as water cuts channels into stone with patient persistence, repeated words of fear carve pathways in the mind, and the subconscious, ever obedient, accepts the engraving as permanent truth. Science calls them neural grooves, spirit calls them strongholds, and once they are formed, the individual begins to live inside them, believing there is no escape. But what if I told you the grooves were never permanent? What if the same power that carved them could carve new paths, new rivers of supply, new streams of abundance flowing toward you? Think of the man with the shovel again. For years he spoke lack and buried himself deeper. But then one morning, he pauses. He lays down the shovel. He whispers a new word. God is my supply. The air changes. A small stream of light touches the walls of his pit. The next day he repeats it. Wealth flows to me. Another ray breaks through. Slowly, each new word becomes a ladder rung. He climbs, not with coins, but with decrees. Until one day he stands again on solid ground, breathing the free air of possibility. The truth is piercing. Every time you say, "I'm broke," you are not describing your condition. You are issuing a sacred order to the universe to keep you broke. You are commanding the divine orchestra of creation to play only the songs of lack. And heaven, ever faithful to the power of your tongue, responds to your direction. Pause and ask yourself this with courage. How many times a day do I issue orders of poverty without realizing it? How many times do I bury myself with the casual confession of lack? Now imagine the opposite. Imagine speaking words of plenty, not once, but again and again, until they engrave new grooves in the subconscious. Picture yourself saying, "My supply is endless. Money flows to me in perfect ways." With each repetition, the old channels of fear dry up, and new rivers of prosperity spring forth. The mind begins to change. The body begins to believe. Circumstances rearrange to obey the new decree. It is the law of repetition, working silently in the background of your life. Just as fear multiplies when spoken daily, abundance multiplies when declared with persistence. The subconscious cannot resist the rhythm of constant truth. It must accept what is repeated with conviction. Think of a field. For years, seeds of weeds were planted, seeds of doubt, of lack, of despair. The soil grew them faithfully, because the soil does not question the seed. But when new seeds are sown, seeds of plenty, seeds of faith, seeds of divine supply, the soil, the subconscious, responds just as faithfully. The harvest shifts. The weeds begin to die away. The field becomes a garden of plenty. So I ask you again, with gentleness but also with urgency, what if every time you said, "I'm broke," you were planting a seed of poverty in the soil of your subconscious? What if every casual confession was the architect's pencil sketching your future of lack? And what if, in this very moment, you could take back the pencil, erase the blueprint of struggle, and begin drafting the architecture of wealth with your words? You can. The law of words is impartial. It does not bind you to lack any more than it binds you to plenty. It simply obeys. And the law of repetition is patient. It will carve whichever grooves you choose to speak. The chains are not unbreakable. They dissolve the moment you decide to name something new. Let this truth sink deep. Words created the broke days. Words chained the mind to struggle. But words are also the key. Words can end them. Words can unlock the silent gate of destiny and open the path to supply. And so, as we continue this journey, remember this one unshakable truth. If the wrong words buried you, the right words can resurrect you. If sentences of lack built your prison, sentences of abundance can tear down the walls, because if words created the broke days, words can also end them. 12 is not just a number, it is the language of completion, the signature of divine order written. Across the universe, there are 12 tribes in ancient scripture, 12 gates that open into the holy city, 12 months that carry us through the cycles of time. When heaven wishes to mark something as whole, it speaks in 12s. So when I tell you of the path of 12 days, I am not giving you a practice of mere repetition. I am handing you a sacred key, a pattern woven into creation itself. These 12 days are not ordinary. They are a consecrated journey, a ceremonial passageway into prosperity. Each day is a stone. Each stone builds the temple of your abundance, and with every word you declare, you lay down another piece of the foundation on which wealth can stand. Picture this with me. You are a traveler, standing before a stairway of 12 steps carved in radiant light. At the top waits a temple so luminous it seems to hum with eternity. The walls breathe abundance, the gates shine with divine supply. But the temple does not open to those who rush. It opens to those who climb step by step, word by word, day by day. The first step is your voice. The second is your breath. The third is your surrender. The fourth is your conviction. The fifth is your patience. The sixth is your consistency. The seventh is your faith. The eighth is your vision. The ninth is your gratitude. The 10th is your authority. The 11th is your stillness. And the 12th is your crown, the sealing of your decree. For 12 days you will walk this path, and each day will reshape the atmosphere around you. Each declaration will not only echo through the chambers of your mind but ripple outward into the invisible currents of spirit. The practice is simple, yet sacred. In the morning, when the world is quiet and your spirit is open, speak aloud with conviction. Let your words ring like the striking of a bell, summoning the orchestra of heaven to arrange your supply. Say with unwavering strength, "For 12 days I decree, money is not my master, God is my source, I am forever supplied." These are not empty syllables, they are divine orders. Every morning you are commanding the day to bow to your spiritual authority. You are aligning your compass to the eternal source, not the shifting tides of circumstance. In the afternoon, when the weight of life presses and distractions scatter your energy, pause, breathe, close your eyes. Repeat the decree silently in your heart. Let it settle into your being like oil poured on water, spreading peace across your inner sea. This moment of pause becomes your anchor, keeping you from drifting back into fear, worry, or lack. And at night, before your body yields to rest, stand once more in your sacred authority. Declare the words as though you are tucking them into the cradle of your subconscious. Whisper them like a lullaby to your deeper self. For 12 days I decree, money is not my master, God is my source, I am forever supplied. As you fall asleep, those words will not sleep. They will continue to work, threading themselves into your dreamscape, reshaping the grooves of your inner dialogue, preparing the soil of tomorrow. 12 days may sound simple, but simplicity is the cloak of the divine. Behind it hides the greatest mysteries. Do not mistake this practice as small. Each day is a stone, and 12 stones together build an altar. That altar is where lack is burned away and abundance is enthroned. Let me tell you a secret about repetition. Every fear you have ever carried was born from repetition. Every limitation you believed was carved by repeated words and repeated thoughts. I can't. I'm broke. It's too hard. These phrases etched trenches in the subconscious, and in those trenches poverty found a home. But repetition is also redemption. For just as fear words dig holes, faith words build long adders. Every time you speak your decree, you are carving a new groove, a divine pathway where supply flows freely. You are teaching your subconscious to bow to truth instead of fear. That is why the 12 days matter. They are not random. They are not optional. They are a pilgrimage, a ceremonial reprogramming of your soul. As you walk this practice, I encourage you to keep a journal. Not a journal of complaints, but a record of shifts. Write down the subtle ways your heart changes. Note the moments where worry dissolves into calm. Record the unexpected gifts, the sudden ideas, the conversations that confirm your new alignment. This journal becomes your witness, your written evidence that the path of 12 days is alive. And do not be surprised if the universe answers swiftly. Some of you will notice financial doors swinging open. Others will see burdens lift. Some will feel an inner wealth so radiant that even without external change, you will know you are already supplied. This is the law in action. This is divine order responding to divine word. So I ask you now with reverence and urgency, will you give 12 days of your life to rewrite the rest of your days? Will you step onto that radiant staircase, stone by stone, decree by decree? Will you choose to speak supply instead of lack, alignment instead of fear? For the law is simple. What you repeat, you engrave. What you engrave, you live. And now, as you prepare for this sacred practice, hold these words close. For 12 days I decree, money is not my master. God is my source. I am forever supplied. Let them be your morning trumpet, your afternoon anchor, your nightly seal. Because 12 days of truth spoken with conviction can uproot years of poverty thinking. 12 days can shift the axis of your destiny. 12 days can carry you from the shadow of broke days into the temple of abundance. The steps are before you. The light is waiting, and the temple of supply has already been prepared. All that remains is for you to climb. But remember, the climb is not about speed. It is about devotion. It is about trust. It is about giving yourself fully to the sacred rhythm of repetition until the words no longer feel like practice but truth. And when you reach the 12th step, when you stand at the gate of your radiant temple, you will know, not because someone told you, not because circumstances confirmed it, but because your spirit will have become the wealth it once sought, and that is the hidden treasure of the 12 days. For if words created the broke days, words can also end them. And in 12 days, your tongue can build a new world. You have walked this journey long enough to know that broke days are not just about empty pockets. They are about the old echoes inside the mind, the voices that whisper lack, the patterns that tell you there will never be enough. To end those broke days forever, you must not only shift what you do but renew who you are at the deepest level of thought and feeling. This is where the work of spiritual tools begins. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that words are not mere sounds, they are creative forces. When you speak, you build. When you repeat, you carve new pathways in the mind. When you affirm with conviction, you command unseen law to obey. This is not empty repetition, it is divine coding, the way heaven writes new patterns into your subconscious. Let us step into the temple of practice. The sacred power of affirmation. Every word you speak is a seed. Some seeds grow into weeds of fear, others into gardens of supply. Today, we choose only the seeds of abundance. Here are 4 affirmations to become your companions for these 12 days. Affirmation 1. I walk in the riches of divine supply. This is not wishful thinking. This is your identity. Each time you say it, imagine your feet walking on streets paved with gold, your life supported by unseen provision, your steps guided by divine wisdom. Affirmation 2. Broke days are gone. Abundance days are here. Say it as a declaration, not a hope. Picture a door closing behind you, forever sealing away the old story of lack, while before you opens a radiant gate dripping with opportunity, favor, and prosperity. Affirmation 3. I am aligned with God's endless provision. Feel the truth of this. Provision is not something you chase, it is something you align with. Just as a compass always finds north, your spirit always finds supply when aligned with divine law. Affirmation 4. Every word I speak plants wealth into my future. This affirmation reminds you that your tongue is a divine architect. Every syllable carries blueprints. Every statement becomes a structure. Choose words of wealth and wealth must appear. Speak these affirmations daily. Speak them morning, noon and night. Speak them until your voice convinces your bones. Speak them until they echo in your dreams. Speak them until your subconscious can no longer resist their power. The visualization of flow. Now let us turn inward. Close your eyes and imagine money not as paper or coins, but as a river of living light. This river descends from a higher source, pure and inexhaustible. It pours from the throne of divine supply, flowing directly into your life. See it cascading through every area, your home, your work, your health, your relationships. Watch how it moves like sunlight on water, filling every corner of your being. See it flowing into your hands, glowing with warmth. Let it touch your heart, dissolving old fears. Let it fill your home, washing away scarcity. In this vision, money is no longer something you chase. It is something that flows naturally, abundantly, without end. Feel the truth. Rivers do not struggle to flow, they simply follow their course. In the same way, abundance does not struggle to reach you, it flows by divine design. The reframe of inner dialogue. Old patterns will try to return. You may hear yourself say, I can't afford it. That phrase is poison to prosperity. It chains the mind to lack. Instead, we replace it with a higher truth. God is preparing the supply, and it is on its way. Do you see the difference? The first statement closes the gate, the second opens it wide. The first declares finality in lack. The second affirms faith in unfolding abundance. Each time the old phrase arises, do not resist it with frustration, simply substitute it with truth. The law of substitution is one of your greatest allies. Darkness is not fought, it is replaced with light. Scarcity is not battled, it is substituted with supply. So the next time you want to say, I'll never get ahead, pause. Instead, declare, I am advancing in divine order and nothing can hold me back. When the thought arises, I'm always behind on bills, reframe it into, all my needs are met in perfect timing and every bill is paid with ease. Do not underestimate these reframes. They are chisels carving new grooves in your subconscious. They are torches lighting corridors that were once dark with fear. The daily practice of heart alignment. Here is your sacred daily ritual. Stand still, place your hand on your heart, feel its rhythm, steady and unbroken. With each beat, whisper these words. Abundance is my identity, wealth is my birthright, God's supply flows through me. As you declare, imagine a divine seal breaking. This seal has kept you bound in the story of lack, repeating broke days again and again, but now the seal cracks, falls away, and the curse dissolves. You are free, you are whole, you are abundant. Visualize yourself wearing a robe of light, stitched with threads of gold. See a crown of provision placed on your head. Feel the dignity of a soul no longer begging but receiving. Hold this image for 12 days and it will become etched into your subconscious forever. The psychology of repetition. Why 12 days? Because repetition rewires. The subconscious does not change through one declaration, but through repeated truth. Each time you speak, visualize and reframe, you are training the inner mind like a musician practices notes until they become music. Fear becomes trust, doubt becomes conviction, scarcity becomes abundance. Neuroscience calls it neuroplasticity, scripture calls it renewing the mind. Florence Scovel Shinn called it impressing the subconscious. Whatever the name, the principle is unchanging. What you repeat, you become. This is why careless words cannot be allowed. Each I'm broke is a brick in the wall of lack. Each I am provided for is a key in the lock of abundance. You must decide moment by moment what structure you are building. The crescendo of transformation, do you feel it? The shift already moving. This is not theory, this is law in motion. The moment you begin affirming, visualizing, reframing, and practicing, you step into a new orbit. You cannot walk the same path with a new mind. The outer life must rearrange itself to match the inner decree. 12 days from now, you will not recognize the energy surrounding you. Doors that were closed will begin to creak open. Ideas will flow. Opportunities will appear. People will show up with answers, support, and favor. And you will not say, "How did this happen?" You will know, it happened because you rewired the root. As you stand in this truth, breathe deep. The broke days are gone. The abundant days have begun. Carry these tools. Use them faithfully. Watch as they carve a new destiny. And now, let us move forward to the next stage of this journey, where we step into the sacred timing of manifestation, learning how divine order delivers every blessing right when the soul is ready to receive. The moment of breakthrough is not always announced by trumpets or lightning. Sometimes it arrives as a quiet shift inside the heart, a subtle but undeniable knowing that the battle has already been won. After days of repeating the sacred words, after nights of touching the silence with prayer, something changes. Doubt, which once shouted so loudly, now speaks in a faint whisper. Fear, which once chasahayu in the mind, now falls away like an old garment that no longer fits. In its place comes calm. In its place comes expectancy. You no longer wonder if your supply is coming. You know it is. You feel it moving already. It is like standing at the edge of a new dawn. The darkness has not fully lifted, yet the horizon glows with a light that cannot be denied. This is the secret of spiritual law. The shift happens within before it ever appears without. When the soil of the heart changes, the harvest of life must follow. Imagine a woman who carried an empty cup for years. She went from well to well, from door to door, begging for drops to quench her thirst. The cup remained dry and she believed the world had abandoned her. One day, weary of wandering, she stopped and finally looked up. There above her, always above her, was a fountain overflowing. The cup had never been empty because of lack. It had been empty because she had not lifted it to the source. The fountain was waiting. The supply was endless. The moment she raised her cup, the water poured in without resistance. This is what happens when you awaken to the truth of your own divine inheritance. The fountain was never dry. God's supply was never limited. The lack was only in perception, only in the inner dialogue that believed in separation. The law of divine timing teaches us this. Manifestation may not appear on day one, but alignment is instant. The very moment you speak truth with conviction, your soul locks into the frequency of supply. The outer world may take days or weeks to rearrange, but the inner world is already renewed. The orchestra of destiny begins playing the moment you step into harmony with divine law. There comes an unmistakable inner sign. You feel it before you see it. The heaviness that once lived in your chest is gone. A quiet joy begins to rise like a spring within your being. Gratitude flood.
Use without force. You find yourself saying thank you before the blessing arrives because you already sense its nearness. Your words shift from timid requests to bold declarations.
You no longer whisper prosperity as if testing its reality. You proclaim it as your identity, and so you speak with power. The curse of being broke is broken. I live in supply forever. Feel those words not as hope but as law. They carry the force of the eternal. They echo in the unseen realm and rearrange the visible. For the curse of lack is not a condition of the world. It is an illusion of the mind. The moment you replace that inner image with the truth of abundance, the outer must follow like a shadow follows light. This is the breakthrough. It is not only the money arriving, though it will. It is not only the opportunity opening, though it shall. The breakthrough is the rising of a new self within you, the self that no longer trembles at the sound of bills, the self that no longer bows to the threat of lack, the self that carries the wealth of heaven as naturally as lungs carry breath. Think of how a seed breaks its shell underground. No one sees the struggle, no one hears the cracking, yet the breakthrough is real. The moment the seed opens, life is released. The sprout rises and eventually the harvest appears. You may not see the external instantly, but the shell of your old consciousness has already broken. Something new is already pushing through. When you pray, it is done. When you affirm, the law is set in motion. When you choose trust instead of fear, you step into the divine current, and once you are in that current, it is only a matter of time before the river of supply shows itself in visible form. You can rest in that knowing. You can sleep in peace because the fountain is flowing, the law is active, and the supply is guaranteed. Listen to the shift within you. Notice the new courage in your voice. Notice how your heart no longer bends to the old story of insufficiency. Notice how even small blessings now feel like confirmation that the larger ones are near. These are not coincidences. These are inner signs. They are the soul's way of whispering, the days of broke are ending, a new chapter has begun. Let this awareness take root in you. Walk with it. Speak from it. Shape your days with it. Declare often, I am the heir of divine abundance. My life overflows with provision. I walk in the riches of supply that never fail. Say it until your subconscious carries it as truth. Say it until your body feels it as natural. Say it until the world around you bends to mirror the song within. The breakthrough moment is the gate of destiny swinging open. It is the soul's compass pointing true north after years of wandering. It is the whisper of release that becomes a roar of triumph. It is the lifting of the veil where you see clearly that God was never withholding, only waiting for your alignment. And now that alignment is here, you are no longer asking, you are receiving. You are no longer hoping, you are knowing. You are no longer circling the same wilderness of lack. You are stepping into the promised land of plenty. Feel the triumph in your spirit. Let it move through your words, through your choices, through the very rhythm of your breath. This is not theory. This is your new reality. The law is alive. The fountain is pouring. The river is moving. And you, beloved soul, are in the flow of endless provision. Carry this certainty forward, because the journey is not ending here. This moment is not a conclusion. It is an opening, a doorway into the deeper mysteries of divine prosperity. You have tasted breakthrough. Now you are ready to walk fully into the life designed for you from the beginning, a life where wealth is not chased but embodied, not begged for but declared, not postponed but lived now. The journey of 12 days was never meant to be a temporary exercise. It was never a trick, never a ritual of desperation, and never a grasping at straws. It was a covenant between your soul and the divine law that governs all supply. A covenant that cannot be broken because it was sealed in the unseen. Long before your lips spoke the first word of faith, you did not stumble into this practice by accident. You were called to it, called to remember that God has always been your source, that abundance has always been your birthright, and that lack has always been a shadow with no true power. What begins in 12 days is not the end. It is the opening of a river that will never run dry. The fountain flows beyond the calendar, beyond the clock, beyond the counting of days. What you establish in spirit multiplies through every season of your life. The covenant is this: once you declare your union with divine supply, once you speak it and feel it and live it, broke days are not just behind you, they are erased from your timeline. They no longer exist in the fabric of your destiny. Scarcity is not a lesson you have to keep repeating. Poverty is not a cycle you are doomed to revisit. You are stepping into an eternal garden where every tree bears fruit, where every path is lit, where every step is met with provision prepared for you long before you needed it. Pause and see it with your inner eye. A golden gate stands before you. It glows, not with human fire, but with the radiance of heaven's covenant. As you walk through, you are no longer the one who worries about bills, who fears the empty cup, who rehearses the language of lack. You are the one clothed in plenty. You are the one seated at the table of divine inheritance. You are the one who looks at the soil and sees harvest, who looks at the night and still expects dawn, who looks at the present and knows the future is already secured. This covenant demands nothing from you but remembrance, the remembrance that supply is not earned, it is inherited, that prosperity is not chased, it is accepted, that abundance is not random, it is law. As Florence Scovel Shinn taught, your word is your wand, and the wand has no expiry. Once it awakens, it continues to create. So today, you seal it. Speak it aloud now, not as a plea, but as a decree. Let your voice carry authority, for it is the echo of God within you. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate and endless supply. I walk in the abundance of God. Broke days are over forever. Let that prayer settle deep into your being. Let it roll through your bloodstream. Let it shape your tomorrow. This is not a momentary relief. This is eternal alignment. From this point on, your inner dialogue must reflect this truth. When thoughts of lack attempt to intrude, substitute them instantly with the voice of covenant. When fear whispers scarcity, answer boldly, I walk in the abundance of God. Carry this prayer as your compass. Carry it when you wake and when you sleep, when you count your coins and when you sign checks of overflow. Carry it when you are in silence and when you are speaking. The covenant is not only for crisis, it is for your daily bread, your daily vision, your daily expansion. This is your garden, this is your golden gate, and this is your eternal covenant with abundance. So as you continue the 12 days, do not think of it as 12 isolated steps. Think of it as a rhythm that will ripple through the rest of your life. Each word you speak is a seed. Each day you declare is a harvest already ripening. Watch how doors open without resistance. Watch how money flows without struggle. Watch how life rises, carrying you with it like a tide that cannot be stopped. Speak it, believe it, receive it. The covenant cannot return void. You are no longer the seeker, you are the receiver. You are no longer in the desert, you are in the garden. You are no longer bound by broke days, you are free in the eternal wealth of spirit. And as this truth settles, I invite you to walk with me further. Subscribe to this channel for daily spiritual guidance, so you never walk alone. Together we continue on the path of divine abundance. Together we rise.
If you are hearing these words now, it is not chance. God Himself has aligned this moment, the steps that carried you here, the questions that pressed upon your heart, even the battles that nearly broke you, all of it was the path. You are not lost. You are not late. You stand at the exact point where heaven has decided to speak. Every soul has a divine appointment, and this is yours. The divine clock has struck. The hidden door swings open. The sacred trumpet sounds, not outside in the air, but within your chest. Can you feel it? The quickening, the stirring, the unmistakable signal that destiny has found your name. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that nothing is delayed, nothing is denied. Everything arrives in its appointed hour. Divine timing is precise, and it wastes not a single breath. If you are here, then you are ready, for the Spirit never delivers the message before the soil is prepared to receive it. The seed of your breakthrough is already planted, and this moment is the watering. Think of your life as a sacred river. At times you felt stuck on its edges, wandering in circles, doubting if it would ever move. Yet underneath the surface, currents were gathering strength, rocks were being shifted, the riverbed was being carved to hold a greater flow, and now, suddenly, the waters rush forward. This is what breakthrough feels like, not slow, not hesitant, but a flood. Perhaps you have carried the heaviness of waiting for an answer, for a change, for a sign that you have not been forgotten. You have whispered, God, do you see me? Do you hear me? And here is the answer, clear, undeniable, piercing through the noise. Yes, He sees you. Yes, He hears you. And yes, He has chosen this moment for your rising. You are standing at the threshold of a hidden door. For years it remained invisible, as if covered in shadows, yet with a single shift of light, the doorway now glows before you. This is the gate of destiny. When you walk through, old cycles collapse, chains break without effort, fear dissolves like mist in the morning sun. This is the call. Step forward, not tomorrow, not someday, now. For heaven's design does not wait for human hesitation. God has aligned this exact hour with your readiness, and though you may not feel ready in your mind, your soul knows, your spirit remembers. That is why you are here. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine a sunrise over vast mountains, the sky painted gold, the air filled with stillness. You stand there, watching the first light pierce the horizon. That light is your confirmation. It says, your night has ended, your dawn has begun. Say this with me now. Let the words carve themselves into your spirit. I am ready, I am chosen. My breakthrough begins now. Again, with deeper conviction, I am ready, I am chosen. My breakthrough begins now. Notice the shift. Inside you, with every declaration, your spirit stands taller. The weight of doubt begins to lift. The atmosphere around you bends to the authority of your words. For the tongue carries the power of life, and when you speak alignment with divine law, reality reshapes itself. This is not empty hope, it is spiritual law. Just as the seed responds to the soil, your words command the unseen to manifest. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that every word is a decree, every statement a brushstroke on the canvas of your destiny. So speak boldly, let your voice be the trumpet that announces your new season. Perhaps you still wonder, but why now? Why, after all this waiting? Understand this, divine timing is not delay, it is preparation. While you thought nothing was moving, heaven was arranging everything in perfect order. Doors that were once closed would have harmed you if they opened too soon. Relationships, opportunities, and resources were being aligned in the unseen. Now, the pattern is complete, and the Spirit whispers, enter, take a deep breath, feel the shift in the air around you. What once felt heavy now carries a lightness. This is the inner sign that the gate has opened. You are stepping into alignment, and alignment is power. Say within your heart, I release my struggle, I release my doubt, I release my fear. I walk through the divine gates prepared for me. Imagine the river once more. Feel its rushing waters, not behind you, not in the distance, but carrying you forward now. You are no longer waiting for the flow. You are in the flow. This is what it means to trust divine law, non-resistance. You no longer fight the current. You allow it to carry you into your appointed place. And here is the promise. The journey you are about to take will reveal why the breakthrough has come now. You will see the wisdom in the waiting. You will understand the perfection of divine order. Most of all, you will discover the courage and faith to walk through the sacred gate. The trumpet has sounded, the hidden door stands open, the river flows, the light rises. This is your awakening. You are chosen. And the breakthrough you have sought is not on its way. It has already begun. Now, let us step together into the next revelation of why heaven has appointed this moment. For you, if you are hearing these words now, you are not late, you are not behind. You are standing at the appointed hour of your destiny. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, there is no loss in divine mind. Nothing comes too late. Let these words take root in your spirit, for they are not poetry alone but law. The law of divine timing governs your life with a precision beyond human comprehension. You have been taught by the world to believe in delay, to feel the sting of missed opportunities, to mourn doors you thought had closed forever. Yet divine mind does not deal in delay. Divine mind does not know loss. What appears gone, what appears late, is only repositioned, only hidden until the perfect moment when it can bear fruit without spoiling. Just as the seed does not sprout in winter, your manifestation does not arrive until the soil of your soul is ready to receive. Think of the divine architect. Every brick is set in perfect order, every beam aligned with flawless precision. To the untrained eye, the structure may appear incomplete, but the architect knows what is being built. You may look at your life and see gaps, missing pieces, unfinished walls, but God is not careless. The divine blueprint is exact, and every piece of your story is laid at the hour it must be. When you grow restless, when you wonder why your prayer has not yet appeared, remember this: the cosmic orchestra never misses a note. A single violin cannot rush ahead of the symphony, nor can the drum arrive too late. Every sound must meet its moment, or the music collapses. Your life is that orchestra. Every relationship, every opportunity, every breakthrough is an instrument. It is not silence you hear in this season of waiting. It is the tuning of the strings before the great crescendo. I know the ache of waiting. I know the nights you whispered, "Why not yet, Lord? Have you forgotten me?" I know the heaviness of watching others walk into their answered prayer while your arms remain empty. But hear this truth. Waiting does not mean abandonment. Delay does not mean denial. You are not forgotten. You are being prepared for the exact second when the clock tower of heaven strikes your appointed hour. Close your eyes now. See the great clock tower rising high above the city of your soul. Its hands move not by your effort but by divine law. You cannot push them forward, nor can you hold them back. They move with perfect rhythm, and when the bell tolls, your breakthrough will arrive, not a breath too soon, not a moment too late. Hear the bell in your imagination. Feel its vibration in your spirit. This is the sound of your answered prayer, announcing itself in perfect time. The frustration, the impatience, the urge to force doors open, these are the enemies of your manifestation. Impatience is resistance in disguise. When you resist the present, you block the flow of the future. Florence Scovel Shinn taught the law of non-resistance. What you resist persists, but what you release flows back to you multiplied. If you say, "It must happen now, or it will never happen," you shut the very gate you are longing to open. But when you say, God's time is my time, I release urgency, I walk in trust, the gate swings wide, and life rushes forward. Whisper these words with me now, let them become the rhythm of your heart. I am in perfect alignment with divine timing. Nothing is delayed, nothing is denied. Every good I seek seeks me now, and we meet in the perfect hour. Breathe deeply. Feel the weight of striving fall from your shoulders. You do not need to chase, you do not need to push. You are carried by a current greater than you. The river of divine order is moving, and you are moving with it. Consider the butterfly. It struggles inside the cocoon, but if you tear the shell too soon, the wings will never strengthen. The struggle is not punishment, it is preparation. Your waiting season is not wasted, it is the sacred cocoon where your wings are forming when the time strikes. You will not crawl, you will rise in flight. Your soul has a compass, and it points always to the appointed gate of destiny. Though you may feel lost, though the fog of doubt may cover your path, the compass never falters. Divine timing pulls you like the tide pulls the moon. You cannot miss what belongs to you, and what is yours cannot miss you. When impatience rises, practice this sacred dialogue with your soul. When you hear yourself saying, "It's too late for me," respond, "Nothing comes too late. I live in divine mind, where all things are timely." When fear whispers, "You missed your chance," answer, "My chance is eternal. What is mine returns, restored and multiplied." This is the holy work of self-talk. This is the power of the tongue, used as a key, not a weapon. Let us pray together in the quiet rhythm of surrender. Divine order flows through me. I release every clock I have set with my own hands. I yield to the perfect timing of spirit. I trust the unfolding. I rest in the eternal now. Amen. And now, begin to visualize. See yourself standing before a great golden door. Above it is engraved appointed hour. For so long you have pressed against this door, wondering why it did not move. But now, you see it clearly. It was never locked. It was waiting for the clock tower to strike. And as you stand in trust, the bell tolls, the hinges shift, the door opens by itself, and you step into the light of your answered prayer. Repeat softly, but with authority, "I am ready. I am aligned. My appointed hour is now." This is not imagination, it is law. The law of divine timing is already working on your behalf. Every cell in your body, every event on your path, every heart that must connect with yours is being synchronized by a hand that never trembles. And so, release the burden of hurry, release the shadow of fear, rest in the truth that nothing is withheld, only perfected. Your breakthrough is moving toward you even now. Your prayer is not floating lost in the air. It is being woven into the tapestry of right place, right people, right moment. Hear me clearly. The silence you feel is not absence. It is alignment. The stillness you sense is not rejection. It is preparation. Heaven is not slow. Heaven is exact. And as you carry this truth, we step forward together. For now that you understand divine timing, you are ready to confront the inner block that stops the flow. Beyond timing lies a deeper challenge, fear and resistance. And it is there, in the chambers of the heart, that our next revelation will take us. The greatest battle you will ever fight is not against the world outside you, but against the shadows within you, the whispers that rise in the silent hours, the questions that gnaw at your faith, the voice that says, "What if it doesn't work? What if I am not enough? What if God has forgotten me?" These are not harmless thoughts, they are chains that bind your steps. They are fog at the threshold of destiny. Fear stands like a shadow at the gate, whispering lies that appear like truth. Doubt walks beside it, carrying the weight of your old disappointments. Resistance crouches nearby, building walls where God has opened doors. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your words are swords. They either feed the shadow or pierce through it. Every "I can't" strengthens the enemy within. Every "it's too late" builds another bar on the cage. But the moment you declare, "I release fear, I release struggle, I step forward free," the chains loosen, and the shadow begins to dissolve. Fear has one purpose: to delay you from walking into the life already prepared for you. It does not need to defeat you. It only needs to distract you, to convince you to stay in place while divine timing calls your name. Doubt is the echo of every closed door you once faced, replaying the memory as if the past defines the present. Resistance is the hidden pride that insists you must struggle, strive, and fight for what God has already finished. But hear this truth: the law of non-resistance is your liberation. What you resist, you strengthen. What you fight in fear, You give power to what you surrender. God transforms, just as water flows around stone. So the soul, aligned with divine law, flows around obstacles. Your role is not to wrestle with shadows but to walk in light. Imagine yourself for a moment. See in your hands the heavy chains of fear and doubt. They cut into your skin, weighing down your shoulders. You have carried them for years, chains of not enough, chains of too late, chains of what if I fail. Now picture yourself standing before the silent gate of destiny. Beyond it waits the life you have prayed for, and there, at your feet, lies the altar of release. Lay the chains down, one by one. Set them at God's feet. Whisper, I surrender these fears. I no longer need to carry them. They are not my truth. They are not my destiny. Breathe. Feel the weight leaving you. See yourself straighten, lighter than you have ever been. The gate begins to open, not because you forced it, but because you no longer stand in your own way. This is the sacred paradox. The moment you stop fighting the shadows, they lose their power. The moment you stop resisting, you begin receiving. The enemy within is not destroyed by struggle, but by surrender. Let these words be written on your heart. I release fear. I release struggle. I step forward free. Say it now. Say it aloud. With every breath, let the declaration echo deeper. I release fear. I release struggle. I step forward free. Your words are the command of your subconscious. They are the seeds that shape the soil of your tomorrow. When you speak fear, you invite more shadows. When you speak faith, you call the dawn. The universe does not argue with you. It aligns with your decree. Do you see it now? The greatest enemy was never the delay. It was never the people around you. It was never God withholding your blessing. The enemy has always been the voice inside you that agreed with lack, that rehearsed failure, that resisted surrender. But today, that war ends. You are no longer a prisoner of inner battles. You are the commander of your words, the keeper of your atmosphere, the chooser of your belief. And belief, once released from fear, becomes unstoppable power. There is a divine rhythm guiding you. Fear interrupts it. Doubt delays it. Resistance distorts it. But faith harmonizes with it. Trust flows with it. Surrender unlocks it. Just as an orchestra cannot miss its note, your destiny cannot miss its hour when you no longer fight the music. So stand tall, place your hand upon your heart and speak with authority. I am not my fear. I am not my doubt. I am not my resistance. I am the child of divine mind, aligned with infinite power. And as you breathe these words, feel the silent gate of destiny opening wider. Feel the path before you clearing. Feel the shadows thinning into light. This is your breakthrough, not because circumstances changed in this moment, but because you changed in this moment. The war of words within you is shifting. You are no longer feeding the enemy. You are walking with God. And as you take this step of release, you are ready for what comes next, the opening into faith, alignment, and the effortless flow of divine power. Faith is not an idea. Faith is not a concept you read in books or whisper half-heartedly in prayer. Faith is a living current, a radiant force that pulls you into alignment with what already belongs to you. And there comes a moment in every soul's journey where the invitation is clear. Step through the gate of faith, or remain bound by the shadows of fear. Imagine now before you a golden gate, tall and gleaming as though lit from within. This is no ordinary threshold. This is the silent gate of destiny. It stands between the life you have known and the life divinely written for you. On one side, fear, resistance, self-doubt. On the other, clarity, provision, divine companionship. The gate does not open by force. It does not respond to striving. It responds to one thing alone: faith declared and faith embodied. Florence Scovel Shinn taught us the law of substitution. You cannot think two opposing thoughts at once. You cannot live in both fear and faith simultaneously. The shadow of fear whispers, what if it doesn't work? What if I'm forgotten? What if I am not chosen? But the voice of faith rises with clarity. God is my supply. Nothing can be withheld from me. What is mine comes to me with ease. When a fear thought knocks, you do not wrestle it, you substitute it. You lay it down and replace it with a declaration that carries the resonance of truth. Say it now with me. God is my supply. Feel how the vibration shifts as those words leave your tongue. The tongue is a gatekeeper. It can either open the door to despair or usher in divine abundance. Say it again. Nothing can be withheld from me. Let those words cut through every hidden doubt. Speak once more. What is mine comes to me with ease. These are not affirmations, they are commands, living decrees that move through the invisible into form. The golden gate before you responds to these declarations, its hinges glow, the angels who stand at its sides lean closer, for heaven itself honors the one who dares to speak faith in the face of uncertainty. Do not shrink back, do not wonder if you are worthy. The very fact that you are here proves your worth. The gate has appeared because your soul is ready. Close your eyes for a moment and see yourself standing there. The chains of fear and doubt that once held your wrists have already fallen to the ground. You no longer grip them, they no longer define you. Instead, in your hand is a lamp of faith, lit by divine flame. You raise it high, and as you declare, I walk through the gate of faith now. The gate swings open, step forward, feel the shift. This is no small moment, this is a ceremony, a holy crossing. The entire universe bears witness. The divine orchestra plays a song only your spirit can hear. The angels rejoice, for one more soul has remembered its power. One more heart has chosen trust over torment. One more life has stepped into the radiant current of divine alignment. Now, breathe, feel the peace that follows. Faith is not strain, faith is release. It is the laying down of burden and the picking up of promise. Where fear demanded control, faith whispers, surrender. Where doubt shouted, you are not enough, faith sings, you are chosen. Where resistance blocked your path, faith clears the way and lights the road ahead. Hear these words deeply. Faith is not hoping. Hope waits for evidence. Faith creates it. Hope stands at the gate. Faith walks through. Faith is the action of the soul, the step beyond logic, the alignment with divine timing. Florence said, faith knows it has already received. That is the essence of walking through this golden threshold. Now imagine with me. You are no longer standing outside. You have stepped into a garden beyond the gate. The air feels lighter, the colors more alive. In this place, every need is already supplied, every prayer already answered, every desire already fulfilled. Nothing is missing here, for nothing can be withheld from a soul that trusts. Let us anchor this vision with a prayer. Speak it slowly, with intention. Divine Spirit, I release fear, I release resistance, I choose faith. I declare that all which belongs to me flows, without effort. I walk through the gate of destiny with courage, with joy, with certainty, and I am met by abundance on every side. As you speak, see the words becoming substance. See them building bridges, opening doors, drawing to you the people, opportunities, and resources aligned with your highest path. Faith is magnetic. Faith is creative. Faith is the language heaven responds to without delay. Now remember the law of substitution. Each time a shadow thought rises, you will replace it with a decree of light. When the voice says, you will fail, you will declare, God is my unfailing supply. When the thought says, it will take too long, you will affirm, divine timing is perfect, and I am in it now. When fear whispers, it is too late, you will proclaim, what is mine comes to me with ease, in perfect order, and nothing can stop it. This is how faith becomes a way of life, not just a momentary experience. You keep walking, word by word, choice by choice, substitution by substitution. You replace every shadow with light until the shadows dissolve. Now, I want you to take one more step in this vision. See yourself moving deeper into the garden beyond. The gate ahead stands a fountain, overflowing with living water. This water represents divine supply. It never runs dry, never withholds, never delays. The sound of it refreshes your spirit. You cup your hands and drink, and as you do, every cell of your being is filled with assurance. You are provided for, you are sustained, you are secure in divine abundance. Repeat with me one final decree to seal this crossing. I walk through the gate of faith now. I am aligned, I am supplied, I am free. Feel it echo in your spirit. You are no longer the one who waits, wonders, or wavers. You are the one who has crossed over. Faith has become your compass, your foundation, your unshakable law. And as you walk forward, the transformation that unfolds will not be subtle. It will be radiant, undeniable, complete, because once faith is chosen, everything changes. And now, let us move into that transformation, to witness what happens when a soul fully aligned with faith begins to walk in divine manifestation. The true shift begins, not in the world outside but in the secret sanctuary of the soul. Breakthrough is not an arrival at your doorstep from some distant star. It is a movement from within, an awakening that bursts outward like a seed pressing against the earth until it flowers in the open air. Life, as Florence Scovel Shinn taught, is a mirror. What stands before you reflects what stirs within you. Change your consciousness and the mirror changes. Clean the inner lens and the outer image becomes clear. Imagine your being as a temple, silent and vast, built of unseen stone. For years, perhaps, you have walked its dark halls by candlelight, fumbling through shadows of doubt and corridors of fear. Yet now, the altar fire is being lit. A single flame begins to glow at the center of your chest. In the sacred chamber of your heart, that light expands, illuminating one corner, then another, until the entire temple radiates with divine brilliance. What once felt abandoned is now alive with presence. What once seemed broken hums with holy order. This is the truth. Your consciousness is the architect of your world. If you carry bitterness, the world presents bitter fruit. If you carry expectation of lack, life mirrors absence. But if you dare to carry faith, if you dare to speak in the rhythm of abundance, the mirror must reflect wealth, harmony, and answered prayer. The law of substitution guides you here. A faith cannot simply be erased. It must be replaced. A seed of doubt cannot be plucked and left empty. It must be substituted with a seed of faith. When a whisper of I cannot rises within you, do not wrestle it, for wrestling only feeds it. Instead, speak over it with the voice of truth. I can because God is my strength. When the thought says, there is not enough, declare, my supply is endless. My source is divine. This is not denial of reality, but the recreation of it. This is conscious authorship of your world. Consider how words shape the air around you. A word is not sound only, it is a vibration that orders invisible substance. Every declaration you make writes itself into the pattern of your days. Say often, I am whole. I am guided. I am supplied. Speak these not as begging but as commanding. Speak them as one who knows the authority given by divine law. For, as within, so without, my inner word creates my outer world. Think of the seed again. A seed contains within it the image of its bloom. No flower waits for the soil to tell it what to become. It grows because of what is already encoded within it. You are the same. The vision of your highest self is already inscribed in your soul. Your outer circumstances bow eventually to the inner design you dare to affirm. If you continue to repeat, I am forgotten, I am unlucky, I am lost, then that script will manifest around you. But the moment you rewrite it, the stage shifts. Say, instead, I am remembered by heaven. I am divinely favored. I am guided by the compass of my soul. With these new lines, your world must act accordingly. Let us pause for a moment. I invite you now into a sacred exercise. Close your eyes if you can. Place your hand gently upon your heart. Imagine a radiant light glowing there, pulsing softly. With each breath, with every inhale, the light grows brighter, warmer, more expansive. With every exhale, it begins to flow outward through your chest, into your home, into the streets, into the world around you. See how everything the light touches becomes softened, healed, aligned. Relationships ease, opportunities open, environments shift. This is the mirror in motion. You are not waiting for the outer to save the inner. The inner is saving the outer. Now, speak with me, as within, so without. My inner word creates my outer world. Again, as within, so without. My inner word creates my outer world. Carry this truth into practice. Florence urged her students to examine the words they speak most often, for casual words become constant prayers. Here is your sacred journaling invitation. Take a blank page, and at the top write these words, the language of my life. Beneath it, write down the phrases you hear yourself say most often. Be honest. Do you often say, I'm tired, I'm broke, nothing works for me, people can't be trusted? These words, repeated, become chains. They are not harmless expressions. They are seeds being planted in the soil of your days. Now, beside each one, write a new declaration, your divine truth. Replace I'm tired with I am renewed daily by divine energy. Replace I'm broke with I am wealthy in spirit and my supply overflows. Replace nothing works for me with everything aligns for my highest good. Replace people can't be trusted with the right souls are drawn to me. And I am always protected. This act may seem simple, but it is profound. For the subconscious mind is trained by repetition. What you write, what you repeat, what you declare becomes the silent program by which your life unfolds. This is the transformation within the rewriting of inner script, so the outer stage change is seen. Think also of the river. A river does not carve valleys because it demands permission from stone. It carves because it keeps flowing. Every thought you choose, every word you affirm, is another flow of water. Over time, even the hardest conditions must yield. The outer cannot resist the steady persistence of the inner. Where once there was obstacle, there is now path. Where once there was barren rock, there is now fertile valley. Such is the work of your consciousness. Do not underestimate the whisper of your inner dialogue. It is either poison or it is medicine. Speak to yourself as though you are speaking to a beloved child of God because you are. Say, I forgive you, I release you, I love you, I believe in you. The universe bends toward this tenderness. Life cannot help but reflect such grace back to you. When you feel the pull of despair, remind yourself, this is not final, this is reflection. And reflection can be changed when you feel the shadow of lack. Whisper, the mirror is being polished. My new word will reveal new form. And when you feel strength rising, declare boldly, I am a creator through divine law, and nothing is withheld from me. This moment now is ceremonial, for you are stepping into authorship. You are recognizing that your true breakthrough is not waiting behind a locked door. It is not in the hands of others. It is within, pressing to be expressed. And as you shift, the entire divine orchestra shifts with you. Instruments once silent begin to play. The symphony changes because your note has changed. So breathe deeply and see yourself standing again in that inner temple. The flame at the altar grows brighter. The seed cracks open. The river flows freely. This is your inner transformation, and it is already reshaping the outer scene. Carry forward this declaration. As within, so without. My inner word creates my outer world. And now, having witnessed the power within, let us step into the next dimension. How to anchor this power daily, so it becomes not a passing spark, but a living flame. Breakthrough is not a moment to wait for, it is a rhythm to live in. It is the art of aligning daily steps with eternal law. Until what once felt distant becomes the atmosphere you breathe. Many souls hear truth, but few embody it. It is embodiment that turns revelation into manifestation. It is practice that forges the bridge between inner knowing and outer reality. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that words are seeds, and each day we plant gardens through our speech, our expectation, and our silent self-talk. If you wish for breakthrough, to become your constant companion, then you must learn the discipline of holy repetition, not of fear, not of doubt, but of truth spoken as command. Every dawn carries a gate of destiny. The moment your eyes open, you stand before that gate. If you walk through in silence, the world will hand you its confusion. But if you walk through with command, heaven responds. So begin each morning with a sacred declaration. Rise, place your feet on the floor, and speak with authority. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let every need be met at the right time in the right way. This is no ordinary sentence. It is a key. It is a password to divine order. It is a command that tells the universe, I expect alignment, I expect supply, I expect doors to open now. Practice this mirror ritual as well. Stand before your reflection, look into your own eyes, and declare, I am the vessel of divine power. My word shapes reality. As I speak truth, life bends to it. This practice heals the old fracture between self-image and divine identity. It stitches together the torn fabric of self-doubt with the golden thread of truth. And as the sun sets, do not allow your day to close in heaviness. The night must be a temple, not a prison. Before sleep, speak gratitude aloud. Say, thank you, Infinite Spirit, that today was filled with unseen protection, hidden blessings, and the silent movement of my breakthrough. Gratitude softens the subconscious, making it fertile ground for miracles. Now take this further. Florence taught the law of expectancy, that we do not receive what we merely wish for, but what we expect. Expectation is the mold. Life pours itself into whatever shape you hold within. So let your daily practice be expectation. Walk as if the door is already open. Breathe as if the blessing already rests on you. Speak as if supply is already delivered. Close your eyes for a moment. See the breakthrough as already here. See yourself walking into the job, holding the healed report, living in the answered prayer. Feel it in the rhythm of your breath. Let it settle in your nervous system as a new normal. Now, carry that vision into every step. Do not return to the old way of waiting. Walk in the way of arrival. A journal can become a holy companion in this work. Write these questions, and let your soul respond without censorship. What does breakthrough mean for me? What word have I spoken too often that keeps me bound? What word of truth must I now declare as my reality? Let the page bear witness to your transformation. Writing makes the invisible visible. It anchors the inner movement into form. Perhaps you have spoken too often of lack. Write it down, then cross it out. Replace it with truth. If you wrote, I never have enough, replace it with, my supply flows endlessly, and every need is met in divine order. If you wrote, I am always behind, replace it with, I am always on time, in God's plan, and nothing is withheld from me. This is the law of substitution. Darkness cannot stand when light is spoken. Affirm daily with confidence. I expect only good. I expect my breakthrough. I expect God's best. Do not whisper this like a wish. Declare it like law. Say it as though the earth itself must rearrange at the sound, for indeed it does, and, when doubt comes as it will, do not resist it with fear. Invoke the law of non-resistance. Say, this doubt is a passing shadow. I release it. It holds no authority. Do not wrestle with shadows. Turn toward the light and let shadows vanish by themselves. These practices may seem simple, but simplicity is the cloak of divine genius. God does not hide in complexity. God is revealed in repetition, devotion, and the daily weaving of truth into thoughts, speech, and breath. The breakthrough you seek is not earned by effort but embodied by practice. Each day you either confirm the old self or step into the new. Each day you either repeat the cycle or break it. So ask yourself now, which will it be today? Will you rehearse the old story, or will you script the new? Will you look into the mirror and see limitation, or will you see light? Will you end your night in complaint, or will you close it with gratitude? The choice is sacred. The choice is the breakthrough. And as these daily practices root in your life, something begins to happen. A shift so subtle you almost miss it. A peace replacing restlessness, a quiet knowing where anxiety used to shout. Doors opening that you no longer chase. Blessings arriving before you even thought to ask. This is the divine order Florence spoke of. It is not chaos disguised as fate. It is law revealed as life. The orchestra of heaven responds to the baton of your daily word. Now you have walked from revelation into ritual, from idea into embodiment, from theory into practice. You have learned not just to believe in breakthrough, but to live in breakthrough. And this brings us to the next step. For once daily practice has anchored the truth, there must come the sacred moment of full declaration, the moment where all words converge and your soul speaks with unshakable command. That is where we go next. If you are hearing these words now, it is not chance, it is not coincidence, it is divine orchestration. God has chosen you for this moment, for this awakening, for this declaration that will seal your breakthrough as already complete. You stand not on the outskirts of transformation but at the very threshold of destiny. The silent gate of your new life is before you, waiting to open at the sound of your spoken word. All throughout your journey, every struggle, every unanswered prayer, every delay that pierced your spirit, was not punishment, it was preparation. The waiting was not empty, the silence was not abandonment. It was God tuning the divine orchestra of your life, aligning each note so that when you step forward, you step into perfect harmony with heaven's design. And now, the music swells. The moment has come. You are being called into a sacred declaration. Words carry the creative fire. They carve new paths. They dismantle walls. They open heavens. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your word is your wand. Today, you take the wand of divine authority into your hand. You no longer speak as a beggar, asking. You speak as one chosen, one anointed, one appointed by Spirit. You speak not to hope, but to command, not to wait, but to declare. Take a breath. Feel the air enter your body as if it is the Spirit itself filling you with life. Feel the ground beneath you steady and strong, like the foundation of promise. Imagine yourself standing at a radiant threshold behind you, the ashes of what was before you, the brilliance of what is to come. And with every word you speak now, you step forward into that brilliance. Say with me, I am chosen. Let the words vibrate through your chest. Let them echo in the chambers of your soul. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are chosen by infinite spirit to carry light into your world. You are chosen to live in abundance, to walk in peace, to manifest freedom. Say it again. I am chosen. Now declare, I am ready. For years you thought readiness meant perfection. You thought you had to fix yourself before the blessing could arrive. But Spirit says, readiness is not about flawlessness. Readiness is surrender. Readiness is trust. Readiness is saying yes to the divine without delay. Say it aloud. I am ready. Ready for new doors. Ready for unexpected supply. Ready for healing to flood every place of lack. Ready for joy to replace sorrow. Ready for the miraculous to be my normal. And now, the command that seals it all. My breakthrough is now. Not tomorrow, not someday. Not when conditions seem favorable. Now. Breakthrough is not waiting outside of you. It is already within you. Waiting to be acknowledged. Waiting to be spoken into form. Say it boldly, without hesitation. My breakthrough is now. As you declare these words, see yourself crossing the threshold. See the old chains fall, chains of fear, chains of debt, chains of rejection, chains of delay, falling, breaking, dissolving in the presence of divine truth. See gates of opportunity opening wide before you. See the path of destiny clearing. See the light of heaven illuminating your next steps. You are no longer standing in the shadows of waiting. You are walking in the brilliance of fulfillment. Say it again, rhythmically, like a drumbeat that shakes the heavens. I am chosen. I am ready. My breakthrough is now. Let the rhythm build. Let the words rise higher. Say it until your body believes it, until your subconscious receives it, until your spirit knows it beyond all doubt. As you speak, remember the law of expectancy. You do not merely hope for these words, you expect them. You expect evidence to follow. You expect supply to meet you. You expect doors to open. You expect God's best to arrive in ways beyond your imagination. Expectancy is the soil where miracles take root. Let your expectation rise now. Say with authority, I expect only good. I expect my breakthrough. I expect God's best. Close your eyes for a moment and visualize. Picture yourself stepping into a room of light, a radiant chamber filled with everything you once longed for, the love you prayed for, the wealth you believed for, the peace you cried for. It is already here. You are walking in it. Feel the joy of answered prayer. Feel the relief of chains gone. Feel the expansion of your soul as you move freely into this new reality. This vision is not fantasy. It is spiritual fact, unfolding now into form. Now whisper a prayer from the depths of your heart. Infinite Spirit, I thank you that the way is open. I thank you that every gate swings wide before me. I thank you that every need is already met in divine timing and perfect supply. I thank you that my breakthrough is sealed, complete, and unstoppable. May your light shine through me. May your abundance overflow in me. May your promise be fulfilled around me. And so it is. Stay in this sacred atmosphere for a moment. Let the power settle into you. You are not the same as when you began. Something has shifted. Something has unlocked. The vibration of your being has risen. The chains you carried are no longer clinging. The doors that were once shut are already moving. The breakthrough has already begun. And in the days to come, you will see signs, small confirmations, undeniable encounters, timely provisions. Do not dismiss them. They are evidence that the word you spoke today has gone forth, and it cannot return void. The declaration you made has entered the divine orchestra, and the music of your destiny is already playing. Listen for it, walk with it, expect it. May every gate open before you. May every chain fall from you. May every promise whispered to your heart be fulfilled without delay. May your nights be filled with peace, your days with divine encounters, your steps with clarity and courage. You are chosen, you are ready, your breakthrough is now. And remember this truth, this is not the end, this is the beginning. The declaration you made today is the opening chord of a symphony that will play for the rest of your life. Walk in it daily, carry it into your morning, into your work, into your relationships. Let it echo in your self-talk, in your prayer, in your vision. For you are not waiting for the blessing anymore. You are walking in it. It is already yours, and so it is. Do you know that the words you spoke this morning are already deciding your money tomorrow? Do you realize that every casual thought, every hidden doubt, every careless complaint is writing your financial destiny in unseen ink? This is the law at work. It does not sleep. It does not pause. It responds. It shapes. It manifests. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that life is not chance but law. You are either aligned with the law of increase or chained to the law of loss. There is no middle ground. Every word you release, every thought you entertain, is an architect designing your future. The question is not whether the law is working. The question is whether you are feeding poverty or summoning divine wealth. Picture your life as a sacred scale. On one side lies the weight of fear, doubt, and limitation. On the other side rests faith, expectancy, and abundance. The law does not choose which side receives its power. You do, with every word you speak. You place weight upon the scale. With every inner dialogue you allow, you tilt your destiny. Which side are you feeding today? Most people live unaware of this scale. They wake up speaking lack. They say, I can't afford that, or money never stays with me. They believe these are harmless phrases, but the universe hears them as commands. These words are laws signed in spirit, and they must be carried out. A man may work tirelessly, yet if his tongue sows poverty, his harvest cannot yield wealth. You must confront this truth now, not tomorrow, not when you feel ready, now, because your money is not controlled by banks, bosses, or governments. Your money is governed by law divine, invisible, unwavering. This is the moment of decision. Will you continue letting your fears script your destiny, or will you step into the authority already given to you by spirit? Breathe this in. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a commander of law. Every time you speak, you legislate in the invisible courts of heaven. Every time you think, you plant seeds in the soil of tomorrow. And if you would rise into divine wealth, you must begin speaking as wealth, thinking as wealth, choosing as wealth. Say it with me now. I choose the law of wealth. I refuse the law of poverty. Speak it again until it vibrates through your bones. I choose the law of wealth. I refuse the law of poverty. This is not empty affirmation. This is alignment. This is your soul declaring its rightful inheritance. The divine orchestra of your life has been waiting for your cue. The instruments of opportunity, favor, and provision are silent until the conductor lifts their hand, and you are that conductor. Your word is the baton. Your belief is the rhythm. When you command in faith, the music begins, and doors open that logic could never predict. But hear me clearly. To remain silent is to choose by default. To keep speaking fear is to hand your wealth to the law of poverty. To delay is to decide. There is no neutrality in spiritual law. The law is impartial, exact, and faithful to the seeds you plant. What you resist will persist. What you declare will manifest. Think of your inner temple. Every morning you walk into it, whether you know it or not. Some enter and speak curses over themselves. This day will be hard. Money is tight. I am unlucky. And the walls of their temple echo those words back into their future. But you today, you are called to cleanse your temple. You are called to walk in and say, this is the day wealth finds me. This is the day divine supply flows to me. This is the day I refuse the lie of lack. This is not about positive thinking. This is about spiritual law. A farmer does not wonder if seeds will grow. He knows the law of the harvest is absolute. In the same way, you must know that every declaration you make in faith must bring forth after its kind. Speak poverty and reap poverty. Speak wealth and reap wealth. The choice is in your mouth. And so I ask you again, with the weight of eternity pressing gently on your shoulders, which side of the scale will you feed today? Will you cast your words into the pit of fear, or will you crown your destiny with declarations of wealth? This is not just about money. It is about freedom, dignity, and your divine right to live without chains. Take this moment as sacred. Place your hand upon your heart and whisper, I choose wealth. I choose faith. I choose alignment. Let it sink in. Let your subconscious feel it, for today marks the dividing line. The you who lived in ignorance is gone. A new you rises now aware, commanding, unshakable. The law has already begun to shift in your favor. The scale begins to tilt. The invisible gates of supply begin to open. And as you breathe, as you speak, as you choose, your money is being decided not by chance, but by law. This is the awakening call. This is the moment of decision. And now, with the foundation laid, we step deeper into the first law that determines your wealth and your freedom. Law 1, the law of the spoken word. Do you realize the invisible power that rests on your tongue? The words you speak are not harmless air passing through your lips. They are forces. They are blueprints. They are commands written in fire upon the tablets of your subconscious and echoed into the divine law that governs this universe. Your mouth is not casual. It is sacred. It is the pen of the architect designing the very house you must live in tomorrow. Every syllable you release is a seed cast into the invisible garden of your life. Some seeds bloom into abundance. Some harden into weeds of poverty. Some open the gates of health, love, and opportunity. Others thicken the chains of fear, lack, and despair. The earth of your subconscious accepts them all without question. It does not argue. It does not edit. It simply receives and multiplies. So I ask you, what have you been planting? The law of the spoken word is not a suggestion. It is not a philosophy to admire. It is a law, as fixed as gravity, as exact as the rising sun. Florence Scovel Shinn declared it with piercing clarity. Your word is your wand. What you decree, you summon. What you affirm, you build. And what you carelessly repeat, you must endure until it is uprooted and replaced with truth. Words of lack create chains. Words of wealth create keys. Every complaint about money is a brick sealing the door of your own prosperity. Every declaration of plenty is a hammer striking the lock until it bursts open. See yourself now before the mirror of your soul. Each word you speak sends ripples across the waters of destiny. Complain, and the ripples carry mud. Command, and they shimmer with gold. The choice is not distant, it is immediate. With every sentence, you are either enslaving or liberating your future. The mouth is the divine architect's pen. Every time you open it, you are sketching the structure of your life. Speak in fear, and you design walls that trap you. Speak in faith, and you draft doors that swing open toward opportunity. No architect blames the house for the lines he drew. So why do you curse the life you live while continuing to draw it with the ink of doubt? Let me give you the daily practice that shifts the axis of your reality. Each morning, before the world speaks to you, stand before your reflection, look into your own eyes, for they are the windows of your soul, and say with authority, I command money to obey divine order in my life. Do not whisper it as a wish, declare it as a decree. Feel the vibration. Strike your own being like a bell. Let the sound reverberate into your bones until you know it is done. This is no empty ritual. It is divine law in action. The spoken word enters the subconscious as an order. The subconscious, like a faithful servant, obeys without hesitation. It begins to rearrange perception, magnetize opportunities, and draw forth situations that match the command. The invisible responds, the outer follows, the decree becomes flesh. Now, hear this warning with love. When you speak lack, when you murmur about bills, when you repeat stories of not enough, you are not venting, you are voting. You are voting for poverty to remain the ruler of your life, and the law is impartial. It cannot cancel your words for you. Only you can change the decree. So when the temptation comes and it will to say, I can't afford this, stop in that very moment. Choose substitution. Replace it with, I am guided to divine supply. When the urge rises to sigh, money never stays with me. Correct it instantly with, money flows through me in perfect rhythm. Each substitution is a rescue. Each new word is a rope, pulling you out of the pit you once dug with your own tongue. Visualize this with me. A man stands before the mirror. From his lips fall words of fear, and they tumble into the air like dark smoke, forming heavy doors that close before him. Then he pauses. He remembers the law. He speaks again, this time, a decree of abundance. The words shift into golden light, weaving themselves into keys. The doors dissolve into radiant openings. This is not fantasy. This is metaphysics. This is what happens every time you speak. The law of the spoken word is the law of alignment. It aligns the inner with the outer, the thought with the form, the prayer with its answer. Every prophet, every teacher of wisdom has known this truth. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. You either breathe life into your destiny or strangle it with your own complaints. Let us seal this teaching with a brief prayer of command. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let these words become your own infinite spirit. Guard my tongue. Let my words be arrows of truth, planting only the harvest of wealth, health, and joy. I decree divine supply flows now. I decree doors of opportunity open now. I decree my spoken word is law, and so it is. Now open your eyes, feel the shift, for in this moment, you have already changed your tomorrow. You have set in motion a law that cannot return void. From this day forward, become a guardian of your mouth. Treat each word as sacred currency. Do not spend it on what you do not want. Invest it in wealth, in peace, in freedom. Let every declaration be an architect's line drawing a palace of prosperity. This is the first law, the law of the spoken word. And until you master it, no other law can fully work in your favor. But when you do, when your tongue becomes a wand of command, you will watch doors swing open where walls once stood. And now, having unlocked the truth of words, let us step deeper, for there is another law, an unseen rhythm that governs the movement of all things, the law of non-resistance. To know it is to stop fighting shadows and start flowing with the divine current of wealth. Law 2, the law of substitution. The second law is the law of substitution. This law is simple, but it carries the weight of destiny. The The mind is like a vessel, and it cannot hold two opposing realities at once. You cannot grip fear and faith. At the same time, you cannot dwell in poverty and expect to walk in wealth. One will always push the other out. One must take the throne of your attention while the other dissolves into shadow. Think of it this way. Darkness has no substance. You cannot scoop it out. You cannot fight it with your hands. You cannot curse it into leaving. The only way to dissolve darkness is to bring in light. The smallest flame drives away the vastest night. So it is with your thoughts. You cannot fight fear. You cannot wrestle lack. You cannot argue with despair. The only way to dissolve them is substitution. Replace the image of lack with the vision of plenty. Replace the cry of fear with the declaration of abundance. Replace the shadow with light. The moment you notice a thought of lack, I never have enough. Money always slips away. I am cursed with struggle. Pause. Do not resist. Do not condemn yourself. Simply substitute. Say with authority. Every need is already met by divine supply. Say it until the vibration in your body shifts. Say it until your inner climate warms with possibility. Say it until your nervous system accepts the truth that has been buried under lies. This law is the soul's compass. It takes your mind from wandering in the desert of scarcity to stepping into the green fields of provision. Every time you substitute, you are turning your inner ship toward the harbor of wealth. The wind obeys the sails you set. Here is your practice. Each evening, write down your recurring poor thoughts. Be honest. Let the page hold the confessions of your inner chatter. Then, beside each one, write its substitution. I can never catch up becomes I am always in divine timing. Money comes hard becomes wealth flows to me with ease. I'm always behind becomes I walk in step with God's perfect order. People like me never get rich becomes I am the exception because God is my source. Then, in the morning, stand before the mirror. Look into your own eyes as if gazing into eternity. Speak only the substitutions. Let your words cut through the air like golden fire. Let the new pattern be engraved into your subconscious, for your subconscious does not argue. It accepts what is spoken with conviction. Every word is a command. Every declaration, a seed. Close your eyes with me now. Imagine the dark room of your mind filled with worries, doubts, and fears. Now see a single candle lit at the center. Watch the shadows vanish without protest, without fight. The candle does not struggle, it simply shines. That is the law of substitution. Your words are that candle. Your vision is that flame. You have spent years rehearsing the words of lack, and those rehearsals became your life, but the script can be rewritten today. The law of substitution hands you the pen. When the old thought rises, you need not resist it. You need only replace it. To resist is to energize. To substitute is to liberate. Say to yourself now, I replace every thought of lack with a thought of abundance. I replace every shadow with light. I replace every fear with faith. Let these words not just be spoken but felt. Let them echo through the chambers of your soul until your body softens, until your heart believes, until the gates of your imagination swing open. Do you feel the shift? That gentle whisper of release? That is the power of substitution. The more you practice, the faster the shift. At first it may feel like a battle, but soon, the substitutions will flow naturally, as if your inner language has changed forever. The old thoughts will try to return, but they will find no room, for your mind will be filled with the light you chose to carry. Remember this truth. You cannot stop a bird from flying over your head, but you can stop it from building a nest in your hair. Thoughts may appear, but they do not have to stay. Substitution prevents the nest from forming. Substitution keeps your mental skies clear for the divine to speak. So today, I invite you to live this law. Write, speak, substitute, and each time you do, you are rewriting your destiny. You are no longer a prisoner of your first thought. You are the architect who chooses which thought becomes your reality. And as this law becomes alive in you, notice the doors that begin to open, the opportunities you once overlooked, the wealth that once seemed far now walking toward you, because your inner garden has been cleared, and in its place, you planted new seeds, seeds of plenty, seeds of divine order, seeds of unshakable wealth. This is not wishful thinking. This is divine law. The universe mirrors what you hold within. If you substitute poverty with wealth in your consciousness, wealth will substitute poverty in your experience. That is the power you carry. That is the gift of this law. Let us continue, because the journey does not end here. If the law of substitution shows us how to replace shadows with light, The next law reveals how to walk with the rhythm of divine timing, where every substituted thought finds its perfect season to bloom. Law 3. The law of divine timing. There is a law more powerful than deadlines, more certain than calendars, more exact than the ticking of any human-made clock. It is the law of divine timing. This law whispers to every soul that nothing you need, no door that must open, no provision that is ordained for you, will ever arrive too late, and it will never arrive too soon. It comes at the very moment destiny requires it. Poverty energy cries out, I need it now. If it does not happen this instant, I will be lost. Poverty panics, poverty claws at time, trying to bend it to its will, but wealth consciousness moves differently. Wealth consciousness is unhurried, for it knows the rhythm of divine order. It does not beg, it does not chase, it declares with peace, it comes right on time. There is a divine clock in the heavens, a clock not wound by human hands, yet its rhythm is flawless. Every tick aligns with your highest path, every talk moves in harmony with the unseen orchestra of your becoming. You cannot rush it, you cannot delay it, and when you finally learn to trust it, peace floods your being like a river that has broken through its dam. Think of the seasons. The apple tree does not bloom in the heart of winter. The rose does not push its petals before the sun has kissed the earth with spring. Creation trusts timing because creation knows timing is law. Only the anxious heart demands the fruit before the blossom, the harvest before the seed has rooted. And it is this very anxiety that suffocates abundance. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that impatience is poverty disguised. She said that to hurry life is to mistrust God, and this is where the shift begins. The one who walks by trust never fears delays, because delays do not exist in divine order. What seems delayed to the human mind is preparation to the divine mind. Every moment is calibration, not postponement. Every seeming pause is positioning you, aligning you, strengthening your roots, so that when the fruit arrives, you are able to carry it. Now, breathe with me, close your eyes, if you are able, and imagine a grand hallway stretching before you. Along its length are doors, golden and glowing, each marked with an opportunity, each labeled with a provision. You may rush to pull at every handle, only to find them locked, or you may stand in calm surrender, feeling the warmth of trust, and then at the exact step, at the precise moment, you watch as the next door opens on its own, as if the universe itself has turned the key. This is divine timing. So many live in torment because they force open doors not meant for them yet, exhausting themselves with impatience. They invest energy in what is not ripe, only to reap bitterness. But the one who trusts divine order lives differently. They walk with grace. They do not waste their breath on when will it come. They speak only this: I walk in step with divine supply, and money comes right on time. Say it aloud with me. Let it sink into your bones. I walk in step with divine supply, and money comes right on time. There is no need to chase. Chasing is the language of lack. Waiting in fear is the vibration of delay. But aligning with divine timing is the posture of wealth. Imagine your life as a symphony. If the trumpet enters too early, the harmony collapses. If the drumbeat arrives too late, the rhythm shatters. But when every note surrenders to the conductor's baton, the music becomes perfect. Your life is that divine orchestra, and timing is its conductor. Perhaps you are watching this now with a heart heavy from waiting. Perhaps you are asking, why has my provision not come? Why do I still struggle? Beloved soul, it is not punishment, it is placement. You are not being denied, you are being aligned. What you call delay is the hand of God arranging your blessing to arrive at the moment when you will not only receive it, but keep it, multiply it, and honor it. Let us transform your inner dialogue now. Instead of saying, it is taking too long, say, it is preparing me. Instead of whispering, I cannot wait, declare, I am ready at the perfect time. Feel the shift. Feel how those words remove the weight of urgency and replace it with the wings of faith. Here is a practice for you. Each morning, before your day begins, visualize yourself walking in that divine hallway. See the closed doors, and do not touch them. Simply walk with trust. See how, as you reach the exact place destined for you, a door opens effortlessly. Behind it, there is provision, unexpected checks, new opportunities, divine connections, creative ideas, and all of it appears without strain, because you were in rhythm with divine timing. And as you hold this vision, pray this prayer with me. Divine Spirit, align my steps with your perfect order. Remove from me the urge to rush and the fear of delay. Teach me to walk in harmony with the heavenly clock, knowing that every provision, every opportunity, every dollar arrives in my life right on time. Breathe that in. Release the tension in your chest. Feel the truth of this law saturating your being. There is no late in the universe. There is no early, only perfect, only now. The doors you need will not open 1 second before you are prepared, nor 1 second after. This is why you can rest. This is why you can release the frantic grip of worry, because you are not the keeper of time. God is, and God is never late. So walk with calm assurance, smile when others panic, rest when others scramble. Know this, your money, your opportunity, your wealth, is already marked on the divine calendar, and it will arrive at the precise moment your spirit is ready to embrace it. And as you accept this law, something changes inside of you. The grip of fear loosens, the breath of trust expands your chest. You begin to live with the rhythm of eternity pulsing in your steps, and you discover the sacred secret. Divine timing is not just about money arriving on schedule. It is about you becoming aligned with the schedule of heaven itself. And now, with this law etched into your soul, you are ready to move forward, because every law we are unfolding is stacking together, forming the pillars that will dismantle poverty's hold and build your foundation of lasting wealth. Law for the law of non-resistance. There is a quiet law that governs wealth, and it is often the one most overlooked. It is the law of non-resistance. Where there is resistance, there is struggle. Where there is release, there is flow. Think for a moment about the times you have argued with your reality. Perhaps it was a debt staring back at you, a bill you feared you could not pay, or an opportunity you thought came too late. In those moments, your inner voice may have fought against life itself. You said, "Why is this happening to me?" You pushed, you resisted, you tightened your chest and clenched your jaw. Yet all the while, the wealth you longed for was waiting to flow the moment you stopped struggling. Resistance is like pressing your hand against a locked door and demanding it open. Non-resistance is stepping back, realizing the door is not yours to force, and noticing that a window has quietly been unlocked for you. Florence Scovel Shinn said that what you resist will persist, and what you bless will dissolve. This is no small truth. It is the very difference between staying poor in spirit and rising rich in peace. Picture a river. Its natural state is to move, to flow, to carry freshness and life wherever it goes. But if rocks of resentment, anger, or fear are piled into its stream, the current is blocked. The water churns against the barrier, unable to move forward. That is what resistance does to your wealth. It creates inner rocks, resentments against money, fears of debt, guilt about receiving, and those stones keep your supply from flowing freely. But what happens when you begin to remove the rocks? When you lift resentment, when you set down anger, when you surrender fear, the water does not hesitate. It rushes forward, clear and unstoppable, carrying abundance with it. Your soul was designed to flow like that river, not to stagnate in a pool of resistance. I invite you into a sacred practice now. Take a journal and write down the money resentments you carry. Perhaps it is a person who owes you and never paid. Perhaps it is a debt that feels like a chain around your ankle. Perhaps it is anger at yourself for mistakes you once made with money. Do not hide them. Place them on the page so they are no longer hidden within you. Then, write these words over each one. I release this into divine order. It is handled. Let your soul exhale as you place the burden back into the hands of spirit. Notice what happens in your body as you release. Feel the shoulders that once carried invisible weight begin to relax. Feel the breath deepen, no longer shallow and tight. Resistance clenches the body like a fist, but release opens the hand. Ready to receive, poverty consciousness tightens. Wealth consciousness surrenders. The difference is not outside you. It begins within your own nervous system, your own cells, your own breath. Say softly now, I let go, and I let wealth flow. Again, slower this time, I let go, and I let wealth flow. This is not mere poetry. This is a spiritual command. Every word you speak reshapes the patterns of your subconscious. Every release you practice carves a new channel for prosperity to move through. Non-resistance is not weakness. It is strength refined. Anyone can argue with life. Anyone can tighten against the current, but the one who trusts, who releases, who steps aside, is the one who walks with power, for they are no longer fighting the current, they are moving with it. Wealth does not come through grasping, it comes through aligning. There is a whisper of release that calls to your spirit even now. It says, stop fighting, stop forcing, place it down. The silent gate of destiny does not open through pounding. It opens when you stand before it with trust, empty hand, and willing to be guided. The soul's compass points forward, not backward into old battles you cannot win. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine standing beside a stream. You see the rocks that have blocked its path, resentment, guilt, frustration. One by one, you lift them. With each stone released, the water begins to move again, faster, brighter, stronger, until finally the stream breaks free, carrying light, wealth, and renewal into your life. This is the law in motion. Let us seal this moment with a short prayer. Spirit, I release my resistance. I release my struggle. I place all debts, all fears, all resentments into your perfect order. I let go, and I let wealth flow, and so it is. As you open your eyes, notice how different you feel. Something has shifted. A channel has opened. The current is moving. This is not imagination. It is the energy of divine supply responding to your release. Remember this. Arguing with what is only cements it deeper, but surrendering, it clears the path for miracles. You do not need to carry every burden. You do not need to fix it all alone. Your release is the invitation for Spirit to intervene. And as you walk forward, know this truth. Every law is building upon the last. Every surrender creates space for a greater inflow. Each resistance you lay down is another stone removed from your river. You are being prepared. You are being aligned. The wealth that belongs to you is closer than you think, and it cannot be stopped. Law 5, the law of vision. Before any coin finds its way into your hands, it has already passed through the gate of your inner sight. Wealth is not first material, it is first spiritual. It is born as a picture, held in the secret chambers of your imagination. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that you cannot attract what you cannot see. Your world mirrors the images you project, and your mind is the projector. If you close your eyes right now and search within, what movie is playing on the screen of your soul? For many, it is a film of fear, the story of unpaid bills, of rising debts, of doors that never seem to open. This film is dim, grainy, heavy with the weight of lack, yet it runs on repeat, and life, obedient to your inner direction, projects it onto the stage of experience. But the law of vision offers you a new role. You are not a victim of the movie, you are its writer, its director, its producer. The film changes the moment you choose to change the reel. Poverty is not destiny. It is simply a projection of yesterday's belief. Wealth is not withheld. It waits patiently for you to play the right picture. Imagine this, your mind as a radiant projector, glowing with golden light. Every thought is a frame, every belief a scene. If you thread the film of abundance through your imagination, the screen of life cannot help but reflect prosperity. If you thread the film of lack, the same law works against you. The projector does not discriminate, it only magnifies what you give it. This is why your vision matters more than circumstances. Circumstances are shadows, vision is substance. Circumstances pass, vision endures, and when vision is held long enough, fiercely enough, joyfully enough, circumstances bend to match it. So let us practice. Close your eyes gently and breathe. See yourself walking into your home, the atmosphere warm and secure. Picture yourself at a desk, bills spread before you. But notice the energy is different. There is no panic in your chest, no tightness in your throat. You write the checks with ease. You press send with peace. Money flows out, and you know with certainty that more is flowing in. Now picture yourself giving, not from fear, but from overflow. See your hands placing money into another's palm, not as a sacrifice, but as joy. Watch their eyes brighten, their burdens lift. Feel the expansion in your own chest as you become a channel of blessing. Finally, see yourself free, free from financial dread, free from survival mode thinking, free to dream, to create, to live in alignment with your soul's compass. Let the tears come, if they wish. Those tears are sacred water, dissolving the old images of lack and baptizing you into a new vision. Say with me now, I see myself wealthy, therefore wealth must appear. Speak it again, slower, with full belief. I see myself wealthy, therefore wealth must appear. This is not imagination for comfort. This is imagination as law. Whatever you vividly and persistently see, life must develop. Do not underestimate the power of this practice. Every great fortune first lived in the unseen. Every invention, every work of art, every empire was first born as a picture in the mind. The same law that built bridges and discovered light also governs your financial reality. So I ask you, what images are you projecting daily? When you lie in bed at night, do you replay the scenes of fear, or do you cast a vision of freedom? When you wake in the morning, do you picture struggle, or do you see yourself rising with dignity, clothed in divine provision? The law of vision responds not to what you desire casually, but to what you see consistently. If you hold the picture of luck, even unconsciously, it will become flesh. If you hold the picture of wealth, steadfast and luminous, it will crystallize into form. The choice is yours. Take a journal and draw the movie of your new life. Write in detail, describe the home, the freedom, the giving, the peace. Let your words become brushstrokes painting the masterpiece of your destiny. When doubt whispers, return to your vision. When fear knocks, project your film again. You are the guardian of the real, and life will only show what you allow to play. Now, let us seal this truth with a simple prayer. Divine Source, open the eyes of my spirit. Let me see abundance with clarity, and hold it with faith until it shapes my reality. May my vision be steady, my imagination holy, and my projection pure. I let the golden film of prosperity shine upon the screen of my life. Amen. Keep this vision alive. Let it not be a passing daydream, but a living flame that burns in your heart. Every time you see yourself in wealth, you are laying bricks in the unseen. Every affirmation, every visualization, every sacred rehearsal is building the stage where your abundance will stand. So when the shadows of circumstance attempt to distract you, remember the projector, remember the law, remember the prayer, then choose again to see yourself as wealth itself. And as you step into this vision, know that the next law will reveal how your spoken words anchor what you see into the material. For vision is the seed, but words are the water that cause it to grow. Law 6, the law of circulation. There is a secret rhythm to wealth that most people overlook. Money, like breath, like the tides, like the beat of your heart, is not meant to be held in stillness. It is meant to move, to flow, to circulate. The soul that clutches, hoards, and fears is the soul that blocks the very stream it prays for. Imagine blood in your body. If it stops flowing, life is threatened. The same law governs money. It must circulate to bring vitality to your life. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that when you release with trust, the universe has no choice but to return to you, multiply. Yet so many live in the shadow of fear, whispering to themselves, if I let this go, I may never have enough. That thought is the root of poverty. That fear is the closed fist that cannot receive, the hand that clings cannot be filled, the heart that fears cannot be lifted. Wealth is not stored in the vault of your bank. Wealth is stored in the vault of your consciousness. If your inner dialogue is laced with fear, your reality will mirror that contraction. If your inner dialogue is laced with trust, your reality will mirror that expansion. Money is energy. Energy must move. It must dance. It must bless. And when it does, it returns in new forms, greater measures, and unexpected channels. Picture a fountain. Water flows upward, spills outward, and replenishes itself. That is the law of circulation. The fountain never fears running dry, because its source is invisible and unending. Your life is that fountain when you live in trust, when you give, bless, share, and release. You place yourself in the rhythm of divine supply. The poverty mindset believes that every coin spent is a loss. The wealth mindset knows that every coin spent in faith is a seed. Seeds must be planted, not hoarded in a bag. When planted, they grow into trees that bear fruit in every season. Look at your own life. Have there been moments when you gave freely time, kindness, money, and almost mysteriously, something greater returned? That is the law of circulation at work. I invite you now into a moment of remembrance. Close your eyes and bring to mind a time when you released something with love. Perhaps you gave to a friend in need. Perhaps you donated to someone unseen. Perhaps you smiled, encouraged, or blessed. Notice what followed. Notice how the universe curved back to meet you with increase. That memory is not a coincidence. It is a law. The poverty-stricken spirit whispers, hold, guard, keep, or you will lose. The wealthy spirit proclaims, release, trust, give, and you will multiply. Which voice will you follow? Which law will govern your destiny? Here is a sacred practice for you today. Take something, a coin, a note, a meal, a gift, and release it with intention. As you do, speak these words aloud. As I circulate, wealth multiplies in my life. Feel the vibration of that declaration. You are not losing. You are multiplying. You are not subtracting. You are opening the doors of increase. Circulation is not limited to money. Circulation is kindness. Circulation is forgiveness. Circulation is gratitude. Every time you give, you activate a cycle that must return. A blessing sent into the universe is a blessing magnetized back to you. This is divine law. There is no stagnation in the kingdom of God. Stagnation is the illusion of fear. Flow is the reality of truth. The river of supply runs unending, but only to the one who trusts the current. Can you trust that as you give, you will receive? Can you trust that as you release, you will rise? Imagine golden coins flowing like water through a fountain. Imagine them shining, glimmering, replenishing endlessly. See them moving freely through your hands, blessing those around you, returning to you multiplied, never diminished. This is the true picture of wealth. Not the clutching of coins, but the flowing of abundance. Say now within your heart, I release with love, and I receive with joy, I circulate with trust, and I multiply with grace. Let those words settle into your spirit. Let them echo through the chambers of your mind. This is the law of circulation, writing itself into your being. If fear whispers to you, do not resist, simply substitute it with truth. If the thought comes, I will lose if I give, replace it with, as I give, I expand. If the thought says, I must cling to be safe, replace it with, I release to be free. This is the law of substitution guiding your mind into higher truth. Remember, circulation is the pulse of wealth. When you stop its flow, you suffocate your supply. When you allow its rhythm, you harmonize with divine increase. The choice is before you every day, to clutch in fear or to release in trust. One closes the gate, the other opens the fountain. Let your soul choose freedom. Let your heart choose trust. Let your hands become channels, not cages. Wealth is not about how much you can keep. Wealth is about how much you can flow. The divine orchestra is already playing its song of circulation. All you must do is join the rhythm. As you step into this rhythm, prepare yourself, because the law of circulation always leads to the law of increase. What you send out is already on its way back, multiplied and magnified. Law 7, the law of faith. Faith is not hoping. Faith is not wishing. Faith is knowing. Knowing with such certainty that the unseen becomes more real to you than the evidence of your eyes. Faith is the invisible root that holds up the great tree of wealth. Without this root, every branch withers. Without this anchor, no fruit can ripen. You may learn every law of circulation, every law of release, every law of right speech, but if faith is absent, the soil of wealth remains barren. Faith is the soul's compass pointing to divine supply. It is the unseen foundation that holds up the temple of your destiny. When Florence Scovel Shinn declared, fear is inverted faith, she revealed the truth. You are always exercising faith, either in the disaster you imagine or in the blessing that is already yours. The question is not, do you have faith? The question is, where have you placed it? When fear grips you, you are already practicing faith in lack, in loss, in limitation. But when you shift, when you stand in the silent gate of destiny and whisper, all things are mine, in divine order, your faith becomes a bridge for heaven's storehouse to open. Poverty shrinks under this light. Doubt dissolves like mist in the sun. Hear this truth, faith is substance, not shadow, not theory. It is the living current that calls form out of the invisible. It is the hand that draws tomorrow into today. When you stand in faith, you are not begging for wealth. You are commanding the divine orchestra of creation to play in your favor. Pause for a moment. Place your hand upon your heart. Feel its steady rhythm. That beat is the sound of life itself, unshaken, unbothered, faithful to you without pause. You do not question whether the next heartbeat will come. It simply does. This is faith, quiet, unwavering, constant. And this same trust must be carried into your wealth, into your business, into your future. Now close your eyes if you are able. Imagine a seed beneath the soil. It is small, hidden, unseen, yet within it rests the pattern of a mighty tree. The seed does not question whether it will break open. It does not hope, it knows. By divine law, it must become what it already carries. So it surrenders to the dark soil, trusts the unseen sun, and bursts into life. This is what your wealth requires of you. To root yourself not in fear, but in faith. Say within yourself now, by faith, I know money flows to me now, in divine order, not tomorrow, not someday, now. And divine order means it arrives in ways higher, better, and more aligned than your limited plans could imagine. Perhaps you have stood before bills, empty accounts, and pressing needs. Perhaps you have cried, how can this be changed? The answer is always the same, by faith. Faith does not deny the storm, it speaks to it. Faith does not beg for calm, it declares peace and sees it established. Faith is your inner authority. It is the key that unlocks all the other laws. The law of faith tells you this. You must see before you see. You must claim before you hold. You must give thanks before it appears. This is not delusion, it is creation. The world itself was spoken into being by this law. Let there be light, was faith speaking, and light obeyed, in the same way. When you declare, let there be wealth in my life, faith commands substance to appear. Let your inner dialogue be healed. No more saying, I hope things work out. Hope leaves the door open for failure. Say, instead, I know all things are working out in divine perfection. Do not say, maybe I will prosper. Say, I prosper by divine right, and no man, no condition, no force can keep me from it. Words spoken in faith are seeds that cannot die. Remember a time when you believed deeply in something unseen, and it came to pass. Perhaps you trusted in love, in healing, in a door opening, where none existed. That moment was not luck. It was faith bringing the unseen into form, and the same power waits to multiply your wealth, your health, your destiny. Affirm with me, I walk by faith, not by sight. My wealth is already here, unfolding in perfect rhythm. By faith I stand, by faith I receive, by faith I live in abundance. Let us pray this simple prayer together. Infinite Spirit, strengthen my faith. Let my eyes see beyond appearances. Let my heart trust beyond doubt. Let me know that wealth is mine by divine inheritance, and that nothing can stand against the law of faith at work in me. Feel the shift inside you now. The desperation loosens, the heaviness lifts, assurance rises like the dawn. For faith is not noise, it is power. It does not shout, it commands. It does not beg, it knows. And when you know, creation bends to meet you. Visualize once more that seed, breaking open underground. See its roots stretched deep, unseen. See its stem pierce the soil, reaching upward. See the mighty tree standing tall, branches wide, fruit abundant. That tree is your wealth. The seed was your faith, and the fruit is inevitable. Walk now in this knowing. Speak only as one who believes. Move only as one who trusts. Act only as one who already has. This is the law of faith, the crown law, the root law, the law that makes all others alive. And as you rise in this assurance, you will discover that the next law awaiting you is not about struggle or striving, but about alignment. For once faith roots you, destiny begins to flow with ease. What if I told you your entire life is shaped by the words you speak? Every blessing, every delay, every open door, every closed gate, not by accident, not by fate, but by the silent decree of your own mouth. The tongue is not a small thing, it is the most underestimated instrument of power in the universe. Scripture calls it both a rudder and a fire, able to direct ships and ignite forests. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the very brush with which you paint the canvas of your destiny. And today, I am here to remind you that your mouth is not just for speaking, it is for commanding. Pause and let this truth settle. The words that pass your lips are not harmless sound, they are laws sent forth into the invisible. Every idle word is a seed planted in the garden of your reality. You may not see the seed at first, you may forget what you even spoke, but the soil of life does not forget, the subconscious mind does not forget, the divine does not forget. Every word waits, and in its own season, it bears fruit. Now look back for a moment. How many times have you cursed your own path without realizing it? How many times have you said, I can't afford it, I'm always unlucky, things never work out for me? Each time, a seed was dropped into the ground, and the law, unbending and impartial, simply answered, so it shall be. But here is the awakening moment. If your words once had the power to limit you, they also have the power to free you. The same tongue that created chains can command release. The same mouth that declared lack can summon abundance. You carry within you a sacred key, a golden instrument, and it has been waiting for you to pick it up consciously and play it with intention. Right now, place your hand over your mouth. Feel the warmth, feel the breath. This is not just flesh, this is the divine gate of decree. Through this passage, heaven and earth bend to your command. Through this opening, your soul writes its contract with destiny. Listen, the universe is not moved by wishing, by hoping, by silent desperation. It is moved by the decree of the spoken word. Let there be light, was not thought, it was spoken. Creation responds to command. The invisible bows to the tongue that knows its power. But here is where most falter. they speak unconsciously. They use their tongue as a casual toy instead of a sacred tool. They joke about failure, they gossip about lack, they reinforce fears by repeating them aloud, and then they wonder why life mirrors their words. Beloved soul, you cannot plant thorns and expect roses. You cannot water weeds and expect a vineyard. Your speech is the water, your tongue is the planter, and every time you open your mouth, you are either commanding a kingdom or constructing a prison. So I invite you into your first act of power. Speak this with me now, not in a whisper, not half-hearted, but as if heaven itself waits for your command. I now align my mouth with the language of power, truth, and abundance. I plant only seeds of life, and I decree only words of light. My tongue is a sacred key, and I use it to unlock divine doors. Feel it. See golden light flowing from your lips. Watch as your words take shape, becoming living substance. Imagine them flying into the atmosphere, forming structures, arranging circumstances, commanding opportunities. This is not fantasy. This is law. The law of the tongue is exact. Speak of fear, and fear multiplies. Speak of lack, and lack cements itself. But when you speak of faith, faith expands. When you decree abundance, abundance rushes forth. The word is the switch that turns on the hidden machinery of heaven. And this is why your awakening today matters. You are no longer permitted to treat your speech casually. The age of idle words is over. Every sound you release is either a command of bondage or a decree of freedom. Choose wisely. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the subconscious mind is like a dark room. Whatever picture the tongue declares is projected on its walls. Say often, I am divinely provided for. Money comes to me in perfect ways. Doors open for me by right of divine selection. Each time, the image becomes clearer, stronger, radiant with life, until the outer world must conform. So I ask you, what do you want your tongue to command today? Will you allow it to echo yesterday's fear? Or will you let it sing tomorrow's freedom? Will you use it to scatter weeds of complaint? Or will you let it plant orchards of abundance? The choice has always been yours. Do not wait for the perfect mood. Do not wait for evidence. Words create the evidence. Declare it first, and life rearranges. Speak boldly now, and the unseen law moves. This is the awakening of the tongue, the realization that every moment you open your mouth, you either create or destroy, you bless or you curse, you command or you surrender. And today, you choose command. Speak again with me, this time as a vow to yourself. I guard my tongue as a sacred gate. I speak only that which uplifts, commands, and aligns with the divine. My words are life. My words are law. My words create my breakthrough. Feel the shift. Your tongue is no longer ordinary. It is the golden key in your hand. And as you step into the next part of this journey, remember this: your breakthrough begins not when the world changes, but when your words change. The invisible law of spoken creation. What if I told you that every word you have ever spoken still lives in the unseen, echoing across the chambers of your destiny, shaping walls you walk within today? What if I told you that your tongue has been building quietly, like an unseen architect, drafting blueprints that your life now obeys? This is the invisible law of spoken creation. Words are not casual. They are not mere sounds that vanish in the air. Each word is a decree. Each word is a seed. Each word is an order given to the subconscious mind and to the spirit that governs all. Florence Scovel Shinn declared that the spoken word is the strongest form of command. Thought is powerful. Intention is powerful. But the spoken word carries the vibration that enters the deep soil of the subconscious and calls spirit into action. Your mouth is the divine pen that writes upon the fabric of the invisible. When you speak, you are not only describing your life, you are authoring it. Picture your words as sacred tools in the hand of a master builder. Imagine a golden architect's compass in your mouth, every syllable drawing unseen lines, every phrase forming a blueprint. The unseen listens, the invisible obeys. The design you sketch with your tongue becomes the reality you inhabit. Here lies the truth few dare to face. Your life today is not an accident. It is a construction site built with yesterday's words. You spoke unconsciously, and walls of limitation rose around you. You declared fears, and cages formed. You repeated complaints, and ceilings lowered. The mouth in fear builds prisons, but the mouth in faith builds palaces. Think of it: when you say, I never have enough, the universe hears an order and builds scarcity around you. When you whisper, nothing ever works out for me, you etch blueprints of failure into the foundation of your days. Yet when you declare, I walk in divine supply, the invisible craftsmen begin laying stones of abundance at your feet. When you say, I am always guided to my good, doors that were locked begin to swing open. This is not superstition, it is law, invisible, impartial, exact, like gravity. It does not rest, it does not excuse, it simply obeys. Every idle word, every casual phrase, every repeated declaration constructs. The question is not whether your words are building. The question is, what are they building? Here is where your healing begins. Become aware of your language. Listen as if for the first time. Journal the phrases that leave your mouth each day. Write them as though you are reviewing the blueprints of your destiny. Do you see walls of fear or bridges of faith? Do you see ceilings of doubt or towers of vision? Your daily vocabulary is the silent architect of your tomorrow. This is the sacred work, not to suppress your words, but to consecrate them, to anoint your tongue with intention, to release the language of lack and pick up the language of power. Let every statement become a decree that carries divine authority. Let your words rise like incense, fragrant with truth. Say now with me, every word I speak builds the divine structure of my good. Let it echo within you. Feel it as more than a sentence. Feel it as law. As you repeat it, imagine golden lines being drawn in the air, forming arches of opportunity, foundations of strength, and walls of unshakable peace. See yourself walking within a palace designed by your own sanctified speech. The invisible law of spoken creation is always at work. The choice rests in your mouth. You can speak defeat or declare victory. You can speak death or call forth life. You can curse your path or crown it with blessing. No one else has been given this key. It is yours alone. Now, the invitation is simple but profound. Begin to treat your words as commands. Each morning, speak into the day what you wish to experience. Each night, declare the peace that carries you into sleep. Transform idle chatter into sacred decree. Let your words become a divine orchestra, carrying notes of faith, abundance, and healing into the unseen. And remember this truth as we move forward. The invisible realm has no choice but to shape itself around the language you release. Your tongue is not casual, it is creative. The unseen waits for your decree. So the question is no longer whether the law works. The question is, what shall you command next? The battle between the old mouth and the new mouth, there is a silent battle raging inside every soul. A war between the voice you have trained through years of fear, complaint, and casual words and the voice that is waiting to rise, aligned with spirit, carrying the breath of faith. This is not a small matter. It is the difference between a life that circles in frustration and a life that opens into divine flow. The old mouth has built many prisons, but the new mouth can unlock every gate. Most people do not realize how deeply they are conditioned to speak against themselves. Words slip out like broken arrows, piercing their own future. I can't afford this. Nothing ever works out. I'm always unlucky. These are not casual statements. They are careless builders at work, stacking bricks of limitation until walls surround the soul. The old mouth speaks like this without pause. And the results show up in finances, relationships, health, and inner peace. But there is another voice within you, a voice that does not complain, does not shrink, does not speak defeat into existence. This is the new mouth, the mouth of spirit, the mouth of divine alignment. It speaks not from habit but from intention. It places each word like a master builder, places stone, knowing the structure will stand for generations. The question is not whether you have this voice. The question is, which builder have you allowed to use your mouth? Imagine two architects inside your being. One is careless, distracted, stacking whatever materials he finds nearby. He does not measure, he does not consider. He simply throws together structures that collapse under the first storm. This is the voice of doubt, fear, and gossip. It builds ruins. The other architect is wise. He does not rush. He studies the divine blueprint of your destiny. Every word he places is precise, strong, eternal. This is the voice of faith, the voice of divine knowing. It builds palaces. The mouth is the doorway. Both of them seek to use. One builds shackles, the other builds freedom. Which one will you hand your keys to? Your breakthrough does not depend on outside conditions as much as it depends on this choice. You can pray, hope, and wish. But if your words are still guided by the old mouth, you are constructing barriers against the very thing you are asking for. You cannot speak defeat and expect victory. You cannot rehearse lack and expect abundance. You cannot affirm sickness and expect health. The law of substitution makes this clear. What you do not want must be replaced, not ignored, not resisted, but substituted with its divine opposite. Think for a moment. When was the last time you spoke life into your finances? When was the last time you blessed your relationships with words of peace instead of complaint? When was the last time you spoke to your body with love instead of criticism? These questions are not to shame you, but to awaken you, for every careless word drains the soil of your future, and every faithful word plants a seed of harvest. The shift begins in awareness. You must listen to yourself as you would listen to a child you love. Notice the phrases you repeat. Catch the moments when the old mouth rises with its reflex of fear. Then, do not argue with it. Do not condemn it. Simply substitute. Replace. I can't afford this with my supply is infinite, and it meets me wherever I stand. Replace. I never get a chance with divine timing, is my ally, and the right doors swing open at the right hour. Replace. I'm always unlucky with goodness surrounds me, and favor finds me daily. This is not about forcing positive thinking, this is about aligning with spiritual law. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the tongue holds power to create or destroy, and that the subconscious accepts what the mouth repeats. The old mouth whispers chains, the new mouth declares freedom. Which one do you wish to strengthen? A practical tool for this battle is simple. Pause before speaking. Imagine your words as stones in your hand. Will you throw them recklessly, breaking windows of your own house? Or will you place them carefully, constructing the palace of your good? Each moment is a choice. Each phrase is a seed. Each declaration is an architect's line drawn into the blueprint of the unseen. Take this as your exercise. For the next 3 days, listen to yourself. Write down the phrases you speak most often. Circle the ones that echo fear or limitation. Then, for each one, write its divine opposite. This is how the new mouth begins, to gain strength by consistent substitution, until the careless voice grows weaker, and the faithful voice takes command. You may feel resistance at first. The old mouth will argue. It will say, this is silly, nothing changes, but do not bow to its noise. Remember, the old mouth speaks from memory. The new mouth speaks from destiny. The old mouth builds on the ruins of the past. The new mouth builds on the foundation of divine promise. Choose carefully. Affirm this with me now. Not as a whisper, but as a decree. My words are no longer careless bricks of fear. They are divine stones of faith. Feel the vibration of this truth settle into your being with each repetition. You are training the subconscious to build, not from rubble but from revelation. The battle between the old mouth and the new mouth is not fought once. It is a daily choosing, but each time you hand the tools to the wise builder, each time you place a stone of faith, you are advancing into the life Spirit has already prepared for you, and soon, you will stand within the palace. Your own words have constructed a dwelling of peace, provision, and power. The mouth is the key. Use it as heaven intended, and the very structure of your reality will shift. From this point forward, guard your words as sacred stones. The careless builder has had enough of your time. The wise builder waits, ready to shape your future with the sound of faith. And as you choose the new mouth, you align yourself with the law that always responds, the law that brings every spoken word into form. For the tongue, as a sacred gate, your tongue is not a casual instrument. It is not just muscle and sound. It is a sacred gate. A gate that stands between the invisible and the visible, between heaven's storehouse and earth's ground, between what has been promised and what will be received. Every word you release is like a keeper's decision at that gate. Some words open the doors wide, allowing streams of light, provision, and peace to pour in. Other words slam the gate shut, locking heaven's abundance behind bars of resistance. The ancients understood this mystery. They knew the mouth was never ordinary. The temple was not only stone and altar, it was speech. The altar was not only built of wood, it was the sound of one's declarations. When you speak, you minister. When you choose silence, you protect. And when you declare in alignment with Spirit, you open the silent gate of destiny itself. Think of your tongue as the gate of the temple. Every time you speak, you invite or dismiss. You admit life or you entertain death. You allow the divine orchestra of harmony to rise in your life, or you hand the baton to chaos. Your speech is not small. It is priesthood in action. Now, the law of non-resistance tells us that power does not come from fighting against appearances. The gate does not swing open by struggle. It opens by surrender, by agreement, by alignment. To resist nothing is not to be passive. It is to refuse to give your mouth to fear. It is to let go of the battle on your tongue, and instead speak the peace that already exists in the higher realm. Resistance sounds like, "This will never work. I always struggle. Nothing changes for me." Every one of these sentences tightens the lock on the gate. Every complaint adds another chain. But when you speak in faith, "This too is working for my good. I release struggle. I welcome ease. The right doors open before me now." The locks begin to fall away. The chains dissolve. The gate swings wide, not because you fought, but because you spoke alignment. Close your eyes now and imagine this. A golden gate, tall and radiant, standing before you. It glows with a living light, humming like a harp string. In the air, every time you speak words of fear, it creaks shut, heavy and immovable. But every time you speak words of faith, it opens wider, revealing a path bathed in divine radiance. Which gate will your tongue keep open? Which treasures will you allow to cross from the unseen to the seen? This is why I introduced to you the practice of sacred mouth-keeping. Guard your mouth as though it were a holy treasure. Watch your words as though you were entrusted with keys to a kingdom, because you are. If a guard stood at the temple, would he allow defiled offerings, careless chatter, or blasphemous words to pass the threshold? Never. And yet many of us let our own speech run unguarded, careless, releasing vibrations that choke the very blessings we seek. Sacred mouth-keeping is not silence, nor is it false positivity. It is reverence. It is asking before you speak, does this word open the gate, or does it close it? It is catching the sentence of complaint and substituting it with a declaration of faith. It is refusing to speak of lack while praying for provision. It is declaring healing while your body trembles. It is affirming love even when the echo of loneliness tries to rise. Your mouth is the front line of manifestation. Treat it as the holy gate it truly is. Speak to it as priest to altar, as guardian to threshold, as keeper to treasure. Say with me, my mouth is the sacred gate. I guard it with divine care. Now breathe into those words. Feel them take root. Let them reprogram the inner dialogue that has too often gone unchecked. No longer do careless phrases leave your lips unchallenged. No longer do you allow the old conditioning to rule unchecked. You have taken back the keys. In this holy awareness, the mouth becomes more than sound. It becomes a compass. It becomes a silent gate of destiny. It becomes the bridge where thought crosses into matter. And in every moment, you hold the choice to open or to close, to bless or to bind, to release or to resist as you move forward. Let your speech be a stream of divine alignment. Let it flow like water that refuses no stone, yet shapes the earth around it. This is the secret of the law of non-resistance applied to the tongue. You do not force, you do not fight, you simply speak truth until every wall dissolves. So the next time you feel the impulse to complain, pause, ask yourself, am I closing the gate or opening it? When you feel the weight of fear pressing against your lips, stop, ask yourself, does this word chain me or free me? When you rise in the morning, place your hand on your chest and whisper your vow of sacred mouth-keeping. Today, my mouth is not careless. Today, my tongue is the gate of heaven. Today, I will open only to life, because every word is seed, and every seed seeks soil, and what you plant today will grow tomorrow. Guard it well, and as we move deeper, you will see that the mouth is not only a gate, it is a sword, a builder, a healer. But first, it must be honored. First, it must be kept holy. The divine clock responds to your words. There is a clock that does not hang on any wall and does not rest on any table. It is the divine clock. Its hands are unseen. Yet it governs the unfolding of every answered prayer, every manifested vision, every whispered dream that waits in the corridors of time. This clock does not tick with seconds. It moves by words. Each word you speak sets a gear in motion. Each command you release oils the machinery of destiny. Your speech is the key that winds the eternal mechanism. Most live as if their words vanish into thin air. They complain, they doubt, they speak fear, as though their lips hold no power, but the divine clock is listening. It waits for the sound of your alignment when your words agree with truth. The gears engage when you declare lack. The gears stall when you command abundance. The hands move forward. When you insist on delay, the movement slows. Your mouth is the conductor's baton, and time itself adjusts to your rhythm. This is the mystery Florence Scovel Shinn understood. Spoken words are not empty. They are appointments with destiny, set into motion by your tongue. The universe does not measure by haste or human impatience. It measures by alignment. Every time you declare a truth in faith, you have wound the clock of heaven, and the result must appear in the perfect hour. Yet the mind, restless and impatient, often resists this law. It whispers, "Why has nothing happened yet? Where is my answer?" But you must remember, just because you cannot see the gears turning, does not mean the clock is silent. The unseen is not the unreal. The invisible is not the inactive. Faith is the eye that perceives what the natural eye cannot. Think of the farmer who plants a seed in the soil. He does not return the next day to tear it open, demanding to see roots. He does not shout at the earth, "Why are you not growing?" No, he trusts the law. He waters, he waits, he allows time to work its mystery. And in the invisible dark, roots deepen, stems strengthen, and at last, the harvest appears. So it is with your words. They are seeds sown into the soil of the divine clock. Their fruit is certain, but their appearance is appointed. Here is the great teaching, the law of non-resistance. Do not fight the timing. Do not argue with delay. Do not dig up your prayers with doubt. Instead, release your word and let it travel. Align your tongue with truth, and then step back in sacred trust. Resistance only jams the gears. Faith keeps them turning. You may be carrying the ache of waiting. You may feel the weight of prayers unanswered, doors unopened, visions unfulfilled. But I tell you this, nothing has been denied to you. It has only been scheduled. The divine clock is not late. It is precise beyond all human comprehension. Every delay is protection. Every pause is preparation. Every silence is the whisper of orchestration. Breathe into this truth now. Your words are not lost. They are alive. They are turning unseen wheels, aligning unseen paths, summoning unseen provision. Your role is not to time the clock. Your role is to speak with alignment and trust the eternal schedule. So speak as the farmer plants. Speak as the conductor directs. Speak as one who knows their voice has the authority of heaven. Then, wait with grace. Let the gears move as they must, to help you walk this path. Here is a practice. Every morning, stand before the silence of your room, and declare, "My words are gears in the divine clock. I trust the perfect unfolding." Feel the weight of worry release from your chest. Imagine before you a vast golden clock, its hands spanning galaxies, its gears glowing with eternal light. See each word you speak enter that mechanism like radiant sparks. Every spark catches, ignites, and begins to turn the wheels. Some wheels move quickly, others turn slowly, but all are in motion, and none will stop until your prayer takes form. This is how patience is born, not as passive waiting, but as active trust. Faith is the steady breath that says, "It is working. Even now, it is moving. Even when I cannot see, the hand of God has not forgotten me." Speak this over yourself when doubt rises. The divine clock is already moving. My prayer is scheduled. My miracle has a timestamp. My blessing cannot miss me. And in the stillness of night, when fear tries to creep in, let your soul pray, "O divine keeper of Chimi, let my tongue stay aligned with truth. Let me resist nothing. Let me speak only words that open the gate of my destiny. Let me trust the sacred schedule of heaven." When you live this way, the tension of impatience dissolves. You no longer beg life to hurry. You no longer plead for miracles as though they are withheld. Instead, you rest in divine assurance. You speak, you align, you trust, and the clock moves unfailingly. The secret is not speed. The secret is certainty. To know that every word is eternal seed, and every seed has its harvest. Your future is not lost. It is timed. Your blessing is not wandering. It is scheduled. The divine clock responds to your words, and your words have already set it in motion. So let your speech today carry patience, carry authority, carry unwavering trust. For the next turn of the clock may be the very hour of your breakthrough. Fear has a voice, and too often, it disguises itself as logic, as reason, as practicality. It whispers through the lips before the heart even notices, saying, "I can't afford this." It sighs as defeat. "This always happens to me." It shouts in silence, "Things never work out in my favor." But every fearful phrase is not harmless. It is a command dressed in disguise. It is an instruction to the unseen world, calling delay into motion, summoning struggle to repeat itself again and again. For the universe does not argue. It simply obeys the vibration it receives. Florence Scovel Shinn taught us that words are not idle, they are bridges, and when fear builds the bridge, you only cross into more of the same. Fear-driven speech constructs a cycle. What you dread, you repeat. What you affirm and panic, you extend. This is why so many live within the shadow of the same trial, the same debt, the same heartbreak. It is not destiny's cruelty. It is the echo of their own fearful confessions. But hear me now, fear is not the final authority. You have been given the law of substitution, the sacred right to replace one thought, one phrase, with another. Every fearful word can be overturned by the sword of truth. Every trembling declaration can be silenced by a stronger affirmation. The tongue that once bound you can free you. If you dare to speak differently, consider this. When the words rise within, I can't afford this, stop and shift. Say, instead, I walk in a universe of endless supply, and what I need comes to me on time. When the old belief murmurs, this always happens to me, let your spirit answer, I am no longer a prisoner of repetition. I am the exception. And divine order writes a new story for me now. When despair sighs, things never work out in my favor. Breathe back. The universe bends for my good. What seems against me is secretly aligning to lift me higher. Do you feel the shift in power? That is the law of substitution at work. It is the exchange of shadows for light. It is the moment you refuse to let fear be the loudest voice in your temple. And once you begin this practice, fear loses its grip because it cannot remain where truth is spoken with authority. Let us take this deeper with an exercise. Bring to your mind 3 phrases you have spoken in fear. Write them down. Perhaps it is, money slips through my hands. Perhaps it is, no one ever stays. Perhaps it is, I will never catch a break. See them clearly. Do not hide from them. And now, one by one, rewrite them as living declarations of faith. Money flows into my hands and multiplies by divine law. I am surrounded by love that stays, heals, and uplifts. Breakthroughs chase me down, and doors open at my arrival. Each time you do this, you are training your subconscious to no longer kneel to fear. You are retraining your soul's compass to point toward promise instead of panic. The shift may feel small at first, like the quiet ticking of a hidden clock, but remember, every great change begins in the unseen. The universe always responds to the bold voice of faith. And if fear rises again tomorrow, let it come. Do not resist it with shame. Simply substitute. Take the dagger from its hand and turn it into a seed of truth. Every fearful word becomes fuel for a greater declaration. What once enslaved you becomes the very reminder that freedom is only one word away. So speak this with me now. I cancel every fearful word and replace it with divine truth. I no longer rehearse defeat. I proclaim victory, abundance, and divine favor. My tongue does not echo fear, it commands faith, and so it is. Carry this affirmation as a shield. Speak it when your thoughts try to betray you. Speak it when doubt comes dressed as reason. Speak it when the night feels long and your faith feels faint. Because every time you do, you weaken fear's throne and strengthen your divine authority. And know this, the moment you stop giving fear your words, it starves, it loses its power, it fades like a shadow at sunrise. For only faith deserves your voice, only truth deserves your command, only the divine deserves to echo through your temple. Now, as we move forward, let us explore how these sacred laws not only silence fear, but open the gates to a life where your words themselves become the builders of destiny. The practice of commanding wealth, health, and freedom your mouth is not an ornament, it is an instrument. Every syllable you release carries weight in the unseen. Words are not air. They are spiritual matter, arrows of light that pierce the invisible and carve reality into form. When you understand this, you will stop speaking casually and start speaking creatively. The law is simple. What you declare with conviction becomes the seed planted in the soil of the universe. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Your word is your wand, and like a wand in the hand of a magician, your tongue directs the power that shapes your world." Let us bring this law down to earth, where your needs are real, where your heart cries for breakthrough. When it comes to money, many are taught to plead, to worry, to confess lack. But pleading comes from fear, and fear only multiplies delay. You were never called to beg, you were called to command. Command is not arrogance, it is alignment. To command is to stand in the truth that abundance already exists, and you are its rightful vessel. So when lack knocks, you do not answer with despair, you answer with command. You say, wealth finds me in perfect ways, supply rises to meet me with ease, money comes quickly, freely, and joyously. Each declaration sends out a current, a magnetic instruction, summoning resources that were waiting for your voice. Now turn to your body, that sacred temple where your soul resides. The body listens closely to the language you use. Say, I'm always sick, and sickness takes root. Say, I am whole, and wholeness awakens. Speak with command, not as though you are begging your body to heal, but as though you are reminding it of its original divine blueprint. Declare, every cell obeys divine order. My blood flows with life. My breath is full of spirit. My body hears and aligns with perfect health now. Relationships, too, bend beneath the sound of your words. Many repeat phrases of loneliness. Nobody understands me. Love never works for me. These words build walls where you were meant to have bridges. Shift them with command. Say, divine love arranges my connections. I am surrounded by loyal souls. Every conversation becomes a channel of truth and kindness. In declaring this, you invite heaven's orchestration into the field of your relationships. Words are not only sounds, they are images in motion. See them as arrows of light. Each affirmation, shooting forward and striking its mark. Imagine your words entering the soil of life, germinating, and returning as harvest. Visualize your commands traveling beyond your room, beyond your mind, echoing in the divine orchestra where everything is already complete. This is why your speech must be deliberate, rhythmic, and bold. Listen to the difference. If you whisper, I hope money comes, the arrow falls before it reaches its target. But when you say with unwavering tone, wealth finds me now, opportunities bow to me, I walk in overflow, the arrow cuts through resistance and anchors in manifestation. Practice this daily. Choose your words as a sculptor chooses tools. Do not throw phrases carelessly. Stand still, breathe, and then release declarations with authority. Use the law of substitution. Whenever fear says, it's not working, replace it instantly with, the unseen is working for me now. When doubt says, this will never change, substitute it with, change is inevitable because my word cannot return void. Here is your exercise. Write down 3 fearful or weak phrases you have spoken about money, health, or relationships. Perhaps it is, I can't afford it, or I'm always tired, or nobody cares about me. Now beside each one, craft its divine replacement. For example, I can't afford it becomes all my needs are met in divine abundance. I'm always tired becomes energy flows through me with endless supply. Nobody cares about me becomes I am deeply valued, and love surrounds me on every side. Keep this list before your eyes until your tongue learns the new rhythm. Let us seal this with an affirmation, a declaration not of hope but of command. Speak it with me now. I speak wealth, health, and love into my now. My word is power, my voice is law, and my declarations stand. Feel the energy shift as those words leave your lips. That is the moment heaven bends to listen. That is the instant reality begins to rearrange, and as you continue you will notice that the atmosphere around you changes. Old patterns dissolve, unexpected doors open. Even the cells in your body respond, not because you wished, not because you begged, but because you commanded. The power of your word is the key to freedom. Every time you open your mouth, you either chain yourself or liberate yourself. Choose liberation, choose creation, choose to stand as a commander in the divine orchestra. For the next step, we will move deeper into how consistency shapes the unseen, because command is not only about one moment of power, but about building a rhythm of authority that heaven cannot ignore. The inner temple of speech before words leave your lips, they dwell in silence. Before the vibration of sound touches the air, it is born in the secret chamber of your heart. This is why the mouth, powerful as it is, can only express what the inner temple has prepared. Speech without alignment is noise, but speech born from inner stillness becomes law. Every decree begins, not with language but with spirit. The ancients knew this truth, and Florence Scovel Shinn echoed it. Your word is your wand, yet the wand is powerless without the hand that holds it steady. Your heart is that hand, your intention is the grip. Imagine within you a temple, not made of stone, but of light. Its pillars are carved from peace, its ceiling is endless sky. Its floor glows like polished crystal. This is the temple of your soul, the chamber where words are consecrated before they are spoken. Each thought that rises must pass through this holy place. Each phrase must be weighed like an offering on an altar. Here lies the practice. Do not rush your speech. Breathe, enter your inner temple before you speak. Ask yourself, does this word heal or does it wound? Does this phrase bind, or does it set free? Does this declaration echo fear, or does it carry divine authority? This pause is sacred. In that stillness, you align the vibration of your words with the law of life. Close your eyes now. Breathe deeply, in and out, as though every breath polishes the floor of this temple. See yourself standing inside it. Before you is a table of light. On this table, your words are placed like sacred offerings. You do not scatter them carelessly. You choose them with reverence. Some words you release, knowing they will carry healing to every corner of your life. Others you discard, recognizing they hold no place in the divine orchestra of your destiny. Feel the shift that happens when you treat speech not as casual but as consecrated. The very atmosphere within you changes. Your words gain weight, resonance, and magnetic force. This is why careless phrases weaken your command. Words spoken in haste are like arrows without aim. They fall without reaching their target. But when your words are prepared in the inner temple, they fly like guided fire, striking exactly where you intend. The law of substitution lives here. Every time you are tempted to speak words of fear, you bring them into the temple and exchange them for words of truth. I am weak becomes strength, rises in me. It is impossible becomes the divine has already prepared the way. In this temple, every negative is transformed into light before it is released. Let this practice become a ritual. When anger rises, do not unleash it raw. Step into your temple, see the anger dissolve into clarity. And from that clarity, choose a word that liberates rather than enslaves. When doubt whispers, do not echo its voice. Instead, enter your temple and hear the higher sound. My path is guided. My timing is divine. I walk with certainty even in the unseen. Your inner temple is not distant. It is within you right now, waiting for you to return. Each time you honor it, your words grow more precise, more radiant, more creative. The heart prepares, the mouth declares, and the universe responds. Here is a practice for you. Before speaking in the outer world, take 3 breaths into your inner temple. Visualize the temple glowing within your chest. Place your chosen words on the altar. Ask, do these words align with divine truth? If they do, speak them boldly. If they do not, release them in silence. This sacred pause rewrites destinies. Now take a moment to write. A journal becomes the doorway to your temple. On a fresh page, inscribe this prompt. What words do I now release into the sacred air of my life? Let your hand move freely. Do not censor. Write words of abundance, health, reconciliation, or courage. See the ink as a stream of offerings, each phrase rising like incense into the unseen. And now let us seal this practice with an affirmation. Speak it aloud, slowly, as if you are speaking from the inner temple itself. From the temple of my soul, I speak only divine truth. From the depth of silence, my words carry power. From the altar of my heart, every phrase becomes law. Let those words settle into your being. Feel the stillness they create. Notice how the energy around you shifts when your speech is birthed from reverence instead of reaction. The temple is always open. The altar is always waiting. Each moment of your life is an opportunity to choose speech that heals, speech that liberates, speech that creates worlds. As you live in this awareness, you will find that conversations no longer drain you, arguments no longer bind you, careless chatter no longer tempts you. You will speak less, but with greater power. And when you do speak, the universe itself will bend to listen. This is the secret of sacred speech. The heart aligns, the temple prepares, the mouth declares, and reality obeys. As we move forward, we will explore how this alignment not only transforms words but reshapes your entire rhythm of living, carrying you deeper into freedom, clarity, and divine orchestration. The final key is not hidden. It has been resting on your tongue the entire time. The silent gate of destiny opens the very moment you dare to command. Breakthrough does not wait for tomorrow. It does not linger on a far horizon. It is born in the instant you speak in divine authority. When you declare with faith, the unseen rushes to obey. Your words are not mere sound. They are lightning bolts striking the invisible sky. They are divine signatures written across the field of infinite supply. Heaven does not hesitate when your voice carries the seal of conviction. It bows, it aligns, it fulfills. Think of this truth. Every miracle recorded in sacred history was triggered by a spoken word. Let there be light, and there was. The command always precedes the creation. Your life is no different. The moment you speak with unwavering faith, The energy of heaven rearranges itself to match your decree. You may have believed your breakthrough was somewhere in the future, that if you waited long enough, prayed long enough, struggled hard enough, then perhaps it would appear. But hear this truth. Struggle delays what command releases. Resistance blocks what surrender declares. Your tongue is the master key. When you use it with divine authority, the doors open at once. Do not mistake delay for denial. The law of divine timing is not passive. It responds to alignment. And alignment begins with the words you choose now. As you speak, you set your soul's compass. As you decree, you write the chart for destiny's voyage. Every syllable becomes a star guiding the unseen ship of your life toward the shore of fulfillment. So I ask you, what will you command today? Will you speak wealth as your present reality? Will you speak health as your unshakable order? Will you speak freedom as the atmosphere you live and breathe in? One command of faith is all it takes. Not many, not endless repetition, just one decree held in unwavering trust until it manifests before your eyes. Close your eyes for a moment and see it. Your words, leaving your mouth like radiant arrows of fire. See them pierce through the veil of the invisible. Watch them land on target without missing, for they cannot miss. Divine law does not falter. It is precise, it is exact, it is faithful. Declare with me now. Speak and it shall be done. Speak and heaven obeys. Speak and breakthrough stands before you. Not tomorrow, not next year, now, in this breath, in this moment. You are not waiting for release. You are the release. You are not begging for breakthrough. You are commanding it. You are not small before the universe. You are the voice through which the universe arranges itself. Say it again until it anchors deep into your being. Speak and it shall be done. Speak and heaven obeys. Speak and breakthrough stands before you. Let the words echo through your spirit until they dissolve the last remnant of doubt. The final key is yours to use, but it requires practice. Not once, not occasionally, daily. This is not a momentary technique. This is a lifelong discipline. The discipline of aligning your speech with divine law. The discipline of refusing contradiction. The discipline of speaking life when fear would tempt you into silence. Let your morning begin with command. Let your night close with decree. Let no idle word escape your lips. Let no sentence be wasted on fear. For every phrase builds or destroys, heals or divides, opens or closes the gates of your own destiny. So walk forward today with this holy confidence. You are not waiting for permission. You are not waiting for signs. You are not waiting for the world to catch up. The law is already written. The supply is already released. The healing is already complete. The love is already flowing. All that remains is the sound of your own voice declaring it so. And when you speak, it is done. Speak and it shall be done. Speak and heaven obeys. Speak and breakthrough stands before you. Take this practice. Guard it, live it, let it saturate your being until it becomes second nature. Your tongue is the instrument of creation. Your decree is the seal of heaven. Your voice is the final key. Use it boldly, use it daily, and watch your life transform before your very eyes. What if I told you one sentence could open the gates of wealth instantly? Not tomorrow, not in some distant season, but now. One sentence, spoken with faith, becomes the divine key that unlocks what has been waiting for you all along. Picture it, a golden key pressed into your hand. You feel its weight, you sense its purpose. It is not ordinary metal. It is forged from faith, from vibration, from the eternal word that has ruled since the beginning. You place it in the lock of your financial destiny. With one turn, the vault opens. Every day I share words that awaken the soul and activate abundance. Subscribe, and let these teachings remind you of who you really are. We have been taught to believe money comes through effort alone, through grinding, through struggle, through endless delay. But Florence Scovel Shinn revealed a truth too powerful to be hidden. She taught that words spoken in alignment with divine law hold the same force that shaped the heavens. The tongue is not small. It is the rudder that steers the entire ship of your life. Imagine a sunrise breaking through a long night. For years you have wandered in shadows, bills piled high, doors closed, answers delayed. But the moment this one sentence is spoken with conviction, it is like the first ray of dawn splitting the horizon. Darkness flees, clarity floods in, the path is revealed. This is not empty talk. This is law. The spoken word is law. Divine law hears and responds. Just as sure as gravity pulls the stone to the ground, you cannot see gravity, but you trust its pull. You cannot see the response of heaven, but once you learn the sentence, you will trust its movement. Florence called it the power of the word. She said that what you decree, your world obeys. And when that decree is wrapped in faith, the invisible becomes visible. The unseen becomes seen. The impossible becomes ordinary. Do you feel it? The anticipation rising in your chest. That small whisper saying, could it really be this simple? Yes, it can. For simplicity is God's signature. Truth is never complicated. It is only hidden until the soul is ready. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble onto this message by chance. Something in your spirit called you here. Something in your heart prayed for this exact revelation. And the answer is now arriving. Think of a dam holding back a mighty river. Behind it, waters are restless, waiting, pressing with unstoppable force. Your wealth is like that river, pressing, waiting, longing for release. And the one sentence is the command that cracks the wall. The flood pours forth, opportunities, ideas, favor, provision, all rushing toward you. Close your eyes for a moment, see yourself standing at the gate of destiny. Before you stands a heavy door, carved with ancient markings. You know what lies beyond it is yours, yet until now, you have lacked the key. But today, heaven whispers, the key has been placed in your hand. This is not mere motivation. This is initiation. A crossing over from fear into faith, from waiting into receiving, from hoping into knowing. The enemy of your soul would rather you remain silent, would rather you keep repeating the words of lack and defeat, for silence keeps the gate locked. Negative speech keeps the chains in place, but the moment your tongue aligns with divine law, the prison door swings open. Your mouth is the sacred instrument, your words are the divine orchestra, and when played in harmony with truth, they summon resources, ideas, and people as if conducted by the unseen hand of heaven. So let me ask again, what if one sentence could shift your entire financial reality? What if one command spoken with faith could rearrange the very fabric of your life? This is not theory, this is not philosophy, this is law, the same law that has lifted souls out of despair, the same law that has brought opportunity where none seemed to exist, the same law that has carried the faithful from scarcity to abundance. You may feel the trembling in your heart even now. That is your spirit recognizing the truth. That is your inner compass pointing home. The gate is before you, the key is in your hand, and the lock is ready to turn. In this journey, I will show you how. We will walk together through the unveiling of this sentence. You will not simply hear it, you will feel it, you will speak it, and once spoken, it will move the universe in your favor. Do not resist. Resistance is the only barrier. Non-resistance is the open hand that receives. When you release your doubts, your fears, your disbelief, you step into the divine flow where miracles become natural. Remember this, money is not your master, it is your servant. Wealth is not your pursuit, it is your inheritance, but it waits for the command, and the command is spoken through the word. So hear me, this video is not just content, it is not entertainment, it is a sacred initiation, a holy encounter with the divine law that governs supply. You are stepping into a chamber of truth, and in this chamber, one sentence awaits you. It will not only change how you see money, it will change how money sees you. By the end of this journey, you will carry it on your tongue like a torch in the night. You will speak it into your mornings. You will declare it over your wallet, your bank account, your business, your future, and money will respond. Not slowly, not reluctantly, but instantly, because divine law does not delay when faith is present. The law acts now. The word performs now. The key opens now. Take a breath. Feel the shift already beginning in your soul. Something ancient is stirring. Something eternal is rising. One sentence, one divine decree, one key to unlock the gates of instant financial breakthrough. And now, the journey begins. Money is not chaotic. It is not random. It is not cruel or unjust. It is governed. It is moved by law. And the law is not written in bank ledgers or economic charts. The law is written in the invisible fabric of spirit. The law lives in the vibration of your words. Florence Scovel Shinn taught what few have ever dared to teach, that your speech is not small, your declarations are not whispers lost in the air. They are commands. They are instruments that summon the movement of unseen substance. They are the switch that opens the vault of supply. This is the law of substitution. It declares that whatever thought or word you speak with faith will replace the old pattern that kept you bound. Fear cannot hold its place when speech enters. Scarcity cannot keep its grip when you call abundance by name. Every sentence you declare in truth substitutes lack with provision. Every phrase you dare to speak in faith drives away the shadow of worry. Money does not resist faith. Money does not resist command. Money resists fear. Listen closely to that rhythm. It is the rhythm of spiritual law. It is the rhythm of cause and effect. It is the rhythm that explains why some remain trapped in struggle, while others rise into overflow. Most people beg for money. They plead, they chase, they worry. They live in secret panic while they repeat prayers of despair. And yet money flees from desperation. It slips through the fingers of those who hold too tightly. It escapes the grasp of those who cling with trembling fists. But money is not cruel. It is obedient. It responds to a higher command. It bends to the one who knows their words carry authority. Imagine money as a river. It does not argue with the one who shapes its banks. It does not resist the one who carves channels with steady hands. It flows where it is directed. It moves when it is given a path, but block it with fear and the river clogs. Speak words of worry and the water stagnates. Command in faith and the river runs again. Your words are the banks of that river. Your sentences are the channels. What you speak today shapes the direction of tomorrow's flow. Money does not resist faith. Money does not resist command. Money resists fear. Do you feel the difference in those words? Do you sense the shift when faith speaks compared to when fear groans? When you say, I never have enough, you are damming the river. When you say, it is hard for me to earn, you are throwing stones in the channel. When you say, cannot afford this life, you are closing the gate. But when you declare, money moves freely to me now, you carve open a passage. When you affirm, I am supplied by divine source, you widen the riverbed. When you speak, wealth answers when I call, you let the water rush again. This is not superstition. This is law. The same way gravity pulls every object downward, your words pull money into alignment. The same way a seed always produces after its kind, your spoken declarations always return with their kind. Poverty words reap poverty. Prosperity words reap prosperity. The soil is listening, the spirit is listening, and money itself listens. Money does not resist faith. Money does not resist command. Money resists fear. So I ask you now to reflect. What have you been commanding without knowing? What has your tongue been planting in the soil of your life? What currents has your speech carved into the river of your days? Take a moment to journal this question. What words am I speaking daily about money? Do not rush past it. Do not brush it off. Write the words you say in secret. Write the phrases you repeat in silence. See them clearly on paper, for they have been the architects of your present condition. If your daily words are filled with fear, you now know why the river has slowed. If your daily words are laced with desperation, you now know why doors feel closed. But if you choose today to substitute fear with faith, to replace despair with declaration, the entire current of your life can shift. This is the great invitation of spirit. It is not to beg, it is not to chase, it is not to plead, it is to stand. As a commander of divine supply, money is not your master, money is your servant. It responds to the sentence you declare when you speak. Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. The law moves to fulfill it. When you affirm, I am always abundantly supplied, the law rearranges to prove it true. When you declare, wealth is my divine inheritance, and I claim it now, the gates open. The tongue is not powerless. It is the key. It is the lever. It is the sacred rod that parts the waters. So, hear this, and let it be engraved in your heart. Money does not resist faith. Money does not resist command. Money resists fear. Choose today which law you will follow. Choose today which current you will open. Choose today whether your words will be the walls of a prison or the gates of your promised land. Money is not waiting to be earned. It is waiting to be commanded. Money is not withholding itself. It is waiting for faith-filled speech. Money is not your ruler. It is your obedient servant. Stand in that truth. Speak from that truth, and watch the river rise again. Money is not my master. Money obeys the sentence, I declare. What words rise in your mind when you see a bill arrive or when money feels tight? Most people whisper to themselves in secret defeat, I can't afford this, I never have enough, it always runs out before I can breathe. These words may seem harmless, but they are not whispers, they are invisible chains. Chains forged not by banks or governments but by the tongue itself. Florence Scovel Shinn revealed a truth that stirs the soul. The tongue is a sword, it builds or it destroys. It cuts a path into wealth or into want. When you speak lack, you carve scarcity into the walls of your life. When you speak command, you inscribe abundance into the very fabric of your destiny. The mouth is not just flesh and bone, the mouth is a throne. Upon this throne sits a ruler. If fear is enthroned, then poverty rules the kingdom. If faith takes the seat, then wealth flows as a river. Every word you release is a decree. Every phrase is a royal order. You are not a beggar pleading for scraps. You are a sovereign commanding your realm. Think about it. Each time you say, I can't, you hand the scepter to fear. Each time you say, I lack, you place the crown upon poverty's head. But each time, you dare to declare, I receive, I command, I am provided for, you enthroned faith. You crowned abundance, you awakened divine supply. There is a struggle inside you. The struggle is not between money and you. The struggle is between your fear and your command. Fear waits like a shadow, ready to slip into your speech. It tells you to shrink, to hide, to apologize for wanting more. But command rises like fire. It tells you to stand, to claim, to know that God's wealth flows without limit. Invisible dialogues shape destinies. A woman once told me her life had been marked by words of lack. Every day, she said, I never have enough. It became her identity. Bills piled high. Opportunities seemed to vanish. But then she was introduced to the law of the spoken word. One evening, she stood before a mirror, trembling but determined. She declared, I release fear. I enthrone faith. Money responds to my divine authority. At first, the words felt strange. But as she repeated them, she noticed her posture shift. Her shoulders lifted, her eyes glowed. Within weeks, unexpected income arrived. A long-delayed debt was paid to her. A door opened in her career. She realized it was never the world withholding from her. It was her tongue that had kept the vault locked. Words are not just sounds. Words are spirit. Words are substance. When spoken with conviction, they command matter itself. The law is unbending. You cannot plant seeds of lack and harvest wealth. You cannot water the soil with fear and expect faith to bloom. The harvest matches the word. The soil obeys the decree. Say this with me now. I release fear. I enthrone faith. Money responds to my divine authority. Do not whisper it as if begging. Speak it as one who knows. Let the throne of your mouth be claimed by the sovereign of faith. Close your eyes for a moment and see this. See the shackles of I can't falling from your wrists. See the chains of never enough crumbling to dust. See yourself step from the dark cave of fear into the golden sunlight of divine supply. Hear the sound of abundance rushing like a river that was dammed for years but has now broken free. Your words have always been the gatekeepers. They either sealed the door shut or flung it wide open. The law of substitution reveals this secret. You cannot fight fear directly. You replace it. You substitute it with faith-filled command. Instead of saying, I cannot afford, declare, I am divinely supplied. Instead of saying, it never works out for me, command, everything is working together for my good. Instead of saying, it is too late, proclaim, divine timing places me exactly where I need to be. There is no neutrality here. Every word counts. Every sentence builds or breaks. Every phrase is a soldier fighting for faith or for fear. The war is not waged in banks, jobs, or markets. The war is waged on the throne of the mouth. Hear this clearly. Poverty is not an outer enemy. It is an inner decree. Wealth is not only an outer condition. It is an inner command. When the command shifts, the condition shifts. When the throne changes rulers, the kingdom changes order. Some of you watching this feel the weight of years of negative self-talk. You have spoken curses over yourself without realizing it. You have repeated the chants of lack until they became your identity. But today, this moment, the decree can change. The tongue that bound you is the same tongue that can free you. The throne that hosted fear can now enthrone faith. The command that enslaved can now liberate. Say it once more with me. I release fear. I enthrone faith. Money responds to my divine authority. Let the words echo through your being. Feel them burn like fire cleansing the old patterns. Feel them rise like a song breaking chains. The truth is this: the mouth is a throne, and the king or queen that sits upon it decides the fate of your wealth. Fear will always try to sit there, whispering doubt, rehearsing lack, reminding you of past losses, but you are not required to let fear reign. You can dethrone it. You can enthrone faith with a single command. The law of non-resistance tells us not to fight the fear but to redirect it. When a thought of lack comes, do not wrestle with it. Simply speak over it, replace it, command over it, as a conductor lifts a baton to direct a divine orchestra. So you lift your words to direct the symphony of your life. Remember this: your tongue is the compass of your soul. It points the direction of your destiny. If it points toward fear, you walk into famine. If it points toward faith, you walk into flourishing. The compass obeys the magnetic field of your inner speech. Align it with truth, align it with abundance, align it with divine law. The battle you face is real, but it is not outside of you. It is not against your boss, your bills, or your circumstances. The battle is between your tongue and your thoughts, between fear that begs and faith that commands. Choose who will sit upon the throne. Choose who will rule your kingdom. Choose now, and let your words begin to build the wealth you were born to carry. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when waiting must end and speaking must begin. The universe does not respond to silence, it responds to command. For centuries, mystics, prophets, and metaphysical teachers have carried one hidden key, a single decree, a sentence so alive with authority that it pierces through resistance, summons wealth from the unseen, and sets the divine orchestra of provision into motion. That sentence is not casual, it is not hopeful, it is not a wish whispered in uncertainty. It is the voice of the soul taking its throne, speaking as one with God, and declaring the truth that already belongs to you. This is the sentence of breakthrough. Listen closely. Let it reverberate inside you like the sounding of a sacred bell. I now speak the word of supply. All that is mine by divine right flows to me now, instantly, in perfect ways. Say it once within your heart. Feel how the air changes. Say it again aloud, and notice how your body begins to straighten, as if your spirit recognizes its true posture. Say it a third time, and realize the universe has already received its instruction. Now let us break this sentence open, word by word, so you can see its living power. I now speak the word. These 5 words carry the essence of authority. To speak the word is not to hope. It is not to beg. It is to declare from the inner throne of your being. Florence Scovel Shinn often said that the word you speak is your wand. With it, you direct the invisible forces of creation. Speaking the word means standing in your divine sonship, knowing that heaven backs every syllable uttered in faith of supply. This is no ordinary supply. This is not scraps or crumbs. This is divine wealth, flowing from the eternal storehouse of God. Supply is the rain after a long drought. Supply is the river that does not run dry. Supply is the invisible hand placing provision exactly where you need it, exactly when you need it. When you speak of supply, you call upon the abundance that already exists in spiritual reality, waiting to manifest in material form. All that is mine by divine right. What is divine right? It is the inheritance written into your very soul. It is not stolen, it is not borrowed, it does not belong to another. It is your portion, crafted by the divine architect before you ever arrived in this world. To claim your divine right is to remember who you are. A child of God does not need to plead for bread. A child of God calls forth what has always belonged to them. Flows to me now. This is speed. This is immediacy. Wealth does not trickle. It flows. It does not wait for conditions to line up. It responds to the authority of the spoken word. When you say now, you command the invisible to become visible. You shift from delay to demonstration. You enter the river instead of standing on its bank. In perfect ways, this is divine timing, harmony, and protection. Wealth that arrives before you are ready can destroy. Wealth that arrives in wrong ways can vanish. But wealth that arrives in perfect ways is guided by divine orchestration. It blesses you without burden. It multiplies without sorrow. It comes as rain upon the fields, nourishing everything it touches without force, without strain, without error. This is the full weight of the sentence of breakthrough. It is not poetry, it is law. Now I want you to repeat it again, with me, but this time, breathe deeply, close your eyes if you can, See golden rivers of light flowing into your home, into your wallet, into your hands. See envelopes arriving with unexpected checks. See your phone lighting up with good news. See the faces of your loved ones filled with relief and joy. Feel the heaviness of lack dissolving as divine supply rushes in. Say it with me. With power, I now speak the word of supply. All that is mine by divine right flows to me now, instantly, in perfect ways, again, stronger. I now speak the word of supply. All that is mine by divine right flows to me now, instantly, in perfect ways, one final time. With every ounce of faith I now speak the word of supply. All that is mine by divine right flows to me now, instantly, in perfect ways. Do you feel that? That vibration is not imagination. That is the sound of the spiritual gate opening. That is the invisible law setting things in motion. Words spoken with authority never return empty. They travel into the invisible substance of the universe and shape it into visible form. This is why you cannot afford careless speech. Every word plants a seed. Some plant weeds, some plant wheat. Today, you have planted wheat, and the harvest cannot fail. Picture this. Rain falling on dry ground, soaking into thirsty soil. That is what your decree just did. It fell upon the soil of the unseen, and now the field of your life will bloom. You may not see the sprout yet, but beneath the surface, life is already stirring. The sentence of breakthrough is not meant to be spoken once. It is meant to be spoken until it becomes your inner music. Let it rise in you when you wake. Let it steady you when bills arrive. Let it carry you when fear whispers. Every repetition strengthens the current. Every repetition deepens the channel. Say it when you walk. Say it when you breathe. Say it until the vibration of lack no longer exists in your system, and all that remains is the vibration of divine wealth. This is your decree, your key, your instrument of command. When you speak it, you step into the river of divine supply. You stop asking, stop waiting, stop doubting. You begin receiving. And as we move forward, remember this. The sentence of breakthrough is not only about money. It is about alignment. It is about remembering your divine authority. It is about training your tongue to speak from faith instead of fear, from truth instead of illusion, from inheritance instead of poverty. So hold it close, speak it daily, guard it as a treasure, and prepare yourself, because what you have just set in motion will not delay. The breakthrough you once chased is already chasing you. Breakthrough does not live in the future. It does not live in the distance. It lives in the instant. The only separation between where you are and where you long to be is alignment. When your inner state matches the word you speak, creation does not hesitate, it obeys. This is the mystery. The law of non-resistance unveils. Resistance is the thief of miracles. Every doubt you hold, every fear you cling to, every attempt to control the outcome with anxious hands, pushes the blessing further away. But surrender opens the gates. Release makes room for arrival. Non-resistance is not weakness, it is trust. It is the quiet power that says, I no longer fight the flow, I join it. Think of how many times impatience has stolen your harvest. You declared the word, but then rushed into worry. You planted the seed, but then dug it up with disbelief. Manifestation is delicate. It cannot grow in soil disturbed by fear. Instant results come only when you allow the seed to remain planted and trust the unseen gardener. Imagine divine wealth as a train set on an exact timetable. It is never late. It is never early. It moves according to perfect order. If you are at the station, calm, ready, and expectant, you will board with ease. But if you are running in circles, panicked and doubtful, you will miss the moment though the train was waiting all along. Faith is standing on the platform with steady breath, suitcase in hand, heart prepared. The inner struggle is real. You feel the pull of desperation. The bills, the deadlines, the pressure of time whispered that you must force, push, and make something happen. But forcing collapses the structure of manifestation. Fear bends what was straight. Worry delays what was certain. The law is precise. Your results mirror your state. The moment you surrender, the moment you stop clenching, supply flows like water released from a dam. To shift into this alignment, you must train the soul daily. Let us begin with visualization. Close your eyes and see it already done. Picture envelopes arriving with unexpected checks. See your name written clearly. Feel the weight of abundance in your hands. See doors opening, contracts signed, bank notifications glowing with increase. Do not beg for it. Do not hope for it. Witness it as already yours. Then take pen to paper. Journal the decree daily. Right, I now speak the word of supply. All that is mine by divine right flows to me now, instantly, in perfect ways. Let the ink carve it into your subconscious. Writing is a sacred act. It impresses the unseen with clarity. It rewires the inner dialogue that once doubted and makes faith habitual. Now stand before the mirror, speak the word with authority. Look into your own eyes and declare it as if you were God speaking to creation. Do not whisper it, do not mumble it. Speak with the conviction of one who knows. Feel the vibration of your own voice reshaping reality. When you say now, mean it. When you say flows, imagine the river breaking through every barrier. When you say perfect ways, trust that heaven is arranging details beyond your sight. This is not performance. This is communion. This is alignment. The mirror becomes a silent witness. Your reflection becomes your covenant partner. Every spoken word imprints deeper, telling your subconscious, this is the truth, this is the law, this is my reality. Notice the rhythm of energy. At first, you may feel a surge, a powerful rising, like fire igniting within. Let that energy flow. Speak boldly, claim without hesitation. Then, let it settle into assurance. Calm yourself into certainty. Wealth does not come because you shouted. It comes because you believed. Power rises in declaration, but results are sealed in quiet trust. You must learn to live between fire and stillness. Declare with flame, rest with peace. This rhythm unlocks the instant shift. Energy awakens, faith anchors. Together, they call supply from the invisible into the visible. And here is the sacred paradox. The less you chase, the faster it comes. Non-resistance is not passivity, it is magnetic readiness. The universe rushes to meet the one who is not chasing. But standing still in faith, say to yourself in moments of fear, I release the struggle, I join the flow. What is mine cannot be withheld. Whisper it when anxiety grips, declare it when doubt arises. Let these words break the cycle of resistance before it can build. Now pause, breathe, place your hand on your chest, feel your heart beat steady, say quietly but with authority, the moment I believe. Money obeys instantly, not tomorrow, now. Let that truth echo through you. Feel the shift. This is not theory, this is law. Your mind may still ask, but how, but when? The answer is simple. Divine timing already holds the how. Divine orchestration already carries the when. Your task is not to figure it out. Your task is to align, to speak, to believe. Supply has ears. It responds to faith alone. The moment you release resistance, you will feel it, a subtle inner click, like a lock opening. That is the shift. That is the signal. And when the inner door opens, the outer world has no choice but to follow. The instant you believe without wavering, the instant you speak without contradiction, reality bends, money moves, opportunities appear, resources flow. The invisible bows to the authority of your spoken word. Do not wait for someday. Do not push it into the future. Claim it now. Live as if the breakthrough already stands beside you, because the truth is, it does, and the only key needed is your alignment. So stand ready, speak boldly, rest deeply. For the moment you believe, heaven answers. The moment you align, earth obeys, and the law is unshakable. The supply is here, the time is now. Wealth does not come as a visitor to glance at your life and then leave. Wealth is a frequency, a current, a divine stream that once entered must be honored, nurtured, and sustained. You do not simply unlock prosperity for a moment, you live in it, you remain tuned to it, as if your soul itself has chosen a station and refuses to drift back into static. This is the law of consistency. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that what is repeated becomes impressed. What is impressed becomes expressed. It is not enough to speak a word once. You must live with it until it becomes flesh in your reality. The tongue plants seeds, but repetition waters them until the harvest cannot be denied. Imagine your wealth as music playing from a divine orchestra. If you step into the hall for a moment, you may hear a few notes, but then you leave and the sound fades. Yet when you remain, when you sit and let the music pour through you, every instrument, every harmony, reshapes your entire being. This is what it means to live in the new frequency of wealth. Not to touch it briefly, but to inhabit it fully. Your past pattern was inconsistency. You spoke abundance one day, and the next day you cursed your lack. You visualized for a moment, and then you scrolled through fear and comparison until your inner channel was full of noise. But today, a shift is commanded. The gate of destiny is open, and you are invited to dwell in the vibration that multiplies everything you touch. Consistency is the soul's compass. It keeps you walking straight even when outer winds try to sway you. It is not intensity that transforms, it is rhythm. The same way the ocean shapes stone, not by one great wave but by steady repetition, so too does your wealth become permanent when your practice becomes rhythm, not effort. So here is your sacred rhythm. In the morning, before the noise of the world touches you, stand before your mirror, look yourself in the eyes as if you are seeing the divine spark that has never left you. Speak the sacred sentence 7 times with conviction. 7 is the number of completion, of divine order. Each repetition is a hammer striking the same point until the wall of limitation cracks open. Say it as though heaven itself is listening, because it is. Say it as though the invisible treasury is leaning forward, because it is. In the afternoon, take 5 minutes to close your eyes, not to struggle, not to force, but to visualize. See yourself holding the check. See the deposit slip. See your account rising with the digits of abundance, not as hope, but as reality. Feel the relief, the joy, the quiet certainty. Do not chase the image, rest in it, like tuning a radio. Keep adjusting until you hear the clear sound of wealth. Stay on that frequency, for if you drift, static will return. In the evening, let gratitude seal the day. Take a journal and write 3 sentences that affirm your wealth. Not begging, not pleading, but claiming. I live in wealth's frequency. My words create worlds of abundance. Every moment multiplies my prosperity. Let gratitude be the ink that seals the invisible contract you made that morning. This is not routine. This is ritual. It is you proving to the universe that you are trustworthy with the treasures you have asked for. Some will say, but I repeated it for days and nothing changed. That is the voice of impatience trying to pull you off the frequency. Hear me well. The visible may delay, but the invisible has already obeyed. Every word you speak, every picture you hold, is already alive in the unseen. The farmer does not plant today and demand a harvest tomorrow. He waters, he trusts, he persists. So too must you. Consistency is your faith in motion. The enemy of wealth is not poverty. It is doubt. Doubt interrupts the rhythm. Doubt and the radio. Doubt pulls you out of the orchestra just when the symphony was about to reach its crescendo. But consistency keeps you seated until the music plays through you. It teaches your subconscious that this is not a dream, it is home. Now picture this. You are walking through an open golden gate. The hinges creak as though they have been waiting for you. Beyond the gate lies a field heavy with harvest. The air itself smells of ripened fruit and multiplied grain. Every step you take is cushioned by abundance beneath your feet. You do not hurry, you do not beg. You walk with the calm authority of one who belongs, because you do. This is your inheritance, not your accident. You are not asking wealth to visit. You are commanding it to dwell, and it will dwell where it is honored daily, where words are repeated with conviction, where visions are sustained with faith, where gratitude builds a fortress around belief. Do not measure by the clock. Do not measure by the calendar. Measure only by your consistency, for wealth does not flow to the frantic. It flows to the faithful. And the faithful are those who repeat, who persist, who stay tuned even when the static tempts them to walk away. So let this rhythm be your holy practice. Morning, declaration. Afternoon, visualization. Evening, gratitude. 3 anchors in one day. 3 points of alignment that no fear can shake. This is how you remain in the frequency until wealth is not just a visitor, but your permanent dwelling place. And when you are tempted to wonder if it is working, remind yourself with this affirmation. I am already living in wealth's frequency. And the evidence will catch up, for the unseen is faster than the seen. The law of consistency is not slow, it is sure, and as surely as the sun rises, so does the manifestation of what you repeat in faith. Stay with the rhythm until rhythm becomes reality. Stay with the frequency until it becomes your only station. Stay with the law until the law rewards you, because wealth is not earned by force, it is secured by alignment. It is multiplied by consistency, and as you breathe this truth, the next shift is ready to be revealed. For consistency does not just hold your breakthrough, it expands it, it multiplies it, and it prepares you for the greater gates that now stand before you. The journey we have walked together is not just a lesson, it is a rebirth. You entered this teaching perhaps with questions, with doubts, with the quiet ache of waiting for a breakthrough, and now, you stand at the threshold of a new reality. A single sentence has been given to you, not as a casual phrase, but as a divine key. The sentence is not merely words upon your lips, it is the living vibration that unlocks the treasury of heaven. Pause here, Let your soul remember, the sentence is the key, the law is the foundation, the shift is the power. You have seen how invisible laws govern the visible world. You have felt how the mind surrenders when it is given a clear command. You have witnessed how fear loses its grip the moment faith speaks with authority. This is no ordinary teaching. This is an initiation. Every initiation carries a sacred cost. You must leave behind the old garments of lack, the dusty cloak of hesitation, the worn shoes of delay, and in their place, you clothe yourself in certainty, in courage, in expectancy. What you speak is what you wear. What you command is what you become. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "Your word is your wand," and today, that wand is in your hand. What will you write upon the fabric of your life? What will you inscribe upon the scroll of destiny? The time of waiting is over. The hour of postponement has passed. This is not a tomorrow practice. It is a now initiation. I want you to feel this in the deepest chamber of your being. Wealth does not live in some distant horizon. It breathes in this present air. It beats in this very moment. And when you command it with faith, heaven bends to deliver. So let us walk through this closing ritual together. Imagine with me, you are standing before a great temple, carved not of stone, but of light. The doors are shut, tall and mighty, shimmering with gold. On the doors is written in radiant letters, "The inheritance of the faithful." You have the key, and the key is a sentence. Now, speak it aloud with me. I command wealth now. I receive wealth now. I live in wealth now. As these words leave your mouth, see the doors begin to tremble. Hear the locks begin to shift. The golden hinges loosen, and slowly, the temple doors open wide. Before you flows a river endless, luminous, golden. This is the current of divine supply. It is not a trickle. It is not a portion. It is the overflowing river of your true inheritance. Step into it with your imagination. Feel the water rise to your feet, your knees, your waist. It covers you in abundance. It baptizes you into wealth. It anoints you into freedom. The river is endless, and you are part of its flow. You do not chase it. You do not beg for it. You become it. Now let us affirm again, stronger, deeper, with full authority of the soul. I command wealth now. I receive wealth now. I live in wealth now. As you speak, notice what shifts inside you. The part of you that once doubted begins to crumble. The fear that whispered delay dissolves into silence. The shadow of lack vanishes like smoke in the wind. You are clothed in a new robe, the robe of divine certainty. You are crowned with the diadem of inheritance. You are not asking anymore. You are claiming. This is the final passage of your initiation. To live not as a seeker of wealth, but as one who already possesses it. To walk not as a beggar at the gate, but as an heir within the palace. To speak not as one waiting, but as one commanding. Wealth is not outside of you. It is the river running through you. Supply is not distant. It is the divine breath that sustains you. The law is not against you. The law is for you, faithful and exact, responding to every word spoken with conviction. Say this with me once more, and let it seal your soul. There is no delay in divine supply. It is mine now. Feel the finality of that. Not someday, not when conditions seem right, not when others approve. It is mine now. And because it is mine now, I live as though it already overflows. My steps are steady, my words are bold, my spirit is anchored in the river of divine abundance. And so, beloved soul, you walk out of this sacred teaching with more than information. You walk with initiation. You walk with a sentence that carries the creative authority of heaven. When spoken with faith, it rearranges circumstances, it breaks open gates, it calls forth provision, it awakens opportunities. Remember the rhythm of divine timing. Remember the law of non-resistance. Remember the power of the tongue. These are not abstract principles, they are the invisible pillars holding the structure of your reality. And now, you know how to align them with your word. When fear comes knocking, answer with the sentence. When delay whispers, answer with the sentence. When doubt rises, answer with the sentence. It is the key that opens every door. It is the command that silences every lie, and every time you speak it, the temple doors open again. Every time you declare it, the golden river flows stronger. Every time you affirm it, you step deeper into your inheritance. This is not a ritual you practice once. This is a rhythm you live by. Morning, noon, and night. In moments of joy, in moments of uncertainty, in the quiet before sleep, in the dawn before the world awakens. One sentence, spoken in faith, is enough to shape a lifetime. Do not take this lightly. For words are seeds, and this sentence is no ordinary seed. It is the divine seed that multiplies without end. Plant it in your heart, speak it upon your lips, write it in your journal, whisper it in your prayer, sing it in your silence. Let it become the drumbeat of your days, and as you do, watch the unseen become seen. Watch the river carry treasures to your door. Watch the temple of supply release what was always yours. Let us seal this together with one final declaration. Say it as though heaven listens. Say it as though the gates respond. Say it as though your life already reflects it. There is no delay in divine supply. It is mine now, and so it is, beloved soul. If these words have stirred something deep within you, then know this was not an accident. You were guided here because your spirit is ready for breakthrough. Remember, one sentence can shift everything. Speak it, claim it, live it. If this message has blessed you, I invite you to walk this journey with me. Subscribe now so you never miss these divine reminders. Share this video with someone whose heart is hungry for hope, and leave in the comments the words you are claiming today, because every written word carries power. Together, we are not just listeners. We are creators of a new reality. And as Florence Scovel Shinn declared, there is no delay in divine supply. It is mine now. Until we meet again, may your path shine with clarity, your words create abundance, and your soul rest in the certainty that all is already yours. ****